Oh yeah, dudes, honestly. Bunny, welcome in, dude. How's it going? YouTube, welcome in. Nice to meet you guys. Oh yeah, dudes, it's such a fucking nightmare. Everything, like, I don't understand where a fucking random, like, 2 to 3 second audio delay. It just, every time I start OBS and it starts capturing the PlayStation, it's just got this fucking delay on it. I don't fucking get it. But yes, let me know, guys. Let me know if the audio drifts again, because yeah, I might have to. Because the annoying thing is, it's not like a device that has drivers. It's just a USB video device, so it doesn't actually have drivers I can delete and reinstall. So you just have to just plug it in and just hope Windows knows what it's doing. But I swear to God, dude, the last 5 or 6 Windows updates have been absolute grade A flaming garbage. Like, Windows 11 hasn't changed. Like, nothing has improved. It has only introduced problems. Every time I get a fucking Windows update, the most recent one, when I click the start button to go click shut down, there's a lag, so I accidentally click rest instead of shut down. Then I've got to wait for the fucking rest procedure to put the computer to sleep, to turn it back on, to then turn it off properly. It is so annoying. And I'm like, who the fuck did this? How have you made the start bar laggy? It's like the main thing in Windows is the start bar. That's like the main fucking thing. Anyway, I don't know, I'm fucking losing the fucking plot with technology, fucking software devs, fucking software updates. It's just, there's just no fucking rules anymore. Nobody does anything properly. And like I've said before, it's because that stupid fucking clown that runs Facebook was like, move fast and break things. No, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Like, you have a platform, you have a fucking social media platform that literally can't die. There are too many people on it. Shut the fuck up. But yeah, excuse me, dudes. Just, yeah, after a day at work of dealing with problems, the last thing I need is fucking technology to start being clever. But the thing is, I've made a button. Sorry to start the stream with a rant. I don't want to start the stream in a bad mood. I apologise, dudes. I had a cup of coffee at 3 o'clock, even though I probably didn't need one, just to make sure I've got loads of energy. But here I am with a fucking rant. But yeah, I made a button on my stream deck that adjusts the volume backwards and forwards. It changes it from 20% to 60%. So I can push a button, change my Elgato video to monitor and output instead of just monitor, and then I can listen to it. And I did that before I started the stream, and it was in sync, right? I start the stream, out of sync. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. So yeah, I think what I might have to do is I might have to delete the device and then plug it back in again for the first time. And I swear to God, it better fucking work. If I fucking delete the device that's working because there's a problem with it, and then I plug it in and it doesn't recognize it, I'm going to have a fucking aneurysm. Because yeah, I thought to myself, well, maybe I should get a 4K capture card, because this is, you can play this in 4K or 1440p, so 1080p is, and as we start streaming on YouTube, and also Twitch is allowing 1440p, I kind of need to be able to stream above 1080p now anyway. It's 270 quid for an internal capture card for this PC. And I'm like, damn, do I really need to spend more money on the stream? I really don't. I think I've spent enough money, but yeah, if that capture card is dying, I'm going to be fucking livid, dudes. Absolutely livid. But yeah, I don't get it. And the thing is, I don't even think it's Elgato. I don't even think it's Elgato. I think the Elgato device is probably still working fine. I think it's just Windows, dudes, because over the last 6 or 7 months, I don't know if anyone else has seen or heard this, but like people have been doing Windows 11 updates, and then all of the audio on their stream is a completely different volume, or audio just doesn't work, and they have to rebuild the audio of their stream. Because Windows changed something, and it's just like, why? What have you changed? And it will be something fucking stupid. There'll be some fucking AI chat assistant that needs a different volume hierarchy or a different volume structure to how things, work, so it can fucking function. And they would have changed all the audio profiling just to make sure this fucking AI assistant can listen to you talking into the microphone when you're on a Teams call or something. That's what it will be, because it almost always is. But anyway, I'm going to take my tinfoil hat off, try and play a video game. But yes, Bunny, welcome in. Good to see you, dude. But yeah, I've seen at least 5 or 6 people just suddenly have audio issues for no reason whatsoever. So I think the way Windows handles audio is being fucked around with for some reason, and as a result, yeah, you turn your computer on, you just don't know what the fuck's going to happen. You don't know what the audio is going to be like. It's stupid. It's one. And the thing is, I know I sound like I'm reaching right now, but I'm going to be honest with you, dudes. If you're on Windows 11, open up the volume control and just click the button. You know, the little blue dot that you slide around on the slider? Just click it and see if it moves 1 pixel to the left and then jumps back again. They've done something to it. They've broken it. It's not obvious, but because of my fucking pattern brain, my pattern recognition brain that won't shut the fuck up, I noticed it. So now whenever I try and slide the volume to like 20, after I let go, it nudges itself a little bit, and I'm like, oh. So I think the scale is not quite 100% correct anymore. But yeah, you can test it if you want. You click the button and the dot will move, because it's not allowed to sit exactly where you leave it anymore. There's something about the way it defaults to the nearest like click on the sliding scale. So yeah, I think they're doing something audio-wise. I don't know what it is, but at the moment, every tech company is just they're rubbing their nipples over AI so fucking hard. So every fucking change that doesn't make any sense, there's usually an AI-driven reason for it. Why the audio needs to be changed, I don't know. But yeah, if in the next 6 or 7 months to a year, Microsoft announce, an AI, like audio-focused AI feature, that'll be what it was. But yeah, I don't know. The thing is, like, I understand, like, when it comes to software dev, like modularity and being able to like take one thing out and put something else in is advantageous in some ways.
Tomorrow 888 says, oh, pardon me, I was absorbed in thought.
I get it, and you don't want to just keep layering code on top. You want to make code that is modular and can be adjusted and changed and scaled and everything. But at the moment, it's just like the people keep fucking with things, and they make them worse. And it's just like they make them worse by they add a new feature, but this new feature, for it to work, they have to like change the way something works, and they change the way it works, and it's worse, almost always worse. And then the new feature is like pointless. It's like nobody gives a fuck, and it's the software world all over. Tomorrow, welcome in, dude. Good to see you. It's just the software world all over. Everybody is bending over backwards, breaking things for the sake of adding some feature that nobody really gives a fuck about. And it's such an annoying trend. Such an annoying trend. So we've got a bunch of stuff that we need to deliver to clear some space. The hydrologist, okay. We've gone past that person, haven't we? Shit. Okay. Well, so yeah, before we go to the mine, I'm gonna have to go straight over. But yes, it's just cancel. Okay, it's just like things are working fine, and I'm like, why change anything? It's like you're not fixing the problems that we have, but you're going around breaking things that are it baffles me. It absolutely baffles me. And mark my words, in the next 5 to 10 years, a software company will come along that just goes back to how things used to be, because that's what so many people want. It's just basic software that does what it does really, really well and is really versatile. It doesn't have AI, it doesn't have like, a giant, great big list of contingencies that adjust how it operates. It doesn't have all sorts of flashy bollocks that doesn't really do anything. It's just fucking basic fucking software, and I know that's basically Linux. But we've already been talking here about, you know, how Linux might be the play. I think a lot of people are going to start migrating towards Linux because, you know, Windows 10 was fairly solid, but Windows 11 is just a bit of a joke. And I remember thinking, like, oh, you know, I should just get Windows 10 because my friends have Windows 10 and everybody knows how to use it. People make games for Windows 10. It's the most used platform and everything, or operating system. I should just get Windows 10 because it will be secure, it will be, you know, robust. People understand how it works. There's a shit ton of tutorials on how to do absolutely everything with it. I should just do that. And I thought, no, because what happens when I fucking stream for 5 to 10 years and then I have to upgrade to Windows 11 and it's super difficult to get my stream to work on a new fucking operating system. So I'll just build it with Windows 11 and I'll just, you know, I'll be an early adopter. Fucking stupid thing to do, dudes. Because, yeah, I'm sure they'll eventually sunset Windows 10 and everyone will move over, but at the moment, it's just, it's so fucking unreliable. And, yeah, I don't need a software update every fucking 3 months that fucking breaks something. It's just such a moronic way of doing things. Like, I'd much rather they did a bunch more testing, made sure it doesn't have any impacts on anything, you know, look at all of the data they get. Because bear in mind, when people are like, oh, how are Windows supposed to know about all these edge cases and outliers? I'm like, well, they run Windows, you know? They have access to all the usage records of Windows, which is basically 90%, or probably 70 to 80% of the user base of computers is using Windows. Almost everybody uses Windows, and Windows has unfiltered access to that usage data. So I fundamentally fail to see how anybody in the software world is ill-equipped less than Windows. They are the most equipped people to design software that works because they have the usage records. They know exactly what people do with software and what they do with their computers because they run they operate the operating, they offer the operating system for the computer. I've not changed to 11. Waiting to people solve problems. Yeah, exactly. Good idea, Dennis. Good idea. But Dennis, welcome in, dude. It's good to see you. Good idea, Dennis. Yeah, because I mean, Windows 11 has been okay. It hasn't been like completely terrible, but yeah, it just seems that something's always broken, and it's just for years. I had a PC, and then I got fed up, and I just got a console because I got fed up with PCs. I started playing on console. I was like, yeah, the graphics aren't quite as good, but you know what? I put a disc in, and I push start, and I start playing. You know, and it barely ever crashes. I barely have any problems with it. I just fucking play a video game. And when I was working full time, you know, just after leaving college, I was young, I was earning minimum wage. I just didn't have the fucking patience for a computer. So I didn't have one for a long time. And then everyone's like, oh, you got to get a PC. They're so much better. Fuck me, man. There's such a fucking headache. There's such a headache. And like, I'm not exactly the most tech illiterate person. Like I know how technology will. I know how technology doesn't work. But yeah, it's just, there's absolutely no integrity left in 90% of software dev. It's just fucking scraping data. Everybody is just ceaselessly scraping user data in every underhanded way possible because it's not regulated properly at the moment. And until Windows realizes that, yeah, as well as scraping user data themselves, everyone else is getting in on it. And obviously everyone designs software in a way that requires something to be running in the background. So this whole kind of like this paradigm that we used to operate under, that as long as a program isn't open, it can't really do anything. But we're in an age now where every program has to have a little helper program, another program that runs in the background all the time for it to function. And that little helper program is always just scraping away, you know, only using 0.8% CPU, but it's always there. But anyway, apologies, dudes. A stressful start to the stream. I apologize.
I can't believe the sheer amount of work you've done for us.
But yes, this whole oh, that's not very much, is it? This whole paradigm shift in general with technology, with software in general, because in the good old days, I don't want to sound like an old man, but in the good old days, you had to warrant your presence on someone's computer by making the best software, right? Your software had to be the best, right? Otherwise, people would get fed up and use somebody else's, right? So your software had to be good. It had to be lightweight. It had to be efficient. It had to be user-friendly. It had to work with multiple different computer systems. Because computers were fairly complicated, and the majority of people didn't want to argue with a computer about, you know, doing some work. They just wanted to open a computer up, do something, and then get back to the rest of their day. And a lot of people don't realize that back in the day, that was Apple's trump card. Lots of people like shit on Apple for various reasons. But one of Apple's trump cards back in the day was it just fucking... stuff just worked. I don't want to quote Todd or whatever his name is. It just fucking did what you needed to do, and it didn't fuck around. And yeah, because everybody and every man and his dog was developing software for Windows, and back then coding, you know, wasn't as sort of structured as it is now. All sorts of people were using all sorts of different approaches to making all sorts of different kinds of software. So it just, yeah, you had to argue with it to get it to work. And the lack of standardization or regulation meant that software was kind of, you know, a bit of a wild west. But that being said, the whole principle was if you could make software that ran better in any sort of way, you know, if it was much more lightweight, or if it was much more capable, or, you know, if it had much more features that actually helped the user, you know, that software would become popular. But now, it's not even about making the best software. You know, everybody needs the software. It's about making, you know, scraping the most data so you can sell that data. So the software is no longer the product, it's the data that they're scraping with the software. And as a result, the quality of software has dropped off considerably because people aren't interested in making good software. They're interested in creating fuck off, let go. Not ingenious. They're only interested in making the best way of scraping data. Sorry, I can't think of the word. I'm fucking frustrated now and I can't think of words. I hate the way my brain does this. I get a little bit frustrated and my brain's like, is there a fight? Is there a fight? Yeah, I'm going to turn off the language center. I'm going to turn on the fucking physical, like, I'm going to turn on all the fucking energy delivery. I'm like, no, there's no fight. I'm just stressing out over a computer. Stop fucking turning off the language center and let me fucking use my words, please, because I need to talk my way out of this. And even if there was a fight, I need to talk my way out of it. But anyway, yeah, they're only interested in finding the best way to scrape the most data out of the user. So the quality of the software just doesn't even matter anymore. And that's not how they make their money. And as a result, software development and software design has just gone downhill so fucking hard. And even Adobe, the software is fucking garbage. And I hate that I have 15 to 20 years worth of experience in their software. And I'm now fucking basically kind of locked into it. Because yes, there are alternatives, but you don't understand 15 to 20 years of using software. It's so difficult to fucking unlearn all of the shortcuts and everything else. It's just, yeah, it's not something you can do overnight. But yeah, the fact that I now have to pay a monthly subscription to use the software I've spent my entire life using, just to get a few basic tasks done, is, yeah, a bit of a pain in the ass. But yeah, the software, it's just, honestly, it crashed. Fucking, I thought Adobe software used to crash a lot back in the day when everyone was just downloading it and not paying for it. And I thought, well, yeah, of course it crashes because you've downloaded a cracked version. And that cracked version isn't quite as, you know, it's not been updated. It's not part of the update cycle. It's not, you know, authorized or validated by, you know, Adobe. So of course it's going to crash because you downloaded a moody copy of something. But no, I've got a legitimate fucking Adobe Creative Cloud account and the software's shit. And I'm like, for fuck's sake. But there's like 5 different little helper programs that are always running in the background. There's always a creative cloud helper service of some sort, always lurking around in the background. But anyway.
Thought you might be along soon, and I'm happy to see I wasn't. Handled with the utmost care. I still struggle to believe you've...
Now displaying your current quarter grade.
And also, you know how I said last stream how I need to stop using the truck so much, and I should probably do some deliveries on foot. Somebody commented on my live stream. They said, "You sure do love that truck." I was like, shit, I've been called out. I've been absolutely called out. Fair play, brother, fair play. It's true, it's true. I do use the truck a lot, but yeah, for delivering like 5 or 6 different orders at once, it's just too much of a time saver. Like if you literally did one delivery at a time from shelter to shelter, fuck, this game would take like 300 hours to 5-star everybody. So yeah, we haven't quite got time for that. I do feel like I want to 100% it. I feel like I want to 100% it, and I feel like I might as well 100% it on stream. But I need to have a look at the trophy list and see how fucking insane it is, because sometimes the trophy list is fucking batshit insane. Super Miles, thank you for the lurk, dude. It was good to see you on the other day, yesterday. Saw you on briefly, but I wasn't able to. Was it yesterday? Or was it the day before? Saw you on in the last few days. And I was going to stop by and say hello, and then I suddenly need to fucking make a phone call to ask about a blood test appointment that I've got, to see if I can move it to a different doctor's office, but I couldn't get through to them. But yeah, I hope you had a good stream, dude. Thank you for the luck. I appreciate that. So we need to go to there, but we also need to go to the inventor. No, okay. So we've got. Okay, so the architect is up here on the. The architect up here somewhere. Right, so they're over there. So I take this back down. Oh, I've got a delivery for them. Okay. So, okay. So let's just, let's carry on down the road. Check in at Westfort, not. Anyway. No obligation, back after 7 months hiatus. Yes, no, I thought you'd been off for a little while. I hope everything's okay, dude. But if you need to lurk, you need to lurk. I'm sorry. Sorry for starting a conversation with you. If you need to lurk, you need to lurk. But yeah, it's good to see you, dude. But yeah, I'm just so fed up with how unreliable, expensive, and just annoying software is. It's just... That's the animal shelter back there. And then you've got hardware as well that just refuses to fucking cooperate properly. But yes, I've got a few things on payment at the moment, so I haven't got an awful lot of spare disposable income to get an internal capture card. But what I may do is get an internal capture card that captures 4K 60, which means I'm then okay as we move into, you know, the 4K era. But it means I can capture at 1440p, but I can actually capture the PlayStation at 1440p, because you can stream at 1440p, but if I'm playing a PlayStation 5 game that's locked to 1080p, all I'm going to be doing is stretching a 1080p video signal anyway. It doesn't really, it doesn't really work out. Whereas this, I think, is playing at 1440. Well, it says the picture is 2160. So I don't know if it always runs at 4K. I'm not sure. I don't know if it always runs at 4K. There is a DF retro, just a DF digital foundry video on the graphical technology of Death Stranding 2, but I think it might contain spoilers, so I haven't watched it yet. But yeah, be interesting to see what the 60 FPS mode is targeting, because I have a feeling it's probably targeting 1440p. But it might be targeting 1080, who knows? But it looks a little bit sharper than 1080, but not quite full 4K. If I put it on the 30 FPS mode, I think it does 4K 30. But yes, as we move into, the next era of resolutions, I think an internal capture card will probably have a lot less issues. I could move the PlayStation over here, and all I've got to do then is run an HDMI cable to the other side of the room, which I've been meaning to do anyway because I've got an HDMI cable going to the TV for PC games. So that cable will just become the PlayStation cable. The PlayStation will move over here, and then it can go straight into the capture card, then straight into a switcher, and then the switcher will go to the TV. So it should. Oh, that fucking little koala thing keeps running out at the last second on this particular entrance. It's like, but yes, it's obviously a lot of money to spend on a fucking capture card when I already own a capture card. So you know, because what I could do is I could just use that capture card over here, which is what I might end up doing, to be honest. But yeah, I need to double check if there's a device profile or something I can delete and then add it, you know, reconnect it and sort of create a new device profile. Because I think maybe one of the updates has changed something. But if I'd create a new device profile for it, it might fix the issue.
I say that you're still out working late into the night. Bringing up the order info now. It's like a dream come true, this showing.
Now displaying your current order grade.
Cool. Right, so.
Well done.
Well done. What have you got? Something for that guy. And something for the inventor, so I'll take those two. Right, excuse me.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Right, we need to go past the inventor, and then we're heading back over to the other side again. But yeah, everybody down here has got 5 stars, so we're okay to move on to the next area. But yes, I miss the days. I miss the days when software was, you know, sold on the merit of the quality of this. Sorry, not the merit. Sold on the quality of itself. It was sold based on how good it was, not the fact that it was kind of the monopoly and it was kind of the established norm, so you had to use it. Because the software world has kind of calmed down into this. It's sort of like with lots of new markets. You know, there's lots and lots of people trying to be the monopoly, but then eventually a monopoly establishes itself. In the software world, you know, there's a handful of software companies, you know, Nvidia with their software, but also Adobe and a few others that are basically just fucking monopolies. And it's got to a point now where, like, there's no choosing anybody else, because even though there's an alternative, nobody else uses it, and as a result, it's kind of worthless. So unfortunately, you kind of have to stick with the stuff that, you know, everybody else uses. And then the companies find out about that. Once they realize they've got a certain amount of the market share, they can just stop trying, because, you know, nobody's going to be able to topple them, because everyone's so deeply entrenched in the status quo. And it sucks. It fucking sucks. Because, yeah, back in the 80s and 90s, you had everybody trying to create software, and so much of it was freeware. You could get basically a program to do almost anything for free. And there was usually a paid version that was, you know, better, but you could get a program that would do what you needed to do for free. So yeah, when it came to converting file types and adjusting metadata on files, and, you know, taking a bunch of JPEGs and making them into a video, there was usually a free tool that somebody had built, you know, for you to download. And then over time, a little, you know, PayPal set up these things where you could, you know, chuck them a few dollars or whatever. And it carried on like that for a while. But then, you know, these massive software giants They just bought everything. You know, they bought the rights to every little one of these freeware programs, and they combined them all into software suites, and then sold them back to us. And it was only a matter of time before Windows updates slowly rendered the version you got for free, you know, invalid and, you know, wouldn't work anymore. So you had to go with the paid version. But even then, the paid version was trying to be the best version, so it was still, you know, better. But yeah, Google came along, started showing how important search data actually is, and then suddenly it became less about, you know, having the best software. It just became about scraping the most data. And the stupid thing is, you know, the regulatory authorities for like data and everything, because I do data management, you know, for work. They had to come up with all these regulations about how you're not allowed as a business, you're not allowed to hold data you don't have a direct and valid use for, and you're only allowed to hold data for as long as it's valid. So, you know, if you don't have any business with a customer for a while, their data is no longer valid to you, so you have to get rid of it. Because everybody was so unsure about how data was going to proceed that everyone just started scraping and acquiring all the data they could. For anybody who's got like a home NAS set up, like a network attached storage for all their sort of media and everything, hard drives haven't, you know, come down in price because the data, you know, the whole data like oil rush, you know, because data is the new oil basically. It's the new oil. But because of the data oil rush, storing all this data has become like a primary kind of, you know, need for a lot of these data centers, which means hard drive prices have not gone down for a while. They haven't gone down as much as they used to. So I was thinking, if I've got a couple of 4 terabyte hard drives that cost me a few £100 back in the day, I should be able to get an 8 or maybe even a 12 terabyte hard drive, you know, 6-7 years down the line. But here we are. Nope. It's like £500-600 for a fucking, you know, a decent sized hard drive. And I'm just like, oh, for fuck's sake. And it's just data. Fucking AI and data scraping. It's just completely made the fucking tech world so fucking shit, because nobody is making good software or good hardware anymore. Everybody is just fucking jorking it so fucking hard over ChatGPT and fucking Claude and everything else. They're just, you know, these large language models and these generative image AI things. Everybody has just completely lost their fucking minds. And it's crazy because anybody with any fucking taste, you know, you don't have to have discerning taste. Anybody with any fucking just taste in general can look at the stuff that's coming out of AIs, and it's drivel. It's just fucking mass-produced slop. It's the fucking $4.99 all-you-can-eat special of, you know, whatever it's trying to do. But people are like, oh yeah, but it's free. It's not. It's free now. And I'm gonna fucking laugh so hard because I know for a fact there are so many like ChatGPT wrapper companies, right, that are just taking ChatGPT or maybe even DeepSeek. They're wrapping it in a website that they've made, you know, using a different AI, and that's their business. And then they're trying to drum up investment from people based on what their business can do. But as soon as these large language models and, you know, all these AIs and stuff, once they've acquired enough information to be semi-self-sustaining, and by that I mean they're able to then generatively iterate on what they've got and then be, you know, clerically reviewed by somebody. They don't need to scrape the internet for real life data anymore. Suddenly they'll stop being free, because the only reason they're free at the moment is because the people that stand to benefit from them or profit from them, they need human beings feeding in these queries. They need human beings feeding in all of these various different things to run them. But as soon as that ceases to be the case, they'll all start charging. And there are, you know, data servers where the AI is free, but the server charge, you know. You can send a query, but, you know, the server usage is charged. And yeah, some kid who started at a company used the company account to query this AI like thousands of times. And it cost them like 60-something grand in their first 5 months. Because they were just asking this AI to do everything. They're like, this is great, it's free, it's doing my job for me, I'm getting paid. They didn't realise that the server it's using is a paid server. The AI is obviously just what it's running, but the server itself, every request gets logged. It's hilarious. Anyway, we have got an ad break coming up, so you pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to take a break yourselves, but I'll be back shortly. Again? It's because it works. But yes, help. Thank you so much for the follow. Help's what I shout when I'm losing in a boss fight in the Souls games. Help. I have stage 3 thyroid cancer, and I appreciate you raising money for keeping people alive like me. It's my pleasure. It's my absolute pleasure. And I hope everything gets better for you. I really hope everything gets better for you. That's why we do it, chat. That's why we do it. There's a fucking shark. Fuck me.
Just what I said.
Fuck me, how do I get out of the water? Fuck me, the shark came out of fucking nowhere on me. Oh my god, the second I touched the water, it was like just there. Fuck's sake.
This was kind of you, mister. Please, take this as my way of thanking you. Appreciate it. What a lousy day.
Oh. Excuse me. Look for increased morale. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it means I can't tank any of that stuff. Sorry, a column, not a row, sorry. I should know that, I work in data. They're now all in the same column, which means I can do a total count on the column for valid versus non-valid to get how many that I've ticked off. Excuse me, mate. I was right in the middle of explaining some spreadsheets. Very exciting, if you could shut the fuck up. Excuse me, before I was rudely interrupted. So yeah, I can count all the ticks that... Oh shit. There's 2 of them. Can they hit each other? Ah. Can it be done, chat? Can it be done? Can it be done? Can it be done, chat? Can it be done? Sit down. Sit down. Well, there you go. It's absolute cinema, dudes. Like, once you're in that flow state, it is absolute cinema.
Ever think the problem might be you, Miranda? You're not capable of real love.
This is how you end.
Fuck. Fuck.
To ensure I never see
I think we fucking did it. Brad, welcome in. Good to see you, dude. Oh, no, no. Fucking hell. I almost fucking let it go there. I stopped paying attention. Never do that. Never do that. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Right, what deliveries have you got? This. But yeah, apologies, chat. It's just, yeah, it's just day in, day out. It's just one software problem after another. Okay, we 5-starred this person as well.
Please accept this as a token of my appreciation.
Cool.
I've decided to further.
now displaying your current order grade.
I've learned so. You're too kind. Indeed, you may be the first person who truly understands what drives me. Perhaps this is the beauty to be found in human connections. Thanks for everything as always, Sam. You're the only one I can count on. Order complete.
The thing is,
Well done.
you 5-star one of the shelters. Like, I'll see you again. It's like, yeah, no, you won't. No, you won't. I'm done. We are done here. I don't mean that in a bad way, but it's just like, yeah. Like, once I've 5-starred a shelter, like, there isn't a hell of a lot of reason to come back. I know that sounds really cold. It's against what the game is about. But yeah, doing deliveries for no reason when you've got other people that need deliveries that you get stars for, it's kind of like, yeah. Anyway, head back to our truck.
Yeah!
Don't forget you can jump off early if needed. Yeah, we could go along the beach here, I suppose. I think we've got to pick something up. What's back here? Excusez-moi. Brent Shinibon, welcome in. Any reason to go back to a shelter for a delivery that you've already 5-star would be just for certain resources they give you. Exactly, yeah. This is it. Too many deliveries. Good afternoon, dude. Good to see you. There's too many deliveries. And yeah, if I've got deliveries that are going to help me build up 5 stars with someone else, then I'm sorry. Those are the priority. Because obviously, you know, some of these deliveries, they are just going to be, you know, just generic, kind of take this to here and everything. It's nice to have those deliveries to do. And obviously, in the post-game, I'm not going to lie, like, I loved the atmosphere in Death Stranding 1 so much that even though I 5-starred a bunch of shelters, there were a few trips I would take, you know, a few walks that I knew were, like, quite nice. So I would genuinely take on orders I didn't need to because I knew the journey would be nice. A nice little wander up to the weatherman, you know, to the weatherman. Was usually quite nice. And then the elder, you know, they were up on like up on a bit of a sort of plateau above the ground. It's crazy. I can remember some of them. I can still remember some of them. All this time later.
Gotcha. We've recovered everything then.
We did all the different deliveries for each location. Yeah. And I think, you know, like, once you get a few of the sort of, you know, the Legend of Legends deliveries that are like way more challenging, you kind of got to use all of the various different mechanics at your disposal. So I did spend a bunch of time building a fucking zipline network that was kind of broken. And yeah, I was able to basically just pick up a delivery and either drive to a zipline point or just zipline from outside the shelter, and then just fucking zoom along in like 2 minutes to like the destination with 0 damage to the cargo. And yeah, I've been thinking about downloading Death Stranding 1 on the PlayStation to log in and to see how the network's doing and see if it needs to be repaired, because I imagine it might need some repairing, because people won't know how good it is unless it's all working. Sarah, welcome in. Is it jam today? Not jam. No jam today. Maybe a little bit of chocolate peanut butter. I got some spreadable chocolate peanut butter. It's kind of like half peanut butter, half Nutella. And I'm gonna have to be careful with it because it's fucking delicious. I'm gonna have to be very careful with it because it is fucking delicious. So I'm only gonna try and put a spoonful on a piece of toast every so often, because I'm certain it's probably not that healthy. Unfortunately, nothing is these days. You're welcome in, it's lovely to see you. But no, I don't even have any jam in the fridge. I should probably get some jam. It is the summer. And I remember quite some time ago when I had a partner and they were trying to learn how to make like a jam, I don't know if the correct name is a jam roly-poly, but you basically create like a cake base, but then you put jam, like strawberry jam on it, and you roll it up.
Okay.
And then you cut it into sections. But we were trying to get the cake mixture right so that when the cake was baked, it came out soft enough to roll up without breaking or tearing, because we couldn't quite get it right. But I think there's a slightly different procedure. You obviously need to build a bit more. I don't know if it's the gluten that makes it stretchy and not oh no! What are you doing? For fuck's sake, hang on. Hang on. That was like literally a minute. That was literally a minute ago because I picked up that piece of cargo. So I think we can get away with that. Yeah, I think we can get away with that. That's pretty good. Favorite jam? I think strawberry, you know, because obviously like orange jam is just marmalade. That's just what we call orange jam, I think. I've never actually checked, but I just have the impression that orange jam is always called marmalade. But I think that strawberry jam, even though it's quite dangerous to make because the sugar stays hot for way longer and it stays way hotter than you'd expect. Sugar can hold heat, so when you're making jam, you have to be super careful, because if it bubbles up and spits on you, it will just continue to burn your skin for like a lot longer than you'd expect. Normally, like water and other things, they burn, but because the burning is heat, so it's just literally giving off heat. So it's sort of, you know, it burns, but obviously it almost, you know, the atmosphere and your body temperature almost completely normalizes it, you know, very quickly. But strawberry jam, when I'm making strawberry jam, if a little spit lands on you, it just fucking, it's like it just melts your fucking skin. It's fucking terrible. Sadly, it's something that people who want to like attack other people, they'll boil up a bunch of water and sugar, and the sugar will make the water boil and, you know, get much hotter. And when they throw it on somebody, it just sticks to their skin, but it maintains its heat, so it stays at a burning temperature for many seconds, whilst also sticking to the skin. So yeah, you got to be careful. What I call prison napalm, because it acts the same. They just get water and sugar and boil it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Things are rough.
Okay.
And the scary thing is, because the prisons are getting so full, they're starting to release people early. But obviously, you know, the prison being full is part of the same problem that the rehabilitation side of things has, where it's difficult to find people homes as it is. You know, once you start releasing prisoners and trying to find them a home, find them a job, you know, help them reintegrate into society. And some people are like, why are we spending money on that? Well, if you don't, they're just going to re-offend, you know. If you don't give them a path, they're going to go back in prison, you know, and then we're back to square one. And you don't understand how much it costs to keep someone in prison, you know, like housing somebody outside of the prison system, you know, You don't understand that having them in prison costs money, you know? Whether you want to admit it or not, having people in prison costs money, and we haven't got enough cells, and there isn't enough money. So getting them back into society with a job and somewhere to live is very important, so it's worth the time and money to get them reintegrated into society. But the scary thing is, you don't reintegrate them, like I say, they just re-offend because they want to go back inside, because they've become institutionalized. They're so used to the way things work that the complete lack of regiment and sort of structure when they become free men, or free people, I should say, the lack of guidance, the lack of structure is really detrimental for them. And I know some people would say we shouldn't feel sorry for prisoners, but, you know, if they've served their time, then, you know, they've served their time. I think if they've taken their punishment, served their punishment, then they're back to square one, you know? But the problem is, the prison system, they put someone inside for a very minor crime, but when they're stuck inside, they're exposed to a much more difficult and, you know, dangerous life inside. And a lot of them will then adjust to that sort of, you know, baseline of like potential violence. So when they're released, they're used to, you know, being on guard all the time, basically, you know, having anxiety all the time. And they're used to physically defending themselves. So that's what they're used to. So sending people to prison for like bullshit minor infractions, and then the prison system hardens them into a criminal. Yeah, it's kind of like, that's not what we should be doing, guys, you know. Correctional facilities, yes, but, you know, when they put kids in prison and then 8 years later they come out as an adult, having lived in prison, they're more dangerous than they ever were as a kid, you know? They're a full-grown man now, and they've been living in a prison, so they're fucking hard as nails, you know? They come out the other side, they're hard as nails. Whisper, welcome in. Good to see you. How's it going? So yeah, it's a sketchy system. But like I say, because there aren't enough cells, they're releasing people early, and, you know, the newspapers were interviewing people. They're like, yeah, I've been let out. You know, I've only served 35%, 40% of my sentence, and they're letting me out because they haven't got enough space. But they haven't got me somewhere to live. They haven't got me a job lined up. I've got nothing. So all I'm going to do is end up doing something to get myself back in prison, so I've got somewhere to live. And it's just sort of like, fuck's sake, dudes, this is so fucking sketchy. Surely we can do better than this. But yeah, people are like, oh, we shouldn't be helping prisoners. It's like, well, if we don't help them, they're just going to remain criminals, you know? It's the thing. You're supposed to rehabilitate people. You don't rehabilitate them, then there's no point having a judiciary service, you know, a judicial structure at all. You know, if you're not going to try and rehabilitate people and reintegrate them into society, what's the point in having laws or anything? Just let the problems take care of itself. But no, you want a system with laws because it protects people, but that also involves reintegration. So if somebody made mistakes in life and ended up in prison, when they come out, you've got to make an effort to reintegrate them into society in a way that allows them to be self-sufficient. Otherwise, they'll continue to be dependent on the state in other ways. It's just that simple. Anyway. Waffle, waffle, waffle.
Hey there. Thanks for coming out to see us. Let's see what the orders have to say. I certainly wasn't expecting this. What a
Now displaying your current order grade.
Yes.
Order completed. Well done.
Well done. Right, next person is over there. And then we've got one for the dowser. And then we're back over here. But we'll be back over here with an empty truck. Oh, hang on, the architect's right there. So if I could get up here, I could deliver to them and then go down to the road. Okay. So up the hill. Onwards and upwards, as they say. But yeah, it's crazy, dudes. It's crazy. We've got a housing crisis on top of the fact that we also just don't have enough prison cells, so people are being let out of prison way earlier than they should be. And you know, if they've genuinely rehabilitated and, you know, they've served, you know, a decent amount of their sentence and they've been rehabilitated and they're assessed and they don't pose a threat to the public, then cool, you know, I suppose it makes sense. But yeah, I do worry that, you know, because we need to free up prison cells to arrest and put more people in jail, we're starting to fast track people's release. And yeah, at what point is it worth sentencing somebody if we're just going to release them early? But then I tend to go off into I tend to drag the conversation into the whole socioeconomic conditions and the fact that the majority of people that, you know, break the law are actually doing it for fairly genuine reasons. And I'm not going to try and justify breaking the law, but, you know, when young people can't find work, and even if they can find work, they can't afford to buy, you know, to live in a flat, they can't afford their rent, they're going to find other ways of making money. And, you know, if without any qualifications, the ways in which they find, you know, income tend to be, you know, on the fringes of what's legal. And that's just unfortunate. But if you create an environment, I went to the right instead of the left. You create an environment where, you know, it's easier to just go and sell drugs than it is to find a meaningful job that pays well. What are they going to do? You know, I'm not justifying it, but I can see how and why the situation continues to happen. And nobody wants to point the finger at society, because a certain degree of pointing the finger at society is pointing the finger at yourself, you know? Society is the sum of all of us. Society is us, you know? And if we don't look at the way society works and acknowledge the fact that there are certain things and ways society works that ostracizes certain demographics, then we're going to keep getting people that don't integrate with society in a way that we deem fit. And we're just going to be spending so much time and money trying to catch and regulate all these people that at the end of the day, you know, they're not all driving around in Mercedes-Benzes with fucking Gucci shoes on. A lot of them are just helping their mum pay the rent because their mum's worked their entire life, had a couple of kids, and then post-pregnancy has been unable to keep up with the level of automation in most employment these days, and has therefore been unable to hold down a job, but still needs to have a flat to live in to raise the kids, you know, and the kids still need somewhere to live. And we can't keep leaving all of these people to just, you know, fend for themselves and then wonder why they find ways to make money that may not necessarily be legal. Because the bottom line is, you know, like in places where they've legalized drugs to a certain degree, they've actually been able to regulate them. And because they're able to regulate them, they have less of a negative effect on society. And decriminalizing them allows industries to spring up to supply those markets. And it's crazy. In parts of, you know, America and Canada, the states where they've legalized it, and there are dispensaries where you can go and buy weed. And bear in mind, weed is just one of the drugs. Weed is just one of the drugs. But just weed alone, since they've legalized it, the tax revenue from all of the sales of legal weed from dispensaries means that they are now currently overfunded in every publicly funded venture is now overfunded because they have enough tax revenue from the sheer amount of sales of weed from legalized dispensaries. So it just goes to show you that, you know, you could incorporate the sale of drugs into capitalism, and the tax that's involved would then therefore help, you know, not only create, you know, more funding for various different, you know, local indemnities, but also the money that you raise in tax from selling weed could help fund programs to help people break addictions that are causing them trouble in their day-to-day lives, you know? So not only are you helping people that are going to smoke weed anyway get weed legally, you can tax them, and then all the people that are addicted to fentanyl in the US would have some funding to help them get off of fentanyl.
Thanks again. I appreciate it.
But the crazy thing is, do you want to know what the really crazy thing is? When a state tries to vote on making drugs legal, it's not the snooty businessmen and the boomers that vote against it, it's the drug dealers. not the drug dealers you see on the street, but the people that sell the drugs to the dealers, the suppliers, because that's their market. If they legalized it, suddenly their market goes away. So they vote against it, which is crazy. Because, yeah, they risk, incarceration on a regular basis as per their, business model. But they don't want it to stop. That's a risk they're willing to take because it allows them to charge for the privilege. So, yeah, it's crazy how that industry, the drug dealers, rather than going legit, they want to remain illegitimate because it means they can maintain the pricing structure they've currently got established. Because the pricing structure is supposed to accommodate the risk involved with selling something legal, which is a really interesting kind of anti-capitalist kind of demographical kind of argument that, a group of people that sell drugs illegally, rather than the prospect of going straight and earning a legitimate living, but paying tax, they'd rather remain illegal, which is, hilarious. The hilarious outcome. But anyway, we're not here to set the world's rights. We're not here to set the world straight. We're here to play video games, but yes. But yeah, it was bonkers. It was bonkers when I read about how many drug dealers voted against the legalization of marijuana, because they know that obviously after marijuana, the other drugs are the ones that they make the most money from. They'd be next to to be legalized. And but yeah, it's they try, and the thing is, in America with prohibition, they tried it. They tried prohibition. They tried to ban alcohol. It didn't work. All it does is just drive it underground. And it's the same with abortions. Countries and states in America where they try and ban abortion. It's like, you don't realize you're not going to stop women seeking abortion. You're not going to stop it. It's a requirement. It's not a fucking nice to have. It's not an indemnity. It's not a service that people would like to have. It's a requirement. In today's day and age. So I'm sorry, but if you make it illegal, they're just going to find an alternative method. And the alternative method won't be as safe. It won't be regulated. And it creates a multitude of other adjacent issues. So yeah, the bottom line is it's their body, and they can do whatever they want with it because it's their body. So leave them the hell alone. Krill, welcome in. I was saying about an alcohol in that from 1915 to 1980. That's quite a long time. Yeah, that is quite a long time. Quite a long time. I mean, were people still drinking behind? This is the thing. If people are still drinking behind closed doors, it's kind of like there was a ban, but nobody was fucking regulating it or whatever. What does this mine the survivors can produce? I don't know if I've actually put the resins in to start it up. So some people have contributed some special alloys, but I don't actually know what it produces. But I mean, we could take out all the brigands or mules or whatever you want to call them. We could get it going because it's only 720 special alloys, so we should be able to get that going. Probably made moonshine game. No, the thing is, when we go into combat, I don't think there's an audio option. When you go into combat, the volume turns itself up to try and make you a bit more, But yeah. Trying to dialogue audio off. Sound output optimization. But no, unfortunately, just the game just gets super loud when you're in combat. So yeah, I apologize. Yeah, no, the thing is, so it should be the sound, only a few sounds should be turned up to make the combat, sound more sort of, urgent. But I think it just cranks the entire game volume up. And obviously it makes it feel more intense, so it's an art direction choice, so I kind of respect it. But unfortunately, on stream, it means that suddenly my audio balance that I spent so much time working on ceases to be quite as good, so I apologize. But yeah, now it's fine. Now the game is literally just about hitting -20 and my voice is hitting -15, so we're back to being balanced again. And it's something that keeps happening. So one thing I'm thinking of is I might double check how my compressor filter for my microphone works because it means that my voice always lands, whether I'm loud or quiet, it always pulls my voice with the compressor filter. It always pulls my voice into the right sort of volume. So I might do that with the games as well. I might take all my game capture audio, all my audio capture for games and stuff, and just do a compressor to make sure that always sits. But in doing so, you guys would lose that difference in volume when something happens, which I feel like it might lessen the experience for you guys. So I don't... It's inconvenient when games change volume for no damn reason, and some games do. I mean, Claire Obscure, the game is fundamentally brilliant, but the audio, the levels of the audio, they're all over the place. Some things are so loud and other things are so quiet. But yeah, I might have to get, you know, I might have to put all of the audio captures into a folder, and then that folder will be filtered to have a compressor, and that compressor will then make all the audio from the PC games, from the PlayStation games, from everything else. It'll make it all the same level roughly, but obviously the thing about this game and other games is when the volume is supposed to build up slowly or supposed to fade away slowly, it would take that away from you guys. I would still hear it on the TV because it's in the same room as me, but OBS would then alter it, and it would kind of, it would remove that effect. And if the director of the game intended that effect to be, you know, noticed, I feel like I'd be robbing you guys of it a little bit. So yes, it's only when I get into combat, and I try and avoid combat when possible, so I think we're okay. Car goes slow too if you're in an enemy camp, it's annoying. Oh, does it slow the car down as well? Again, to try and get you into trouble, to make that combat a bit more intense. Yeah.
How did you manage to get in here? Not even a single scratch.
Not even a single scratch. Q. Thank you. That was it. We only got this tiny little bit of a star. Okay. If you say so, game. If you say so.
Always glad for the help. Don't be a stranger.
Order completed. Well done.
Well done. Right. I think we're okay. Yeah, we're going there anyway. So that's just a quick fetch job. We can do that another time. Do this one. We are going to see the dowser anyway. So yeah, let's put that in there. Cool. We've got 30. These are 80 and 100. 60 or 40, almost. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
But yes, one thing to bear in mind is Hideo Kojima will do all kinds of subtle things, and whereas, you know, other game developers, you know, primarily in the AAA space, they focus on like one or two things to like do all the heavy lifting in terms of the atmosphere and, you know, everything else. Whereas, you know, someone like Hideo Kojima is, you know, they're going to do lots and lots of things very subtly, but the culmination, the sum of their parts, will make the difference. And I think it's a bit of a lost art. Poondog, welcome in, dude. How's it going? A little bit of a lost art, where you've got like, you know, one or two things, be it the music or the character's voice actor or, you know, the level design, and that's supposed to carry all of the atmosphere and all of the, you know, all of the experience of the player. And it means that you've kind of put all your eggs in one basket. You've created a single point of failure, right? You've created a failure point where if people don't really appreciate the level design that you've chosen, and the game suddenly just doesn't hit as hard. Whereas Kojima includes so many little details that you're bound to find at least a handful that you really appreciate, and therefore his games mean a lot to lots of different people. Even if a bunch of people on the internet are like, oh, it's just a walking simulator. So, you know, Call of Duty is just a fucking military simulator, you know? FIFA's just a football simulator, you know? I can be reductionist about your favourite game as well. Doesn't mean anything, does it? You're still going to play that game, aren't you? That's what I thought. Okay. How about you? But yeah, it's hilarious though, because yeah, everyone's like, oh, it's a walking simulator, and then they see footage of one of the action sequences. They're like, that's a bit crazy. I'm like, it's like pure cinema. You don't understand. It's like pure fucking cinema. And you know,
Okay.
Death Stranding 1, everyone was like, you just walk from one place to the other, and I was like, yeah, but I tell you what, the atmosphere is unmatched. It's just unmatched. When the music fades in, and it's been so heartwarming watching creators like going back to try out Death Stranding and falling in love with it. Like the low roar just fades in at just the right time. They're like, oh wow, and they're walking and the music's playing and they're like, oh, this is actually a vibe. And I'm like, oh man, it's so cathartic to watch, because I played Death Stranding on release and I absolutely loved it, but so many people dragged it, and seeing people like give it a second chance, not the ones that dragged it, they can get fucked, but the creators that I sort of, you know, I like to watch, they're going in there, diving in to give it a chance, even though they may have, you know, not really thought about it before, and watching people fall in love with it and like the cinema and everything. Yeah, it's been so fucking heartwarming for me. I love it. Love watching people like find games and like fall in love with them. I love it when it happens with Bloodborne, love it when it happens with Dark Souls 3, I love it when it happens with Metal Gear Solid, love it when it happens with Death Stranding, love it when it happens with Cyberpunk, love it when it happens with Disco Elysium. I watch people go through that process of slowly but surely realizing how amazing a game is, how much of a breath of fresh air it is compared to all the AAA stuff that's just high scores and DLCs and microtransactions and just constant stimulation. You know, just games these days, because of the TikTok generation, they're just constantly jingling their keys in your face, and you're like,
Okay.
just leave me alone, just let me play the video game, stop fucking shoving numbers and pop-ups and notifications in my face. I don't need it. I just want to just play a video game, you know? And the slightest moment of like calm and silence, and the game gets scared and starts shoving like just anecdotal manufactured gameplay in your face. An NPC just happens to jump out from behind a tree or something, because they just won't leave you alone. They're afraid that you'll lose focus. And then Kojima, out of nowhere with Death Stranding 1, was like, I'm gonna let the player be unpestered and unbothered for like 17 minutes while they walk from one shelter to the other. I might occasionally, very slowly, fade in some music, but other than that, they're just gonna walk without any interruption. And everyone must have been like, you're fucking insane, dude. There's no gameplay. No one's gonna fucking buy into that. And yeah, I remember walking to the first delivery and I was like, that was actually quite a nice walk, you know? I haven't been hiking in a while. Maybe I should go hiking more often. And then within like 12, 15 hours, I was like starting to learn the lay of the land, and I was like, this is so peaceful, you know? There's no strenuous, arduous kind of like, you know, task being shoved in my face. It's just allowing me to just slowly but surely go about my business as a delivery driver. And it was cathartic. It was so peaceful. And I just ended up loving it so much. Anyway. How has your day been, Crumbs? Yeah, as Mondays go, it's been pretty good. Managed to get some stuff done. Spoke to somebody about a task I needed them to do. That got done. So I've got to check the system has updated and done. Their action has been like, you know, obviously we can commit an action to the system, but overnight everything gets processed. Because during the day we're processing data for clients and everything. So overnight is when it's quietest. So I have to wait until tomorrow. But yes, the cinema Stranding. No, sounds like a result. No, not like GTR cars randomly exploding. Well, no, see, the thing is, with Grand Theft Auto, in a city environment, I can understand why the game is shoving, you know, stuff in your face, because cities are very full on, right? So it makes sense in GTA that stuff is always happening because it's a city, you know, cities are like that. The only problem I had was in Red Dead Redemption 2, that map, that environment and that atmosphere in Red Dead Redemption 2 is so exquisitely beautiful and so nice to just move through. But there's always a bandit, there's always a carriage to rob, there's always a blind beggar, there's always an animal or something. There has to be something happening to the player every 2 to 3 minutes, and it just never allows you to fully sink in to the notion that you're riding your horse down this dirt track from one town to the next in the Wild West, just enjoying the outdoors. And I felt like it was such a shame because there were moments where I felt myself like just plodding along, and I just sort of felt like, oh, this is a really nice little journey. I know where I'm going. I know that I need to turn right where that weird shaped tree is. Then I go past that little homestead with the little cattle ranch. Then I go over that hill. There's a break in the fucking rock face, and I can get my horse up there. And then there's a nice plateau that I go across where there's a nice view, because when I start, we go down across a river and then back up a little bit. And I knew where I was going, but the game just wouldn't leave me alone. It just wouldn't let me enjoy that journey. And I was like, man. And I've got it on PC, and I want to see if there's a mod that gives you control of some of this stuff so I can turn it off. Because, yeah, I don't need that sort of repetitive, manufactured kind of anecdotal gameplay that's there to punctuate the empty space in between one town and the next. Because I don't need a game to be like, ooh, jingling its keys in my face all the time. I like when games have the bravery to just let the atmosphere do the talking. And Death Stranding is just so that. It's just so much of that. The game is such a beautifully atmospheric experience, and I fucking loved it. But yeah. Can we make watchers capture us to trigger a boss fight like the Gazers? I think you could deliberately get spotted by a... but I think you can piss, you can urinate on the catcher, because the watcher sees you, the gazer sees you, or the watcher sees you, and then the catcher will come out of the tar on the ground to try and grab you in this one. But I've seen someone just standing there pissing on it, and it's like, ugh! So I might try and give that a try at some point, just for the clip, because it looks hilarious. Should be a Western game, but more like a Western life. Because this is the thing. Also, USC, of course, so random people come like, hey, damn you. But yeah, in a city environment, it makes sense. But yeah, in Red Dead 2, I feel like there were moments where I was just so happy to just be mooching through the environment. But then something came along and shattered the immersion for me, and it's just, after a while, it's just, I know there's a blind beggar, I know you can point your gun at him and he won't react because he's genuinely blind. I get it. But he wouldn't be in the middle of fucking nowhere. He just wouldn't be in the middle of fucking nowhere. They just wouldn't be there. And yeah, and the other thing that kind of fucking got under my skin a little bit, and I shouldn't say fucking, the other thing that kind of irked me a little bit was right after a shootout. It's a fucking shootout. I should have got that clip from the legend. Anyway, sorry, I'm digressing. So after a big old fucking shootout, right? A big old, like 10, 15 people are dead now, right? I want to go from corpse to corpse and I want to loot, all right? After my shooting sequence, after my shooting action sequence, I want to loot up, all right? That's how video games are in my mind. You're the big gunfight, and then afterwards you get a nice slow section where you just go around and methodically just loot all the stuff. And then you use that stuff to make your character better off for the next gunfight. But I swear to God, in the middle of you could be in the middle of buttfuck nowhere in that map. And there are a lot of buttfuck nowheres in that. It's a big map. You could be in the middle of fucking nowhere in Red Dead Redemption 2. There is a gunfight. And the law is there. They are just there immediately. So you have to quickly grab a couple of bits and then you have to run away. And it's just like, oh man, it's really annoying. So I almost feel like when I'm shooting a bunch of people in Red Dead 2, if there's one guy like perched up in a window and he's only sticking his head out and taking pot shots at me every so often, I don't kill him. I leave him alive, I loot everybody, and then I kill him, and I ignore his loot and I leave. Because otherwise the law gets you. Because a police chase, the law chasing you on horseback is part of like the gameplay loop that's supposed to happen. But I just feel like they come out of nowhere. And like, I did a high honor playthrough, but if you were doing a low honor playthrough and you shot someone, there's always a witness. You would be in the middle of nowhere. It could be like fucking 2 a.m. You're out in the middle of the desert. There's literally not a living soul for 1,000 miles, 100 miles. And somebody tries to shoot you, so you shoot them back. It's like, ka-ching! There's a witness. They're running to the police to report it. And I'm like, all right, let them go. They're going to have to run for about fucking, 2 hours because we're in the middle of nowhere. But no, they've notified the law. The law is on its way. So, and they always know what your face looks like. Yeah, it's just, I get it. But yeah, it didn't half like sort of spoil the atmosphere and the sort of vibe a little bit. Because people are always like, oh yeah, it's a cowboy game. It's a different pace of life. because everything's done painfully slow. Everything is painfully slow, right? And they were like, oh, but it's the 1800s. It's a slower pace of life. But then there's always something happening. So it's not a slower pace of life. It's actually in direct contradiction to that logic, that it's supposed to be a slow-paced game, because the gameplay comes out of nowhere on you all the time. So, and the thing, don't get me wrong, Red Dead Redemption 2 is arguably one of the best pieces of fiction I think I've ever experienced in my life. I think Red Dead Redemption 2 takes everything that was amazing about the spaghetti western era and everything that's amazing about Rockstar games and just combines it in this holy matrimony that's just absolutely staggeringly brilliant. It's not perfect. I'm not going to, I'm not going to sit here and not talk about the things that I didn't think were, didn't think were very good, because I'm not that kind of person, I'm not going to be arse-licking developers because I want to get sponsored. I'm going to be honest about it. But yeah, I think that you could take away some of that stuff that I've mentioned and the game would be even better. It's brilliant as it is, but I feel like with a couple of changes it could have been, one of the best experiences of my life. It's just so fucking good. But then, Death Stranding came along and I played Death Stranding and I was like, holy fuck, I played Death Stranding first. And I think maybe that's why. Maybe if I hadn't played Death Stranding first, and I hadn't felt what it was like to experience just a genuine sort of slow burn kind of, atmospheric story, maybe I wouldn't have wanted Red Dead Redemption 2 to be anything else. But that's not how it went down, I'm afraid. Death Stranding and Red Dead have the same landscape, beauty, and in games and soundtrack. Yeah, I think they're comparable. I mean, obviously, Red Dead Redemption, it's set in a time period that's very, very different. So I think that it does limit what can be done music-wise. I think the music in Red Dead Redemption 2 is heartbreakingly beautiful, and it's used incredibly well. Much like Death Stranding 1, the music was, incredibly, heart-wrenchingly beautiful, and it was used in such a perfect way. You crest a hill and you see your destination in the distance, and low roar slowly fades in, and it's just like, oh, the atmosphere just fucking washes over you. And yeah, it was just so magical. And yeah, the thing is, the game knew it was cooking. Kojima and everyone, they knew that atmosphere was cooking, so they just let you marinate in it. They just leave you to just soak it in, and there's a bravery in that I respect so much. Be a Western game, like Western life. The Watcher killed me and it turned into a void out, so maybe I did something wrong. Yeah, because the thing is, the game hasn't... Because in the cutscene, Higgs was like, I see you've traded that rope for a stick, because in the first game they were, talking about how they were willing to use death and they were willing to kill people, whereas the first game was very much against killing people. But in this game, it seems to be super laid back about it. It seems to be sort of like they don't really mind if you go around shooting people and doing everything else. And when I've tried to sneak, it's kind of been a little bit obtuse about me sneaking, and it can be done. It can be achieved, but it's pretty clear that the game isn't really focused on it. So it's kind of strange how there's been a bit of a 180, rather than, because we've got Dullman now, right? So I would expect Dullman to be like saying, oh, Sam, you shouldn't be killing people. You know what happens with corpses, you shouldn't be killing people. But yeah, it just doesn't seem to... The game doesn't seem to be as careful about it. But maybe more of that will be revealed in due time.
That's the way.
But yes, this cargo grabbing thing is the best invention in the entire game so far. It is so damn good. Typical Rockstar, the cops are like superiors. Wonder if Ted Bundy had the same problem. Bump into someone because then the police are called. And this is the other thing as well, is one thing that Rockstar games do, and like I say, in GTA, in the city environment, yes, people would bump into you. People would be not looking where they're going, they'd bump into you, they'd say something, and it's part of the city, world building. But yeah, in Red Dead, I swear to God, an NPC will walk directly into you and be like, hey, partner, watch where you're going. It's like, what the fuck do you mean, watch where? I watched you walk into me. I'm watching you do it. And I saw somebody riding, because there's 2 tracks for the carriage. Cartel Gaming, welcome in. There's 2 like dirt tracks from the wagon wheels, right? And I was riding my horse in one set of tracks, right, on one side of the tracks. And there was a NPC riding a horse the other way, and they crossed over to be on the same track as me. So I crossed over to the other track. It doesn't like magnetize each other or anything. So I just moved over, and they fucking changed back, because the game is trying to force you into this kind of, into these gameplay sort of situations. And yeah, the first few times it's not too bad. You're like, oh, okay, that's kind of weird and annoying. But because the game is so massive, you spend such a long time with that game. And that's not a bad thing. It's a beautiful game. And I wish it could have lasted longer, I promise you. But that stuff gets real repetitive and real tedious. And I think that I can see the design philosophy behind it, that they didn't want players to feel bored and feel like the world was empty. But yeah, it gets really tedious, because you're kind of constantly dodging these NPC characters. So rather than the NPCs kind of being the background that, you know, helps, you know, the environmental storytelling convince you you're in 1890, whatever it is, they become this kind of slalom challenge. And because you're constantly trying to avoid the NPCs, you're not paying as much attention to the environment, which is really beautiful. The environment in Red Dead Redemption 2, even not even like just the outdoorsy sort of, you know, outback kind of stuff. The towns and everything, they're so beautifully modeled and so beautifully designed, you know? So, but you can't fully appreciate how amazing and how period correct and wonderful they are, because you're constantly looking at these NPCs that are being spawned in specifically to walk into you. And it's like, okay then, Rockstar. But, you know, they've sold a lot more video games than I have. You know, I've never even sold a video in my life, never even made one. So what do I know, you know? I'm just another fucking talking head on the internet complaining about something. Makes me want to go to Iceland and agree. Yes, no, when I see people hiking in the areas that were clearly the inspiration for Death Stranding 1, oh man, going on the bucket list. It's going on the bucket list. Right, I hope it was only 4 items. Hope. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, that's one of the things I really truly appreciate about Death Stranding. Is that it just lets you, just, and the thing is, you don't need to spawn in these anecdotal kind of manufactured chunks of gameplay to shove in the player's face. When the environment is the gameplay, when you're traversing terrain and figuring out where to put ladders and bridges and stuff like that, that's the gameplay. So the journey is the gameplay, and as a result, the player can be left alone to just play the game and enjoy the process of getting from A to B and taking on the challenges they meet along the way, without anything being, you know, shoved in the player's face to generate some anecdotal gameplay. Maybe submit to my resume to the local post office. I had virtual training. Well, yeah, this is kind of the thing, you know. When you hear about the Bokers, I think they're called Bokkers or Bokers. They're the porters that would literally take items to like remote villages. They would hike up with these giant backpacks, and they're the primary kind of inspiration for the game. They really exist, and I was like, damn, you know, with some headphones, you know, I could just be, you know, walking up and down a hill all day, and I'd be in great shape, you know. I'd be in great shape. So I need to eliminate all the floating BTs. So we could do that. We could do that. But I will need a weapon to do it with. And I think, well, this thing's got a lot of bullets, hasn't it? So I think this should do it. This should do it. If not, the assault rifle did it before. Take one of them as well.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Death Stranding 1. Bokker is called. Bokker, that's the one. That's the boy. Yeah, basically Sherpas, yeah. But yeah, it's classic Kojima. You find out that the motivations behind some of the stuff it's so wholesome and genuine. And you know what? Like, they're obviously on a bit of a world tour, because that's how Kojima does things, right? They're going on a world tour. They're doing like a musical event where they're attending, and they're doing sort of, you know, on-stage interviews with people, and people keep coming out of the woodwork to be part of the on-stage interview, because they're doing, you know, they're doing like a film. They're doing like a press tour. You know, they're going around and doing interviews, talking about the game and stuff, like they would do with a film, because as we all know, Kojima wants to make films, not games, but they keep making games, you know. But long may they continue to make games, because their games are so brilliant. But on their Instagram, which I do follow because I am a shameless fanboy, they're always wandering around taking pictures of environments and stuff, and you just think to yourself, like, oh, are they scouting for the next game? And do you know what's really crazy, right? As like a lifelong Hideo Kojima fan, I live in Eastbourne, which is on the south coast of the UK, and it's just about 45 minutes to an hour down the coast from Brighton, which is the nearest major city. And I was working in Brighton, and somebody sent me a link to Hideo Kojima's post, and they were taking pictures of the cliffs in Eastbourne, where I live. And I was like, holy fuck. Hideo Kojima is wandering around the Seven Sisters, which is just over the hill from where I live, taking pictures. If we get like a South UK coast, a South UK coast environment in a Death Stranding game or a Metal Gear Solid game, I'm going to be having kittens. I'm going to lose my mind. Oh. So you got to get them to go together to save ammo. Excuse me, fun fact, Crumbs, today is 5 years ago Death Stranding 1 released on PC. Really? 5 years to the day? Very interesting. I believe people was like that. 1999 is the year. Iceland is a really nice country. Yeah, it looks beautiful. I would have thought Claire Obscure would have been the best piece of fiction you've ever consumed. No. I think Claire Obscure was brilliant in many ways, but the production value and the cinematic qualities were brilliant. But Red Dead Redemption is like one of the best Western films I've ever played, and I think that the story is arguably better in Red Dead Redemption 2. The story in Expedition is fucking outstanding, of course. And the characters are all amazing and everything, but you know, Rockstar really cooked a cinematic masterpiece with Red Dead 2. And yeah, I don't know how many awards it's won, but yeah, it's arguably one of the best pieces of fiction a video game has ever presented. Apologies though, chat. We do have an ad break coming up, so I need to pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows over on the BRB screen, so if you want to follow without any alerts going off, please feel free. The bottle says so once we're over there. We don't call them out on the BRB screen. We still appreciate them, of course. We don't call them out. If you want to lurk and follow in secret, that's perfectly valid. But yes, I'll be back shortly. Don't worry, you're not going to miss anything, because I'm going to take a break as well. Yes. But no, I think Claire Obscure was amazing because it came from such a small studio, but Rockstar, you know, it's Oscar worthy, you know. Some of the voice lines in that game cut through me. But yes, I'll be back shortly.
Come to this. Ah, Jesus.
Fuck me, dude. Fucking hell.
Just a flesh wound.
Maybe it's me just breaking games. Binnies. They will do them. But then they get a little bit confused afterwards. The thing is, like, the level design is kind of cool. Ah! Okay, that works for them as well. Did you just see that? 3 hits just went straight through him. Nothing but air. Ridiculous. Right. Yeah, I don't remember his legs being quite so thin. So, kind of. Oh, you can stab from down there, can you? Oh. See you later, bozo. See you later. Oh my god, please. Please. Oh my god, he's gonna do that. He's gonna do that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Please, 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 please. No! Oh my god, Elden Ring, make up your mind. Make up your mind, Elden Ring. Twice that worked in that attempt. And then when you need it, that was it. All I had to do was wait for him to finish, and that would have been it.
Amazing camera, and then he went and got like this crazy expensive camera, I can't even remember when it was, and had a built-in ring light, and it never focused because his room was so dark.
Yeah, exactly.
And I just thought, like, what have you done? Like, and then he quit streaming probably about 3 months in and never streamed again. And I'm just like, you just bought this insanely expensive camera without doing your lighting setup, and it's just like, you've wasted your time and money.
Fuck me, Sumerian Descendant is fucking so hard. They're so brutal. Right, so this is just scuffed as fuck. And he's just going to turn around at some point. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. And oh, have we got a followage? A quick look. 2 years, 2 months, 3 days, and 23 hours. So almost 4 days. But yeah, over 2 years, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you for the long-term support. Much appreciated. Oh, now I'm going to go back and check what Stabby's is. I've got the bot ignored on my chat client thing. 2 years again. Lovely stuff. Oh, no, excuse me. Wrong button. Wrong button. Wrong button. Excuse me. Shouldn't touch things when I'm live. There we go. But yeah, a bunch of you guys have been here for quite a while. And you have my deepest thanks and appreciation. Are there more? Oh.
Getting harder to move. Yep.
Oof.
Yep, I'm sinking.
Is that it? Redeploy enemies. Okay, there's one at the very beginning. Cool. Okay. That's all of them. I think I've got to go to the Inventor and then on to West Fort Knott, I think. Let's say deepest condolences. Yeah, my condolences to you all. Red Dead Redemption 2 won 175 awards. Yeah, it doesn't fucking surprise me, dude. Doesn't surprise me in the slightest. That game is, for all intents and purposes, a complete work of art. And whilst Expedition 33 was also a work of art, it's a work of art in the sense that it's rough around the edges and it has flaws, but it's brilliant. Red Dead Redemption 2 is, you know, the work of an artist that spent their life honing a craft to make art that is arguably perfect, almost as close to perfect as you can get without, you know, without it being completely manufactured. I think that The only things that I didn't really like about it were conscious design choices that are designed to suit a certain kind of player that I'm not. So whilst there's still things that I didn't appreciate, I can understand their implementation in the game. I just wish they didn't. You know, I feel like that game would have been, you know, probably one of the only 12 out of 10s I've ever given something, you know, because there have been a few 10 out of 10s and a fewer 11 out of 10s, but still waiting for that one game that's just, not only is it perfect, it's designed for someone like me. And I feel like Death Stranding was almost an 11 out of 10. I think it was a 10 out of 10. But obviously, nothing's perfect. But it's saying that, I don't know. I feel as if it was actually probably an 11 out of 10 for me. I feel like it was exactly what I needed from a AAA game. You know, I didn't need another game with a bunch of predictable, you know, easily digestible, you know, mass appeal focused protagonists and a bunch of busy, you know, collect X of Y and take it to Z kind of fetch questy stuff. I didn't need any of that. And, you know, obviously, you know, this game is about delivery, so you are literally taking X of Y to be, you know, X of Y to C, take A of B to C, and, you know, get points. You know, that's literally what you're doing. But the way in which you do it and the way in which it gets done, just, yeah, way more compelling. They took a very simple premise and evolved it enough to make it have the mechanical nuance required to be compelling for a good 50 to 60 hours. And then I platinumed it over the next 30 or 40 after finishing it, so yeah. I like a game. Welcome in, Dennis. Good to see you. Okay, Babe, welcome in. See, I need to repair my vehicle.
As good as new to me.
So, not much. We're just talking about Red Dead Redemption 2 game design, Death Stranding 1.
Still out working hard after dark, I see. Appreciate
Just having a good old time.
One moment while it...
Hey.
No objections to that performance.
1% damage, okay.
Been missing for a while now. You did
Daryl?
tracking it down.
Well, Norman Reedus. Nearly there.
Apologies for making your come visit so late.
Order completed. Well done.
Right, so what have we actually got in our truck right now? Did you read about how many are Red Dead before the ad started? Yes, 175. Yeah, fucking bonkers. Absolutely bonkers amount of awards. That's like all, yeah. Just how many awards are there, you know? But no, this is the thing. It's, you know, Expedition 33. I think obviously there's a degree of polish that you can't get with a studio that size, so it's not fair to expect it. 33 people. Yes, they outsourced, so on and so forth, but still, 33 core staff. There's a degree of, you know, playtesting and, you know, polish that you can't expect, you know. But all the things that you did get were significantly above the standard of a game that you expect from a studio that size. It's bonkers to me how good that game is. Like, it's brilliant, but not only is it brilliant, it was also made by only 30 odd people, you know, 50-ish. And yeah, it's so gameplay focused. It's so focused on the player experience, and it's so well written, voice acted, designed. You know, there's so many, you know, strong qualities that you can tell that's the people that made it were just, you know, undyingly passionate about it. And as a result, yeah, you can feel it. You can feel that passion in the game. I think that's one of the main things about it, is that you can tell it was made with love. And you can tell it was made with respect. You know, you can tell it was made by people that really believed in the game and in the mechanics and in the story and in the characters. They really believed in it. And they weren't just doing it for a paycheck. They were doing it because that's what they wanted to do. And it shines through. It really does shine through. I think with AAA studios becoming so formulaic and repetitive and so kind of so profit driven and so creatively bankrupt, a game like Expedition 33 that, you know, doubles down on all of those qualities that make a game feel amazing to the player, rather than just focusing on what has the most appeal and what's going to create the most shareholder value, just goes to show you why that game is so brilliant. It's 2D Satisfactory, and it's based on Factorio, and it's still something that's to its own. So yeah, I was watching a TikTok about a couple, and they were talking about how, I think it was Factorio, or maybe it was Satisfactory, but I think it was probably Factorio. But there's one of these factory games where your helicopter crash lands and you have to build all this stuff to, you know, harvest and survive. And his girlfriend said, surely with all this building capability, you're able to just fix the helicopter and leave. And the guy was like, yeah, you're probably right. You're probably realizing they've sunk hours and hours and hours, hundreds of hours into a game where the premise is fundamentally flawed. Spaceship crash, yes. You could just fix your spaceship and leave. And I love that third-party objective view of things. I love when somebody who's not deeply entrenched in something can see a glaring flaw from the outside that the people that are, like, you know, lost in the source just can't see. They can't see the forest for the trees. I love shit like that. Main games, who do it the fastest is like 400, 500 hours. The DLC is like 1,000. Fucking hell. No, I'm good, thanks. I'm good. I think a video game around about 100 hours is nice, but not necessary. I think 60 is good. 100 is really nice. 110, 120 is almost too long. And then after that, it just feels like padding. I don't mean to be rude, but yeah, okay. You know, when a game advertises that it's like, you know, I'm not saying that Factorio does this, but in the past, when games have like advertised and kind of marketed on the basis that their game is going to last a certain amount of time, it does make me question about, you know, how much of that focus was then, you know, allowed to compromise the development of the game by, you know, constantly shoehorning in these padding sections to make up that promise, you know, to get up to that standard that they promised. Because yeah, I think that the length of a game shouldn't be quite so regimented by the industry standard. I think that a good game can be a great game as long as it needs to be a great game, then it can bow out gracefully without overstaying its welcome. I think there's definitely some credence in that. I feel as if, yeah, you don't need a game to last 60 hours if there's only 40 hours worth of content, you know? Because you can feel it, you know? You get those lows where it's just, you're just fucking ticking boxes, you know? You're not playing a video game anymore, but because you're ticking boxes in between the start of the game and the finish of the game that you want to see, you kind of have to do it. And I think that giving the player a 35 to 40 hour, 50 hour, like really well scripted and structured story with 20 to 30 hours of extra gameplay that's optional for those people that want it might be a better structure, I think. This whole kind of make the story last 60 hours by any means possible because that's what people expect. It's kind of a cop-out and a bit of an excuse. I think that if you haven't got a 60-hour game, you shouldn't really be selling one. Because there are means and ways. And do you know what? I will contradict myself slightly, however. Resident Evil Village, because it was being developed during lockdown, I feel as if certain sections of the game never got fleshed out and they didn't get that kind of, you know, small acceptable amount of padding that you do get in a video game just to space things out. And as a result, the pacing for Resident Evil Village, Resident Evil 8. Sorry, the pacing felt crazy. The first section, Castle Dimitrescu. Sorry, not Beneviento. House Beneviento is the middle section. But yeah, so Castle Dimitrescu and the factory felt fairly well fleshed out, proper chunks of game. But House Beneviento and the swamp both felt really sort of undercooked. And what was there was good, but I think they could have elaborated on it a bit. And I think that's where a game did lack some padding, which was the opposite problem, where the game almost sort of floats by really quickly without you really getting hold of it. So I don't think padding is a bad thing all the time, but I think that, you know, some AAA publishers create, you know, expectations that then force developers into using more padding than they'd really like. To think like 8 steps ahead. It's insanely good at making you forget about time. The first time I played it, I was frustrated as fuck. All of a sudden 18 hours ago. The thing is, I get that with Death Stranding. Do you know what, dude? On Saturday's stream, I went for 11 hours, which I've been trying to tell myself that, you know, the energy usually dies off, and that's not you guys, it's just, you know, just how streams are. After, you know, 6 hours, most people are fed up of watching me, and that's fair enough. But I get into a groove, and I'm sort of, you know, assigning myself little tasks to do and then achieving them, and I'm just in the groove. I'm in the groove. And I remember I was taking a break and I looked and I was like, it's 5 o'clock. It feels like 2 hours has gone by, but it's 5 o'clock. So I've been streaming for about 4.5, 5 hours, and I still feel like I'm good to go. And I did. You know, I went for 11 hours on Saturday. But yeah, it's kind of wild to me how, like I say, once I'm live and I'm not worried about anything else, I'm just streaming and chatting to you guys, I'm fucking good to go. This is my happy place. And the game is, you know, despite, you know, the feeling that it isn't hitting quite as hard as the first one, I wouldn't play it for 11 hours straight. If I wasn't, you know, I wouldn't play it for, yeah, it was about 11 o'clock when I wrapped up, so about 11 and a half, 10 hours. I wouldn't play it for 11 and a half, 10 hours straight without taking a break if I wasn't really, really enamored with it. So, you know, although there's a few things that feel a bit different, and I feel like it isn't hitting quite as hard as the first one. Maybe that's just because sequels, you know, unless it was a completely different game, it's not going to, you know. Maybe I'm expecting too much. Maybe I'm putting too much of an expectation on things. But yeah, like this is what I was saying the other day about how I feel about streaming. After meditating on it a lot, I've realized that the majority of the things that create friction and I don't appreciate, they're to do with Twitch as a platform. Streaming itself is brilliant. Streaming is magic to me. So I love streaming. I just don't like having to do it through a set of parameters that are set by a platform like Twitch, unfortunately. So it's still the best place to stream. You know, I'm not going to pretend like it isn't. But yeah, it is starting to wear thin. How the platform is, you know, just so focused on certain things and just doesn't seem to give a fuck about others. And that's just how things are with certain platforms. You know, they have an agenda. They have an agenda that they've developed for a number of reasons, which they may or may not divulge. But the bottom line is, you either align with that agenda or you don't. And unfortunately, I don't. But I love streaming. Still going to keep doing it. Going to keep streaming on YouTube. See if we can develop a bit of a community over on YouTube, and feed both communities into a Discord where we can do all sorts of other stuff. So yeah, I'm by no means thinking about stopping streaming. I'm just questioning about where the best place to stream is. And although I know it's maybe a little bit ill-advised to sort of criticize Twitch whilst streaming on Twitch, I think they're fairly valid criticisms. I'm not being facetious or, you know, I think the things I don't like about it are fairly widespread and fairly well accepted that they are not great. And I think if I was ever to get called out on it, because I know that you can activate closed captions on stream, so I know that they're transcoding everything I say into text. So if they have got bots listening, if they want to call me out on it, then feel free to show me the user figures for the platform. Because, yeah, it's not a secret that the platform is losing viewers, and the losing users, which I'm sorry, that's the red flag. That's the smoking gun. You know, you can't say someone's wrong to criticize the platform when users are going down every month, and people are struggling to maintain their communities because of the way things are playing out. That rainy shot. Oh yeah, I need to go up there. Oh yeah, we could go up the road to the left and we could do those 2 deliveries. I think they know many people. Yeah, and the thing is, I don't want to. I see people that criticize it, and they're doing it for clout, right? They're trying to be contrarian. They're trying to be, you know, they're trying to take shots at somebody that's probably not going to swing back, and that's not what I'm trying to do. But I've just been on a bit of a journey with myself and with, you know, how I feel about doing this, because, you know, at 40 years old, I'm not the sort of person to water dead plants. You know, there's never going to be a partner push. I'm not going to be growth. I'm not going to have a growth mindset. I'm not going to make changes or do things that are supposed to help with growth or even really focus on growth, because at the moment I don't think growth on Twitch is really that possible. There might be some outliers, you know, there always are, but for the majority of people it's dried up in a pretty significant way, and at this point it's kind of up to the platform to start making it a better experience for people so they stop, you know, drifting away from the platform, because they are, you know, anybody that streams can feel it, you know. And then, you know, when I'm not streaming myself, I'm watching my friends, and the players constantly lagging and breaking and buffering, and the fucking chat box is really fucking laggy, and I'm unresponsive, and fucking ads keep breaking the way the players laid out, so the video's not working properly, and the fucking chat is over. I don't know if anybody else is getting this at the moment. It's fucking doing. I might be able to show you guys. We've got a delivery fee. Let me see if it'll do it. If I just... That works like that. I'll make it... Oh, shit. Can you guys... Let me just reveal the browser. I don't know if you guys are getting this right, but the chat will like it will go over the video. It won't snap underneath like it's supposed to, unless you make it full screen and then you click this button, and then when you resize the window, the chat will fit underneath. And I don't know how or why that's happened, but it's just another thing on a long list of little things that make it not a great viewing experience. And like, I'm focused on viewer experience, and you guys know that I've tried to do all sorts of stuff to make the stream look and sound as good as possible. There's probably a little bit more I could do here and there, but sometimes when you start mucking around with things, you get further away rather than closer, right? But yeah, when I'm watching a stream, I'm watching my friend's stream, and stuff like that happens, I'm like, damn, dude, like, that's not okay. Like, that's not good enough, you know? But it's out of my hands. I can't stop the platform from mucking around with the CSS hierarchy of divs or the layout. I can't stop them doing it, you know? But they keep doing it. They keep doing things that break the way the website's laid out. And it's these constant little failures that make people feel like the platform isn't worth their time. And they go over to something like YouTube that works on every single device absolutely flawlessly. And this is it. You wonder why users are leaving the platform. I'm like, dude, like, I will do everything I can. I'll stream 3 times a week. I'll share clips on other platforms. You know, I'll try and be as welcoming and as kind and as wholesome and as, you know, chatty as possible. You know, I'll try and do what I'm supposed to do from my... But I can't help if you keep fucking breaking your own website. They've lost 1 million since 2020. 1 million. That's not a small amount. I thought it was only like 300, 400,000 users. They've lost 1 million. Mine is always docked lock. I use OBS. No, I mean when I'm watching a stream, when I'm just watching a stream on my laptop or something, I'm not streaming myself. 3 to 2 million. Where are we? 2025. Oh, fuck me, dudes. Yeah, that is bad. So, yeah, so end of 2024. 2.33 million. End of 2025, 2.10. So they've only lost 200,000 from what I can see here. But yeah, you can see, this is it, dude. This is the thing. Is you worry and you worry and you worry. You think it's you think it's you. And I don't want to cope, but the thing is, I think smaller creators, some people in chat and also people in general that might just catch the stream, you need to, I know looking at numbers isn't, I mean, I try and avoid looking at numbers, but something like that, it takes some of the pressure off you as a creator. You realize that actually, it's not like the viewers are leaving your stream and going somewhere else. People are just leaving the platform. And yeah, you can't really argue with that. 200,000 this year, yeah. So what were we, so 2022 was terrible. Where's 23? 2023 held. 2022 dropped, but 2023 held. Then 24 dropped a bit. And yeah, 25 has dropped since. But look at 2020, dudes. Look at 2020. It went from 1.36 to 2.52. But yeah, you can see here, you can see that there's just been a drop. And this is it. You know, I know it's cringe to talk about numbers, but I feel like people beat themselves up a little bit and start to take on too much of the responsibility for the platform. It's not your responsibility to keep users on the platform. It's the platform's responsibility. So yeah, I think that I know it's not a smart thing to do to criticize the platform, but at the same time, whatever they're doing isn't very smart either, because yeah, losing 200,000 viewers, you know, you losing 200,000 users just in a year. We're not even a year. We are 7 months in the year. We're just over halfway through the year. If that trend line continues, yeah, that's 400,000, maybe 500,000 people. Fucking hell, man. No, and this is the thing. Amazon isn't going to keep doing it for a jolly. And the thing is, I say all this, I don't want that to be the case. Like I say, I make an effort. You know, I genuinely try and make an effort to do what I'm supposed to do and to keep up my end of the bargain. I know that Amazon, you know, Twitch as an extension of Amazon will allow me to stream on this platform for free. So I don't want to criticize it, you know, too heavily, because they are letting me stream for free. But they are definitely dropping the ball. They're fumbling the bag in a few different ways that are very detrimental to creators in general, not just smaller creators like me, but, you know, larger creators that do this full time. They're fighting a losing battle right now. And it's not just like, oh, well, I don't have as many viewers. It's, oh, well, I don't earn as much of a living these days. And that's not, you know, you can't continue to let that be the case, because if they can't earn a full-time living from streaming, they're all going to pivot towards YouTube. Because, you know, YouTube has a much more stable and much more understandable algorithm and a way of earning money. And that's what they're going to seek out, you know? They're not going to stick with a platform that's unpredictable and difficult to work with, you know? They're going to, you know, and I'm sure Twitch is not difficult to work. They don't try to be difficult to work with, but, you know, if the way they run the website and the way they keep changing things and breaking things is slowly but surely killing off the users, you know, they're not great to work with, right? But yeah. And it's a shame, because, you know, I fell in love with streaming, and, you know, I've had to have a real long, hard look in the mirror about whether I continue, because, yeah, like I say, the platform, it obviously doesn't give a fuck about me, and it probably doesn't give a fuck about lots of other small creators, and maybe that's partially my fault. Maybe there's things I could do differently, but at the end of the day, I don't think I'm that bad. I'm not that good, but I'm not that bad. You know, I'm not as toxic as some of these other fuckers that are out there. And we've raised $450 for charity, which I think is a fucking, you know, a good thing. And the thing is, we're raising money for charity through Twitch. We're not doing it, you know, off to the side. We're using Twitch's actual own charity raising, you know, section of the dashboard. So Twitch is aware of what we're trying to do right here. And even though this is not the point, I would have liked to have thought that raising money for charity would help you get discovered a bit more. And I don't do it, don't get me wrong, I'm not doing it for the discovery. As you guys know, I've done it every year anyway, you know? But yeah, the fact that even when you're trying to do good, Twitch can't even just give you a hand to get you in front of more people to potentially raise more money for charity. And like I say, I'm not doing it for the discovery. I'm doing it because it's the right thing to do. Please don't get me twisted. Don't get it twisted. I'm just making a statement, an observation that, yeah, of all the things that they push, you'd like to think the people that are raising money for charity would push, but you know, c'est la vie. But yeah, I don't want to be all fucking doom and gloom and miserable about it. But you know, at the same time, you guys know that you're going to get transparency from me. I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not going to be fake nice and pretend like it's brilliant. I'm going to be honest with you guys because you guys deserve honesty, you know. Like we were saying earlier, some of you guys have been here for like 2 years, which is fucking bonkers to me. Absolutely crazy. Think about 2 years being, what, 2023. Bonkers. And I can't thank you guys enough for your support. Because like I say, with all these criticisms that I've got, you guys are one of the things that keeps me here. If I didn't have a nice community of lovely people to hang out with, I'd just be streaming on YouTube. Because like I said, subs and stuff, yeah, it's nice. It's really nice that people support me. But it is fundamentally unnecessary. I appreciate it. At the moment, it's all about raising money for charity. But yeah, you know, the fact that some of you guys have been subs so you don't have to watch the ads and you guys get to use the emotes and stuff, and you guys have supported me for this long. Yeah, it's so heartwarming. So I know I'm doing some good. And you guys, some of you have been very, very kind in your descriptions of me and explaining what the stream means to you in DMs and stuff. We're on this journey together, you legend. Nilo, welcome in. Speaking of streaming on the YouTube, welcome in, Nilo. Good to see you, dude. But yeah, some of the things you guys have said, you know, in DMs and in general about, you know, how much the stream means to you, it warms my heart and gives me a reason to carry on. So I will. But yeah, like I say, had a long sit down, long look in the mirror, you know, mentally. I didn't actually stand in front of the mirror, but I mentally sat down and really tried to unpack how I feel about being a content creator after a few years of doing it. And I've just come to the conclusion that almost every negative emotion and almost all of the friction involved with streaming is directly linked to Twitch as a platform. The actual act of streaming and the fact that I've been able to stream to YouTube for a little while now, it's not going anywhere, it's not blowing up or anything like some of my friends have, but I realized that streaming on YouTube, I don't have any expectations, you know, and without those expectations, even though I don't have any viewers over on YouTube, I feel good about streaming to YouTube. I feel like it's a good, positive thing to be doing. It's going to help me, and I actually think it's worth it. Whereas with Twitch, even though it should be the main place where I do most of my, you know, discovery and everything, or get most of my discovery from, it just doesn't feel like it's worth anything. And it's silly because it's the main place to watch live streams. And yeah, like I say, these constant issues with the platform and the website as a whole, and the way they're now trying to divide their focus between both the mobile app and also the website, and how that's, you know, having a bit of a knock-on effect on what they're able to achieve and where their sort of, you know, innovation and resources are going. Yeah, it's kind of scary to me that the website is quite as unreliable as it is, but they're also trying to make a mobile website streaming experience work. And I don't know whether they're not too bothered about losing desktop users if they're still gaining mobile users. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they don't really care about desktop users anymore and they only really care about mobile users. Maybe we start streaming vertical. You know, maybe I rearrange my stream so that I've got a vertical 9:16 instead of 16:9, and maybe streaming on mobile becomes the new norm. Who knows? Who knows? You know, I'm willing to give it a try, that's for sure. If it's easier for you guys, because I don't doubt that, you know, if you're lying on the sofa and you can watch the stream on your phone and you're comfy that way, fine, we'll do that. One thing I did look at is streaming vertically on YouTube, because I think my friend Katika, or friend of the stream Katika, lovely Australian person who does challenge runs in Resident Evil 3 at the moment, they've been streaming vertically on YouTube, and apparently that's going really well, so that's something I might might think of in the future. But yes, after getting it all set up and realizing that I can stream AV1 10,000 kilobits a second at AV1 to YouTube and look at the quality, I'm like, yeah, it's pretty nice. I'm kind of enjoying that at the moment. Most heartwarming message I've seen was that kid who was at hospital who came in and thanked you. The clip played earlier, and yeah, when we were playing Tears of the Kingdom, and I was raising money for a different kind of cancer, but they came in and said, you know, I've got stage 2 or stage 3 thyroid cancer, which is pretty fucking bad. Your thyroid governs all sorts of hormonal responses and everything. They said I'm stuck in hospital, but thank you for raising money for cancer. And I was just, it fucking absolutely, it broke me. You know, I nearly started to weep. But it's my pleasure, you know. If I'm playing video games all day anyway, so it really doesn't, you know, there's no skin off my nose to stream. And if we could stream and raise a bit of money and do some good for these poor people that are stuck in hospital with all sorts of horrible illnesses and stuff, you know, if we can make their lives a little bit better, you know, it's just a bonus, you know. And again, you know, raising over $400. We've been playing this game for what, a couple of weeks now. We've raised $400. You know, we're almost looking at 500. I'm so fucking proud of you guys, honestly. I'm so fucking proud of you guys. And like I say, it's not just the messages people send in chat. Sometimes people DM me, they send me, you know, Discord messages and say, you know, thank you so much for, you know, the stream always being there. You know, like, you know, one thing is you're always, you know, you always stream 3 times a week and you're almost always live at the same times. So it means I know I've got somewhere to go when it's, you know, when the days are tough. I know that some days I've got a stream to go hang out and after work, and I can, you know, look forward to that. And yeah, stuff like that. It's, you know, viewership and, you know, subs and all that sort of nonsense and stuff. It's all numerical and kind of a bit synthetic and a bit clinical. But when someone says that the stream helps them get through the day, that's worth everything to me. That's more than enough motivation for me. But yeah, that kid that came in, and yeah, I mean, bless them. You know, we weren't raising money for that specific kind of cancer. We were raising money for cancer in general. But the fact that they came in and said that, it's just, it reminds you that there's a much bigger purpose. You know, like I say, you've got, you know, if you earn a living and everything, and it's how you earn your living, I appreciate you need to be focused on numbers. You need to be focused on what works and what doesn't work, because it's your job, you know? It's not like you go to your job and just do whatever you want, and if it doesn't work and you get sacked, you're like, well, that wasn't my fault. No, you focus. If it's your job, it's different. For me, it's a hobby. And as a hobby, the focus for me is to continue building a community of like-minded individuals that enjoy talking about game design, enjoying alternative games and indie games and stuff, and also raising money for charity. And yeah, and people, you know, people respond to like the Instagram post for my charity stuff. They're like, congratulations, you've done such a good thing. And I'm like, it's not me, it's my community. I might chip in 10, 15 quid, but people donate serious amounts of money to help kids who are stuck in hospital. And yeah, I'm so fucking proud of you guys. It's the one thing, you know, if somebody was to ask me, like, you know, why do you stream? It's, you know, the community that we've built so far and what we've been able to achieve. Yeah, it's one of the things that stops me from sinking into a pit of depression because of my fucking health being so bad at the moment. I realise that even though I'm physically limited in going outside and doing things, I'm not dead yet. I'm still raising money for charity. I'm still doing good in the world, even though I'm not physically able to go outside and do as much as I'd like. But thank you guys for giving me that. I appreciate it more than you'll ever know. So that's a quick trip to there. That's a bit too far. So that one, they want to go and recover something. So we can do that. We can do that. And then I think after that, we'll go try and build a road. Because, let me just check. Oh, no, hang on. Before I take on anything else, we've got cargo that needs to be delivered. So I need to go to... let me just repair that. But yes, it's nice to have a little community of people that we can all hang out and play video games and stuff. It's real nice. So I intend to continue building the community, but I'm starting to realize that building a community with Twitch is not, you know, it's not really realistic in terms of future prospects and, you know, how we're going to build the community. Because it's not just about building a community just to have a bigger number, but the more people, the more personalities, the more stuff we can do as a community, the better, because I know that being part of a community, it's, you know, it's about much more than just the stream or just the Discord. You know, it's much more about, you know, creating that kind of camaraderie between people, and that feeling that you belong somewhere and that people know your name. You know, all of that is so important. It doesn't seem like it's a huge deal on paper, but you'd be surprised how much being part of a community can really help people to feel better about themselves. So we continue on to quite Expedition 33. But yeah, like I say, it's become very apparent to me that regardless of how hard I work at Twitch, it's just a bit of a losing game at the moment, and I think they know that. And if they were to ask me, I would be honest with them and say, listen, as a viewer, the website is incredibly difficult to work with sometimes. It's very, very unreliable in lots of different ways. There's always something wrong with it. So as a viewer, it's difficult for me. But I also am a streamer as well. And as a streamer, I also struggle with, you know, discoverability, with, you know, server connection issues, with all sorts of other bits and pieces that make it kind of awkward and kind of difficult. And, you know, the thing is, like, if you're not really allowing people to grow, like if people can't grow on your platform, they're eventually going to get tired of making the effort. And I don't mean to make it sound transactional, but there are people out there, not me, but there are people out there that are a lot more growth focused, and they're going to go to the platform where they see the most growth, which is why you see people diverting to TikTok and diverting to YouTube, which is what we've just shown. Based on the amount of users on the platform, that is an occurrence. It is something that occurs. I think that's an issue, and it's an indicator that things aren't working very well. And despite the leadership changing 2 or 3 times over the last few years, nobody really seems to be able to get a grasp on exactly what needs to happen. And you get somebody with the confidence to come in and say, we're going to try this, and when it doesn't work, they just scuttle off. But the business is then, you know, worse off financially, worse off in terms of time. And it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, you know. The business lives and breathes on users, you know, and sub revenue. So I hope they can work out some things that, you know, can make Twitch a viable place for people to come and, you know, just genuinely cruise around and look for content. Because let's be honest, you know, right now, 99% of people, if not more, when they turn on their computer or their TV, the chances are they're going to go to YouTube. And, you know, to combat that, you've got to make streaming seem way more interesting, and you've got to really play to its strengths. And I think that allowing the servers to slowly but surely build up like a 7 to 10 second delay just because of how they work, what you're doing is you're making a live stream have, you know, so much latency. Sorry, it's going to get loud because of the combat. You're making the stream have so much latency that it's almost the same as just watching a YouTube video, but a YouTube video will be significantly, you know, better in terms of editing than just a live stream that someone's just firing out just on the fly. So it's a very difficult scenario to be in. And I think, sorry, I'll wait until the fucking combat music and volume adjustment stops. Oh, wow. Okay, pausing does seem to stop it, apparently. But yeah, I think the reason why YouTube isn't going fully after it is because they realise that it's not without challenges. The actual, you know, being a streaming platform, it isn't without its challenges, and I think they're aware of that, and as a result, they're not going to put all their eggs in one basket and try and take over. They're much more interested in sort of having the opportunity to see how it works and then decide to invest more or less as time goes on. So it's great that we can stream to YouTube, and it's been really nice to be able to stream to YouTube and basically have like an 8 to 10 hour video to upload to YouTube. Just, you know, and I don't need a VOD channel, you know, I don't have to upload my VODs. YouTube will hold on to my VODs for me. And as far as I know, you know, I think, you know, streaming to YouTube, I don't think there's a I don't know if there's a an expiry date as such. I think, how have we ended up? Okay, so we should have turned a bit more left. I don't know if the live streams have an expiry date. I think YouTube is just, or Google in general, is just happy to eat that fucking storage cost. but it means that I don't really need a VOD channel because now the live section of my YouTube channel is a VOD channel. So I don't have to maintain 2 YouTube channels. I can offer VODs on my YouTube just by streaming to YouTube. So yeah, it works out really, really well. Plus we met some lovely people on the YouTube. You know, we had Funny Control Delete the other day that came in and was super supportive. You know, they'd only just got here and they were super, super supportive, but they came over from YouTube, you know, and we're not supposed to guide people left or right. I'm not suggesting anyone does. That's not my intention. But yeah, fact of the matter is some people sort of, you know, came over from the YouTube without me telling them, of course. They came over from the YouTube and then were like really supportive on Twitch, which, you know, is really beneficial. Obviously, at the moment, I don't really have the stats or the requirements from YouTube to do that sort of stuff on YouTube. But like I say, because YouTube doesn't have all these arbitrary numbers that you need to try and hit, it's just a platform where you can just go live. It feels so cathartic and so freeing and so sort of liberating to be, you know, considering that platform as somewhere where I stream, but I don't have to worry about. I mean, obviously, you know, it's nice to get numbers on your videos, but you know, it is a live stream, so it's not the sort of content people go to YouTube for. So yeah, but we've got Giga Chairs like Nilo hanging out in the YouTube, making it seem viable. So I appreciate that, dude. But yeah, it's really nice because it sort of means I've got a VOD section. I've got a VOD section built into my existing YouTube channel, so I'm not splitting a subscriber base between 2. I'm able to stream to my main YouTube, just have one YouTube link, and I don't have to try advertising or trying to get people to subscribe to 2 YouTubes. Everyone can, if they wants to, everyone that can subscribe or wants to subscribe can do to just one YouTube, which is really nice. Keeps things nice and organized.
First of all, only Dome's sufferers seem to develop.
Because yeah,
In my particular case, I vomit.
it means that my YouTube is a place where you can see the videos I've uploaded. My live section is basically all of my VODs, so I've got basically almost the same thing as a long play video. All of my shorts are all organized into one place as well, and my home is just obviously the videos that I've uploaded, and sort of a selection of all the content that's hopefully relevant to the person that's looking at it. So yeah, it's really neat and tidy, and it's all kind of automated. All I do is just stream, make clips, share them on YouTube, and it's all organized for me. I could chuck a bit of content onto YouTube when I've got like a short video about the year we've had so far, or a boss fight that might be helpful to someone else. You know, I can just shove it up there. It doesn't do any views, but you know, I'm sort of, you know, able to have a space where my content lives, and it's all kind of organized by virtue of what it is. You know, it's a live stream, it goes in the live section. It's a short, it goes in the short section, you know. But yeah, I'm really into the YouTube. So that's there and back, and they're gonna probably, I'm gonna probably end up fighting a bunch, so I won't do that just yet. We've got a delivery back to that guy, but still got some stuff in my let's have a look. Okay, so they're not too far from here. I've got an order for that guy anyway, so I may as well take on the order for that guy. Let me just check. Yeah, I may as well take on that, because that will probably, hopefully that might get us to 5 stars with that guy, which would be really cool. And then from there we can head off to the mine, get some ceramics, and see if we can't finish a road or 2. I enjoy that you bring the same type of good people. So I appreciate that, Dennis. And this is the thing, is that, you know, like I said before, the community is a kind of an extension and or a reflection of the streamer. And the fact that I've attracted a bunch of people that are well behaved, polite, friendly, welcoming, like to have a laugh and a joke here and there, you know, and also are very sort of dedicated and passionate about raising money for charity. It's a nice bit of feedback, you know. Not that I've ever asked you guys for feedback, but I probably should do. But you know, it's kind of like a nice organic kind of, you know, because this is the thing. Is I'm always going to focus more and be more interested and more satisfied and validated by slow but genuine and organic growth than suddenly gaining 60,000 followers, and because as great as it is, what comes fast tends to go fast. You know, it all comes and goes very quickly, and I think if you're not prepared for it 100%, it can be quite overwhelming. And I don't want anyone that's watching to think I'm talking about them. This is something I've seen in social media for my entire life. You know, it's from its infancy to the way it's kind of taken over society now, is that when somebody becomes really popular or goes viral, it isn't quite as pleasant as people make out. Although the problem you were trying to solve, you know, getting noticed on the internet, has suddenly been solved in a very sort of, you know, very monumental way, it brings with it a bunch of other headaches and stuff, which I don't think a lot of people consider. And yeah, I think to myself, you know, if one of my fucking TikToks or one of my YouTube shorts was to go viral, and it was just my phone just had millions of notifications on it. I know it sounds a bit pretentious, but I would genuinely probably be a little bit annoyed. I'd probably be like, oh, for fuck's sake. And the thing is, the more popular you are on the internet, the more negative energy you draw from some people, because, you know, some people hate to see other people succeeding. I don't fully understand it myself, you know. At the most resentment I'll feel for somebody else doing well is when somebody uploads a clip that's almost exactly the same as my clip. Like, something happens in the game and they make the same joke or they say the same thing, roughly speaking, but theirs does really well and mine doesn't, even though I uploaded mine first. That does sting a little bit, but, you know, it is what it is. There's a significant amount of RNG involved in social media, so it is what it is. You know, you can't help that. You know, there might be some stuff that I've done that's done 16,000 views that somebody else uploaded that I didn't know about, you know, and maybe I stole their idea or inadvertently did the same thing and it did well for me but not for them. You know, it's just how social media is. But that does sting a little bit. That does tickle a little bit, because you see somebody and the same thing happens and they're like, oh my god, I can't believe that happened, and their clip is fucking flying on socials. You're like, motherfucker, I uploaded the exact same thing like 3 weeks ago. Nothing. But yeah, like I say, so I think that does it, you know. I'll get a clip there. I think that does actually fast forward it. I think once you've driven past them and they're not quite able to shoot at you, if you just pause the game, it just adjusts the volume, I think. Yeah. A menace to society. But we all need to be a menace to society sometimes, because the thing is, a menace to society sounds like they're going to be a menace to the average person, but no, a menace to society is destabilizing society. And somebody might say, well, why do you want to destabilize society? I'm like, well, because it's fundamentally unequitable. It's unequal, you know? People of colour and women and girls, and those of us that are signed as female, all lumped in with the same category, of course. I didn't mean to mention them separately, but yeah, that does include them as well, of course. You know, people that are signed as female and people of colour, and, you know, of course, on top of that, people of colour who are assigning as female, you know, they're not treated fairly in society in a number of ways. There's systemic racism and systemic sexism that needs to be disassembled, and we need to create a new equilibrium in society where people feel like equity and, you know, equality of outcome is the baseline. Do it for the people, yeah. So, get rid of this stuff.
This is downright perfect. Didn't expect you to waltz in with...
Oh, it's still not enough. Still not enough, chat. But yeah, that's the headspace where I'm at now, is that I realise that the majority of the things that feel negative or bad to me that are about streaming are to do with Twitch and how it's run, and I can't really do much about that, so I can't really justify allowing it to, you know, upset me or anything. So, you know, I do what I do. I try and do the best I can, and if that's not good enough, then so be it. So be it. Right, so yeah, we've got some stuff to deliver to Pico. However, we also have an ad to deliver, unfortunately. We've got an ad break coming up, so I need to pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything, some take a break as well. We also have anonymous follows over on the BRB screen, so if you want to follow without the alerts going off, please feel free. Once we're over there, the bot will say so. We don't call them out on the BRB screen. We still appreciate them, but if you want to lurk and follow in secret, that's also perfectly fine. We've got that all sorted for you over on the BRB screen. But yeah, I'm sort of reassured in my sort of continuation of streaming and playing video games and hanging out with you guys. I just realized that Twitch might not be the place where we do it long term. We might end up moving on to something else if we can find a home somewhere else. Maybe we move, but obviously I know that moving might be difficult for some other people, so it'll be a consideration. There'll be a discussion about it. I wouldn't do anything without, like you guys have seen me in the Discord. I'll put a message out and chat to you guys first. I don't like making changes without consulting you guys, because it's not my stream, it's our stream. It's our little community that we've built, so you guys get a say as well. But yes, I'll be back shortly, and then we'll carry on mucking around in this game. The kid is not locked up, which I think... Oh, Elden Ring installed. So I think you guys prefer it if kid is not locked up, right? Someone redeemed a visit. Did they? Oh, Nebico, sorry. Oh, wow, sorry. And you want to lock someone up. Okay, so Nebico, you want to go in the visitor section. I'll do that straight away. Just one sec. Dun, dun. Dun, dun. Lock her the fuck up. Right. Gladly. We'll pop her on the bottom of the list. There we go. Oh, did you see that guy just float down the stairs? You just did, love. It's Vic Vega.
I remember now.
When it works, it works, chat. When it works, it works. It's so fucking cool. Stop. I can only get so erect. No, you fucking cunt. Cute. The thing is, like, the level design is kind of cool. Ah! Okay, that works for them as well. Fuck you, FromSoft. Fuck you. Oh, I love when I bleed her out of fucking waterfowl though. That's fucking satisfying. Whereas when you stretch them properly, the ear stays nice and fleshy the whole way around. And it's just a patience thing. You know, people try and stretch them too quickly, and in the process, they stretch them too quickly, and it goes off center. If you imagine that, you know, the flesh tunnel is basically stretching a hole, giggity. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. But yes, I also need to double check. One thing I need to check is it possible to manipulate the ad density on YouTube so I can align it with the ad density on Twitch so it lines up? That would be clever. I don't know if we can do it. Krazash, welcome in. It's good to see you, dude. How are you doing? It's nice to see your name in chat. How are you? So, have you got any orders for... Okay. Doing good, been busy playing June. Are you enjoying it? I'm glad to hear it, because you mentioned that last time. I still haven't had a chance to watch or see how the game is, but yeah, I hope you're enjoying it, dude. Hope you're enjoying it. Right, so we now have... Yeah, we're going to the... we're going up to... Oh, they're pretty far away. So, but we've got a road, so we can drive almost all the way there. So, the first person I think we need to stop by... Krazash, thank you so much for resubscribing, dude. I appreciate you resubbing. What's this? 35 months. Dude, you're almost at 3 years. It's almost 3 years. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that. Enjoy the raffle. Thank you so much for the resub. Enjoy the ad-free viewing, the emotes, and everything else. I really appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much for your support. Almost 3 years of support. Like before you got here, I was saying how much I appreciate and how much confidence and reassurance it gives me when people resub for these massive numbers. I know people out there have got like 8 and 10 years subs and stuff, but I'm a smaller creator, so you guys sticking with me for this long means the absolute world to me, honestly. So thank you all so much for all you guys that sub and all you guys that don't sub as well, all the people that lurk and everything else, all the various different kinds of support. This is the thing, and there's many different ways you can support a live stream, and they're all valid in their own little way. But yes, the fact that you've been subbed for almost 3 years is so kind of you, dude. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. And let's not forget, like a big chunk, only been on Twitch for 3.5. Exactly. This is the thing. You've only been on Twitch a little while, and I don't want to come across the wrong way, but I feel also it would be polite to mention that a good chunk of your time subbed to me was tier 3, which was absolutely incredible, dude. I can't thank you enough. And I'm not in any way, shape, or form mentioning that for any reason, but it's important to acknowledge it. It's important to acknowledge that you've been subbed for a very long time. But on top of that, you were also subbed at tier 3 for quite a long time as well. So that's also incredibly generous of you. So I appreciate that. Please don't think I'm mentioning that for any reason. I'm genuinely not. It's just important to acknowledge the fact that you were supporting for a long time, and also in a big way. So I really appreciate that, dude. But yeah, thank you so much for resubscribing, dude. Good to see you. Have you got anything else on the go besides June? Because like I say, unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to watch it. But yeah, I'm never really sure how to bring that sort of stuff up. But yeah, it's obviously, incredibly kind of people to sub at tier 2 and tier 3 when they can. It's unnecessary, honestly. I'm perfectly fine. If you guys don't want to see ads, then don't see ads. But yeah, but no, all the people that have been following for years, people have been subbed for years. You guys, you give me so much confidence and validation in myself. Oh, you motherfuckers. Oh, they swerve out. They jump out of the way pretty well.
Are you going to finish that croissant?
They do jump out of the way pretty well. J-Dub, welcome in. Can I pause? Almost. Hang on. Okay, I think we just have to wait to do it on its own. But yes, J-Dub, welcome in, dude. Not playing much else at the moment. Fair enough. I mean, I just wanted to double check. Oh, yeah. I'm not expecting anyone to be playing multiple games. I mean, I don't anymore. I mean, obviously, I'm a variety streamer. Game, please, can you be quiet? Thank you. I mean, I'm a variety streamer, so I play lots of different games, but I play one game at a time. And it was something that I changed to a little while ago, because I used to do, FromSoft games one day, and I used to do something else on another day, and then I used to do something else on the Saturdays. So, I used to mix it up and have multiple games on at the same time, but I sort of changed over to only playing one game, and I feel like it's kind of the vibe now. I feel like it's kind of the vibe, so I'm kind of stuck with it. But annoyingly, we just left one area where the action, the combat alert means that the volume of the game goes up, and then as soon as we cleared that one, fucking another one started. Do have Plague Tale of Stellar Blade to play. Stellar Blade is really good. I've seen and heard lots of good things about Stellar Blade. For me personally, as a male presenting streamer, playing a game like that, I feel like it would kind of give off the wrong impression. Like I don't have that much against goon games. People can play them if they want, but they're not really for me. Prof, welcome in. How's it going, dude? But yeah, like people can play goon games if they want. It's totally fun. But for me, I always feel like a little bit kind of weird about some female character running around without any bloody clothes on. And apparently you can unlock outfits to, but it's still quite sexually charged the way they behave and everything, and that's fine. It is what it is, and it's what sells the game and everything. And the combat looks really good, and people have told me the combat and the parry system is pretty interesting, and it's got really good art direction and everything. So I'm sure it's a brilliant game. But yeah, I feel as if when I play a game like that, people are going to be looking at me like, ugh, a fucking creep playing this game with this poor girl's got no fucking clothes on. You'll be one of my first subs again when I generate some income again, but at the moment I'm not sure how long I'll be a volunteer. Please don't sub if you can't afford it, dude. I appreciate the support, but this is a hobby for me, so I have a job that pays my bills and everything. Obviously, if you guys want to avoid ads, please feel free if that's what you want to do, but please don't feel obliged to sub or anything. It's honestly fine. It's honestly fine. But if you'd like to, I'm not going to stop you. But yeah, don't ever feel bad. Don't ever feel like you're obliged to. You can enjoy the stream, and support in whichever way suits you the best, because lurking is supporting the stream, and following and engaging with the raffles and being part of the chat and the community is supporting the stream. Talking about the stream with your friends is supporting the stream. Dennis, you retweet my go lives and stuff to people that I don't know. That's helping, that's supporting the stream. There's all sorts of ways you can support the stream that aren't monetary, and I think that they're all valid in their own little ways. Yes, catch you in a bit, Prof. Suge? Buying merch? Yeah, buying merch is... Oh shit, did one go off? Did another one go off? Did I miss one? Because it said that Fourth Wall HQ has been added as a mod, and I was like, excuse me? But I did test. There is a merch notification, and I did test it. No. I did test it. Right. Have you got my details? Log me in. No. I don't think so. Can I log in? Can I log in? Right, give me 1 sec. Selfless Merch Pro. I appreciate it. But yeah, somebody ordered something the other day. Bless them. So I sent them a little message on Instagram to say thank you. Let me just check. Yeah. Cool. So yeah, maybe I should have that dashboard. Yeah, maybe I should put this dashboard next to here so I can check it. Maybe I should do that on both of them. Maybe I should do this, and then you guys can see the browser, but I can have a dashboard on this browser as well. Apologies, chat. Please bear with. I'm going to make sure I'm logged in. Cool. So I'm going to pin that as well. I've got my dashboard there so I can check if any orders have come through. But yeah, I did. I set up a. I went on the Stream Elements website, and I added, because the thing is, there was an alert, and Stream Elements used to do my merch, but they handed off the merch to Fourth Wall, but I think the overlay will still pick up when merch gets purchased. So I think it should still work, because if I was to emulate a merch event, it does, you know, I need to update the sound, but yeah, so there is an alert for merch, but whether or not fourth wall merch counts and triggers it, I'm not 100% sure, but we can keep working on that. But yeah, as long as I get notified in some way, because I feel terrible when you don't get an alert for something. It's like when Elgato donated 250 to our Movember drive, and I was like, oh, not only does that feel terrible, but it's also kind of like that doesn't help my brand with a company that I actually respect and look up to. Elgato actually makes some pretty good stuff. They're not just making tat that's not worth spending the money on. I've actually got 2 or 3 stream Elgato items that have actually been really fucking useful, like really fucking useful. Oh, that one should be nice and quick. I might be able to do that on foot.
Order accepted. Thank you.
How far away is it? Only good thing I saw who are my friends and who are not. Some I had put way too much money before, and they forget you. So many friends that bring friends together cost nothing but energy and much heart. Yeah, and you know, the thing with me, obviously, I lurk, and I've ended up following like a good few thousand people because I work from home, so I tend to be lurking in 1 or 2 streams. Nilo, did the sound go off? I'll get a clip to make sure. Nilo, thank you for purchasing it. Was it a mug that you purchased? Is it a mug? Let me just refresh. Show up? Oh, it was a t-shirt. Okay. Oh, yeah, it was draw bread. Yeah. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And it gave you a bit of a discount. It did give you a bit of a discount because you're subbed. Yeah, I set that up the other day. I need to check. I need to do some maths. So what I need to do is I need to figure out because there is a threshold with merch. I get to set the prices, so I try and make them nice and affordable. You nearly discovered my scheming before I was able to pull it off. So I can apply a discount for subs, which I'd like to do. But the thing about setting up a merch store with streaming is I get to choose the price of the items. And I tend to set the price as low as possible, so the platform gets what it's going to get anyway. Krazash, dude.
Krazash just donated $50 to Games for Love.
You guys are so kind. Thank you so much. Thank you for donating to the charity, dude. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you. That's $500, dudes. So I don't know how long we've been playing Death Stranding, but not super long. So yeah, to raise $500 already is absolutely fucking amazing. And also, thank you so much for buying some merch, Nilo. And again, thank you so much for the donation, Krazash. Thank you so much, dude. So yes, I appreciate that, dude. That's $500 now. So I'm gonna have to adjust that yet again. I have to keep adjusting it because you guys keep fucking hitting the goal because you guys are so amazing. So thank you so much, Krazash. It's lovely to see you. Thank you for the resub, and also thank you for the donation. It's very, very kind of you, my dude. But yes, apologies, what I was saying. So the thing with merch is you can set the price. So I tend to set the price as low as possible because, you know, the website is gonna get what they're gonna get out of it. They wouldn't set the pricing structure, you know, to shoot themselves in the foot. But it does with both Stream Elements and also Fourth Wall. It allows me to set a price for the merch where I would lose money. And I think that means that I would be charged for that order. So I obviously need to be careful to not do that. But that means that if I set it as low as possible, but I also offer my subs a discount. Ooh, do you know what? I might delete that ladder. That's twice that's happened now. That ladder's not in the right place because the game doesn't like it. Excuse me. Really frustrating. That's twice he's just not got onto the ladder and then I've fallen off and taken damage. So please excuse me. So yes, I need to figure out what a 10% discount would be and then make that the minimum so that subs get the discount, but it never ends up costing me money to sell you guys merch, if that makes sense. Because the trouble is, there are people out there that would find a loophole like that and then order like a shit ton of shirts, cost me an absolute fortune, and then probably try and refund the fucking order. As we noticed with donations, you have to be careful with having a donation link, because people donate a bunch of money and then request a refund, but the admin charge is passed on to the streamer. And the problem with that is, if somebody donates $1 100 times and then asks for a refund every time, it only needs to be $2 or $3, you know, as an admin charge to process the refund. Have I not accepted the fucking order? Ooh, Death Stranding, you being a little bit silly. You being a little bit silly. Excuse me. Very real thing. Made that mistake myself before. Yeah, it's yeah, pouring the love. Yeah, thank you guys so much. Honestly, I know I say it all the time. I don't want to say it all the time and diminish the impact or the sentimentality of it all. But yeah, like I say, as a smaller creator, having some, you know, some absolute heroes like you behind me is heartwarming, and it gives me the strength to carry on when Twitch is being awkward and difficult. Thank you all so much for your support with the charity. Thank you for your support of me. Thank you for all the other things you guys do, the conversations and the jokes and the energy you guys bring. Because like I say, there's lots of different ways you can support stream. Not all of them require money. A bunch of stuff. It's just stuff you guys do, you know, as a baseline. And I'm very lucky to have that support from you guys. But yes, I need to figure out what the merch would be with a 10% discount. I think I put a 5% discount on there, so it should still be fine. But I need to double check. So I will put a clip down there. I need to double check what the discounted price comes out as, and figure out what the minimum I can charge for a shirt is, and make sure that buffer's in there. That way, you guys can get a discount if you're subbed, which is another benefit for you guys. But also, it means I'm not going to get charged a shit ton of money by Fourth Wall for printing a bunch of t-shirts and selling them for like $12 when the minimum is $15. But yes, the joys of running a merch store, right? But no, it's really cool, because I mean, this is my merch, yeah. And the thing is, I've said to myself, it is a little bit cringe that I wear my own merch, but if I wasn't comfortable wearing my own, if I wasn't comfortable wearing it, how the fuck could I expect anyone else to wear it, you know? But yes, unfortunately, I can't discount it too much, because yeah, I think there was a point where, you know, I could, you know, set the price to like $9 for a t-shirt, or like, I think it was £9, so it came out to be like $10.50. And I was like, $10 for a t-shirt is pretty fucking good. I mean, blank t-shirts probably cost about $10. But then I got a notification, I had to fucking change it. So yeah, but I try and keep them as cheap as possible, because yeah, it's nice just to have a cheap shirt you can wear. But yeah, it's the thing is, Fourth Wall, because it's like a full-on dedicated standalone merch store platform thing. There's so many different items on there, and you know, I'd love to be able to sort of, you know, sit there and create a version of every piece of merch on every variant, but it's just not realistic, unfortunately. So if you guys are on Fourth Wall and you see like a specific kind of shirt or a specific kind of hoodie or hat or desk mat or something, and you'd like one of the merch designs on that item, please feel free to DM me. It's fine. It only takes about 5 minutes for me to fire up a variant of something. I can just, yeah, I upload the artwork to the website so they can print it. So if I then create another variant of something, all I've got to do is just click on it and then, you know, create, drag and drop and position, and then we're good to go. So yeah, it's possible. But yeah, if you guys see something like, because the thing is, the logo I uploaded just recently, it's quite a long, thin logo, and I noticed that they do phone cases, and I need a new phone case. So what I was going to do, it's a little bit cheeky, don't tell anyone, but I was going to design a phone case with my logo on it, just so I could order a sample, because the samples just cost. There's no markup or anything, it's just cost of materials. You get a sample to test it, so it's still going to cost me some money, but you know, it's going to be a customized phone case. But the clear case I wanted, they only make them for the iPhone 16, and I've got an iPhone 12, so I'm a little bit behind, unfortunately. But there was another phone case that's quite tough, and I sort of put it on there. But obviously, you know, there's so much stuff on there. There's mugs, drinks cups, there's desk mats, you know, blankets, hoodies, like all kinds of stuff. So yeah, if you guys are on there and you see a variant of something that you'd like to have my logo on, just let me know and I can fire up a variant. The time on my POD store, yeah, this is it. You know, if you can order stuff at cost, you know, and obviously I think through Fourth Wall I could actually buy the merch and then I could sell it from my home. But it's hassle, you know. I can have it distributed directly to you from Fourth Wall. It doesn't cost anything to me. It doesn't really cost much to me. Just means setting up all the items on the shop. And also, like I say, rather than me choosing and printing 50 shirts and then trying to sell them over the next 100 years, what I can do is I can just create the designs, and you guys can say, oh, actually, do you know what? There's a V-neck of that shirt. It's the same material, but it's a V-neck, not a crew cut. I'd really like it on that, which means I can just fire that up and you can order it, you know, because we're quite a small community, so I can do it request by request, which I think it's a bit nicer, you know. Yeah, 1 of 3. Okay, cool. And yeah, it means you guys end up getting the logos you want on the items you want, and it's sort of, you know, manageable from there. So yeah, that takes care of the merch, which is nice and handy. And we spoke about this last time, I forgot, but I've got, no, not that one, this one. There is a link if you guys want to check out the match. Try to make it as cost effective as possible. But yeah, if you ask me to fucking put my face on a fucking blanket, because there's a creator, they're from America, but they've I think they've moved to England, and they're part of a stream team in Bristol. So the whole community, they're quite a bit of a bigger streamer than me, but they're Nilo, welcome in. Still love my live, laugh, love. I appreciate that, dude. I hope you guys enjoy them. But yeah, one of their pieces of merch was this giant blanket with this not so flattering picture, like a giant, like 1.5 meter by 2 meter blanket. And it's not a very flattering picture of them, but that's what they wanted. And people were posting pictures of like their bedspread is just their face. It was fucking hilarious. Pick a random brain. Gonna have to slam that on straight away. I love that one of the shelter people is a VTuber. That's so fucking. It's just classic Kojima, like obscure sense of humor.
Order completed. Well done.
Well done. Not even in June can you avoid taxes. Oh god, yeah. Because I remember, I can't remember what game they were playing, but yeah, they were playing a game where you have resource management and stuff, and they had to pay taxes, and they were it was a space game, and they had to pay taxes, and they just looked at the chat and they were like, space capitalism. It's just like, what a feature to include in a video game. What a fucking feature to include in a video game. Yeah, there's taxation in our video game. Fuck off, dude. Like, at the very minimum, video games are a form of escape. Why would you even fucking create tax in a video game? You absolute clown. Absolute clown shoes, dude. Feel like it's a good depiction of how it would be in reality. Yeah, I suppose. But yeah. Anyway. We're gonna get DMCA for this, I know. But yeah. Can we turn the volume up for the player? Right, let's start that again so we can hear it. Trying to stay true to the story. Yeah, I suppose if it's in the story, yeah.
Very impressive work, Sam.
Oh. We lost our connection to the chiral network, gang. Woo! Been spotted. Tax evasion. But yeah, this is it, you know. There's sort of like, there's so many of these sort of like manosphere entrepreneurial people that are like, what you need to do is you need to wake up at like 3 in the morning and you need to sell stocks, buy and sell stocks for 5 hours before the start of the day, and then you'll be rich like me. And I'm just like in the comments, I'm like roughly translated tax evasion. Because it is. It's wage theft and tax evasion. That's it. You know, capitalism and many industries and markets have been around for such a long time now. It's all distilled down to a simple formula. Pay employees as little as possible and avoid paying as much tax as possible. That's it. That's how entrepreneurs work these days. There's no clever tech or anything, you know, even if they have got a good idea in the tech world. They only become wealthy and successful by not paying taxes and not paying wages. Basically, that's the bottom line. That's just how it works. It's just like if you get eaten by a salmon, you lose your stuff on your character. I think are painful. So yeah, so I think you mentioned it's like an MMO. So is it sort of like, you know, you lose all your stuff and you can't get it back? You can't load up a previous save because it's like you're always kind of playing. So like, yeah, if you lose all your stuff, it's like genuinely like terrible. But yeah, not a sort of a game type I have a large amount of experience in, unfortunately. No, so yes, there's no save, so you log in and, you know, what happens basically. I suppose that's where the sort of excitement comes from, because you're genuinely like, you know, trying to avoid losing all your stuff. It's an interesting design philosophy how people are hybridizing roguelike mechanics and permadeath of sorts into video games, where sometimes you die and respawn, but you lose all your stuff, and it's about collecting as much stuff as possible. It's kind of an offshoot of the roguelike kind of formula. It's really interesting, because I remember I did play Long Dark for a little while, and I did last a few days, and then I fucked up and died, and realized that I was going to have to sit down and really think about my next playthrough, and then another game came out, and I eventually never went back to it, unfortunately. Have a base so you can have extra gear there, so you can store stuff. Yeah, so it's about sort of, you know, if you're going to go out on a dangerous mission, what do you take with you? What do you leave behind? Okay, yeah, it's a cool mechanic. It's a cool mechanic. It makes you very conscientious and very focused on the game, and it's that's, you know, the golden standard, right? If you can establish the mechanics that cause the player to be very conscientious and focused on the game, you've immersed them, right, through mechanics, and that's the golden ticket. You know, that's what you're supposed to do. So, yeah, very good stuff. But yes, I hope you don't get eaten by any what they call sandworms. That's the one. Because yeah, when June was in the cinema, they had those popcorn buckets that looked a little bit sussy, if I'm honest. You know, they had these. When June was in the cinema, they had these popcorn buckets. I'll see if I can find a picture of one. So yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, you know, like, yes, the little sort of like those little bits, but like the actual like girth, yeah, come on, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm not packing that kind of girth, let's be honest, but yeah. But yeah, I can't believe somebody greenlit this. I can't believe somebody greenlit this and just nobody in the fucking ideation phase was like, guys, it kind of looks like a fleshlight. Maybe we shouldn't do this. But yeah. Yeah. Oh no, hang on. Didn't want to close that. Excusez-moi. Want to stay sharp, eat salmon. Cyborg beetles be unlikely heroes in future disaster rescues. Scientists discover secret weapon that allows pythons to digest bones. Yeah, their stomach acid is crazy. Sinner won Wimbledon. Gen Z is hungry for career advice, but their parents are lost themselves. Yep, pretty much. Pretty much. Excusez-moi. The worm mouth on that motherfucker. Yeah, exactly. And it got me this beer called a thermos thing, and my family keep calling it the fleshlight. But yeah, it's like when someone finds, like, because there's a KFC one, and trust me, I only know this because of the meme that I saw. There's a KFC one that's like a tall drinks cup, like KFC drinks cup. It's got two hot wings sort of, you know, crossing over that create an opening. And somebody got it out, and it looked like legitimate, like fried chicken. And somebody was like, "What are they doing? Like a little miniature bucket of fried chicken that's actually just a large drink?" And then they stretched it open, and the guy watching the video was like, "Oh god damn!" And just fucking closed it. I was like, I didn't even know either. I wasn't sure what I was looking at, and they stretched it open. They were like, "Yeah, look at that!" And I was like, "Oh my god!" Oh. But, you know, I'm not going to shame people, you know. That's what helps them get going. You know, you go for it, brother. Or sister. I think the game knew we were a bit low on chiral crystals. Oh, sugar. The bats. The bats, they're coming to get us. Right, let's dump a bunch of these chiral crystals and get some ceramics. Excuse me, End game in June push you and you have to go into areas with the sandworms to get what's kind of. Ah, I see. So yeah, so once you've stacked a few things, the game is kind of nudging you towards, you know, nudging you towards dying and losing your stuff. So you then play the game again because they want to get you into that gameplay. Okay, that makes sense. A little bit cheeky, but it makes sense, you know. Excuse me. Right, so what have we got on board at the moment? Got some stuff for those guys. Okay. Eye strain medication for a VTuber. Lol. Right, so yeah, we want some ceramics, please. Don't start over when you get eaten. You just lose what you're wearing and still keep your base and all the. So do you respawn at your base, basically? But once you've got a base, that's kind of like where you respawn. Okay, so that's in there. It's heavily loaded, but it's got a bit more space. I think we could probably get a little bit more in there. I mean, maybe not the full, you know, 3,000 whatever, but we might be able to get a few more in there, and then we can go and finish that last bit of road. So you always spawn back there, okay. And does, I mean, I suppose there's a whole system around like how stuff respawns, because obviously if you respawn and everything's exactly where it was, you just go and gather it back up again. I suppose that wouldn't be as much of a gameplay loop. But anyway, as long as you're having fun, that's the important thing. Sounds like you are, which is cool. So, will you not take anything at all? Okay. So, okay. So, at this point, what I need to do is, can I recycle at this terminal? No. I can store some stuff, though. which I might do. I put that there for now. Does that free up some space in the old cargo bay? So why can I not see? Oh, it's there. Okay. So how much of this can I fit? Oh, I can get the whole fucking lot in there. Okay. Well, almost all of it. Right. Okay. Cool. So that should be enough. That's one and most of another mine. So yeah, let's go to the end of that road where we can go. And, I mean, actually, I should have checked. Somebody may have contributed. I mean, I don't think so. No, it still needs 4,300. And then there'll be another one over here somewhere where we can dump the rest. And then we can go back. Okay. Bit of a journey, but worth it, to be honest. And also, is this... Yeah, this is a distribution center. So we haven't been up here to deliver anything yet. But I suppose there's some stuff to do. But, I mean, maybe we end up working our way around, all the way around here. And speaking to some people up here. And then we end up going to there afterwards. But I see a bridge here. That looks pretty... it's a bit of a spoiler. But yeah, this looks like another distro center over here. But anyway, so we are center on Sam. We are here. We want to go back down the way we came onto the road. Okay, cool. Cool. Starting area gets reformed every so often. Not sure. The end of game, the area gets reformed every 7 days and wipe everything else. Also, yeah, like I was saying, there's roguelike elements that keep it fresh. Okay, that's really interesting. But yeah, it sounds like the kind of game that you get into a loop with where you just play it over and over again. If that's what you want, it sounds great. But for me, I love the variety. I've got to play different stuff. That worm mouth out, motherfucker. Got to take the eye strain medication to Picora. Yes, I've got eye strain medication for a VTuber. So there's somebody powering the VTuber, being the human being. What in the blue fuck was that? What the fuck happened there? I will save the last 5 minutes of gameplay. Because the screen just went black for you guys as well, right? Nani? Yeah, the screen just went completely black, but the game didn't crash. It just came straight back. So... And the thing is, this is the thing about Hideo Kojima games. This is the magic, right? You could never tell if something's a setup or not. You could never tell. You know, like if a Hideo Kojima game crashed, because it's Hideo Kojima, you're like, I don't know, was that deliberate? And this is the magic, is that when you're so like creative and so abstract, and like, you know, you'll go there and you'll do that. You'll go to those lengths to sort of, you know, create that sort of, you know, create that sort of allure and immersion, you know, and he's done that before with previous games. It means that when stuff happens, you can never write it off as accidental. And it creates this sort of grey area where, like, nothing is an accident when you think of it as the big picture. But yeah, screen went black, to be fair. And I had a reload of a game because the textures weren't loading after a while. It was floating on the floor. In this game. Because that's interesting. Because, yeah, Decima is usually really solid. I'm getting a bit nervous about the stream now. Everything seems to be okay. Death Stranding 1 for the PC. Yeah, okay. So yeah, so Decima being ported over to PC. Yeah, there's definitely some teething pains with the port they did, and that's been around for a while. Lots of people have mentioned that there's a few bugs here and there with the PC version, but I have got the PC version on Steam. So at one point, if we are going to replay it, I want to put it on the PC, because with I mean, it was released a while ago. It was a PlayStation 4 game, so I'm hoping 4080 and a 13700K, it should be able to do, you know, pretty solid visuals. But like I say, the capture card we've got for the PlayStation only does 1080, because I thought that was going to be much more of the standard for a while. And unfortunately, all these things drop a load of fucking Carl crystals, don't they? These things. Oh, where's he gone? No. There was another one, but I think it's gone. I think it's gone. Okay, let me just see if I can grab those vitamin supplements as well, because it might have gone over the hill. But yes, I think if you keep shooting them, feature not a bug. Have the standard edition on Epic, not even a director's version. The Epic's usually behind. Yes, one thing I've heard is that Epic and also Game Pass, Xbox Game Pass, they tend to be a few versions behind, and or just not be maintained as well. So even though obviously, you know, yes, the games are cheaper, it's easier to just play a game like Netflix. You do end up sometimes. You do end up sometimes with a somewhat inferior version of the game, which is a shame, because yes, I think the DLC for Lies of P. Obviously, I'll need to get a copy of Lies of P, so I'll be getting it on Steam at some point if I can get it on sale, and also the DLC. So I'll be playing the Steam version, which I presume will be like, you know, the main, most up-to-date version, and as a result, it might be a little bit sharper than what we played on Game Pass, because yeah. There were a few parries here and there. Oh, the truck's too full. Okay. We've got to fucking just go to the road. We've got to go to the road, my dudes. So we could get down to the road from... Yeah, we could cut across and go down this way. Yeah. This is fine. So, there's no full damage when we use a ramp. So that's what we'll do. I don't know if we need to push X and jump off the ramp, but we'll find out. Just fucking yeeted it. But yes, apologies chat. If I have missed any messages, please feel free to at me and repeat them if you'd like, if they are intended for me. If I miss a message that's for me, then please feel free to at me and just repeat it. I don't mind. I want to make sure I don't miss any. As I say, the community and the conversations we have are a big focus of mine. Everything else can kind of get fucked. Just want to build a nice community of people to hang out with. I think that's a more morally upright thing to do than chasing after clout and all that bollocks. Going to sleep. I'm very tired tomorrow. Thank you for stopping by, dude. Sleep well. Hopefully you can get some good rest and feel less tired tomorrow. Tomorrow. Gesundheit. But yes, these roads, goddamn, these roads do be making life a hell of a lot easier. And like I said, I did feel kind of like, oh, I'm missing out on the atmosphere. And I tried to do a few deliveries on foot, and yeah, it was such a pain in the ass. This is obviously the way to do it. Thank you for the bonk. I appreciate that, dude. Very kind of you. So I should be able to go hands off and just This is also a god tier edition as well. It's just, they know you're just going to drive down the road so you can auto drive. It's such a god tier move. But this is the thing. I know people that dislike Hideo Kojima will be saying like, well, you're not even playing the game at all now. You're just watching a cutscene. I'm like, yeah, ask me if I give a fuck, and then you'll get your answer, you know? Like, I don't care. No roof, so how would Sam be safe? He's not. The truck in the first game has a cab where you're protected from timefall, but Not in this one, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm not going to drive the whole way there. I'm not going to auto drive the whole way there. But yeah, it's kind of nice because, you know, you could grab a delivery and then you could just auto drive and you could go and make a cup of tea and come back. And, you know, it's kind of like, you know, it allows the player to just take a break and just sit back and enjoy. And like I say, that's something that this game does that lots of other games kind of, they appear to be afraid of, like, you know, just letting the player just watch and enjoy. Which is kind of strange for me. I think that you design a game well and you think about your art direction and your atmospheric storytelling, you know, you shouldn't be afraid of prolonged moments of downtime where the player is just enjoying the atmosphere. But if you're not confident in your atmosphere, then keep dangling things and jingling your keys in the player's face. Taxis, red as road follow, Witcher 3, Roach will follow the road too. So if anyone complains about it, it's true. It's true. There's other systems in other games that are far more, you know, far more mainstream that utilize that as a mechanic. So yeah, god damn, there's a fucking lot of ceramics. There's a lot of ceramics, you absolute bastards. Right, this better be a big road. This better be a big road, chat. I swear to God. 4,000 ceramics. This better be a big road. Oh my god, I don't even think it goes that far. And the thing is, it's kind of pointless as well. This section, well, I don't know, this, yeah, to be honest, this section is kind of pointless because you don't really need it here. But building roads is what we do, chat. Part of our identity now. Alright, where's the next one? Come on. Come on, you motherfuckers. Is it over there? Better fucking not be. It better not be. What's there? Okay. Right, let's just dump whatever ceramics we've got because we're all the way over here, so there's no point taking any ceramics back with us. We may as well dump them all. Obviously, we'll probably need to come back. This one will probably be another 3,000 or 4,000. Like I say, it isn't really necessary, but you know, the auto drive is a nice feature, and I imagine we might want to rely on it later, so we may as well. The materials are just going to sit there in various different shelters otherwise, so we may as well. Best part about the auto drive, I can pour a drink, drink it, and technically I'm not drinking and driving. This is true. I wasn't driving, officer. It was auto drive. Because yes, that's something that electric auto driving cars, the name of which I will not mention because I'm not giving that fucking clown any airtime. If somebody is driving, if somebody's sitting in an automatic, you know, an auto driving car,
okay,
and let's say they're in the back seat or maybe the front seat or whatever, there's variables to it. But if they're drinking and or drunk, but the car is driving, you know, are they in control of the vehicle and therefore controlling a vehicle whilst under the influence, you know? And that's a bit more of a simple one, or a less weighted question, but I remember somebody posing the question that if in a self-driving car, self-driving, that's the one, if a self-driving car is driving down the road and a pedestrian steps out in front of it and the car is traveling at sufficient speed where it will not be able to brake quick enough to avoid hitting the pedestrian. However, the only option is to turn and swerve to avoid the pedestrian, but doing so would crash into a wall and the crash would categorically would kill the occupant of the vehicle. How does it choose between which human lives and dies? How does it choose? Because most human beings would, you know, probably swerve out of just instinct and then realize too late, I'm going to crash into a wall. That's obviously the most humane thing to do. We're not talking about something humane. We're talking about something, you know, cold and logical. So is the you know, is the car going to favour the occupant or avoid, you know, a press scandal, you know? Oh, you little motherfuckers coming out of the fucking tar. Fuck off. Right, cool. So, there we go. So we've got, have we got a delivery for them? All right, what have we got? Cargo-wise, what have we got? Alloys and some resins and some chemicals. The alloys and resins could go into a monorail post. And then after that, we've just got a few small deliveries to do back in the main area as well as the data scientist. Oh, they want some eye strain medication as well. Okay. Right, so we're heading back to the previous area, which we can do with the auto drive because we've made the road. And then there's an order for us from the Motherhood, which I presume is something story driven, which we can do later. But yes, you know, Asimov's 3 laws of robotics. I think the second one was it the first? Is the primary objective is that a robot can never harm a human being, or by its action or lack of action, allow harm to come to a human being. But yes, a long time ago, somebody lent me a book with 3 of Asimov's stories that I was reading through. But unfortunately, over the years, they turned into a bit of a prick. And I posted something on my Instagram story, and they were just incredibly facetious. And when somebody calls you out on something you've posted on your Instagram, like, first of all, it's not me, it's not my post, I'm just sharing it. But you know, I then, you know, explain to them how I don't see their point of view and I see it this way. And, you know, somebody that's known you for a while, when they say something like, do you know what? I've never liked you. It's like, oh, fucking shut up. Grow up, you fucking child. I've never liked... Shut the fuck up. If you don't like me, why are you fucking following me? And if you don't like me and you're following me, why the fuck are you responding to me? You know, shut the fuck up. Do you know what? I've never liked you. You've always been a prick. Oh, fucking shut up. I told them to fuck off, and I imagine at some point I'll see them in real life and they'll be like, oh, I'm really sorry about what I said. Shut the fuck up. Fucking tell someone who cares, for fuck's sake. They were so fucking facetious about putting their point across. And you know, when because you have a discussion with somebody you know and they're offering their side of it and they offer their side of it, and you sort of realize that there's more than one way to look at it. You don't really sort of attack each other. You don't really sort of, you know, it's not about right or wrong. You just get a bit more context for the situation. That wasn't what was happening. This was, you're wrong, you're being a prick, and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And I was like, well, I don't know if that's the case, because I'm sharing it because it's something I align with on a you know, on an emotional level. So actually, I don't think it's about, you know, being right or wrong. It's just how I feel about something. But they refuse to see it that way. They continue to attack me, and they're like, do you know what? I've never liked you. And I was like, oh, fuck off. Fucking hell, man. What are you, fucking 12? Excuse me. First law, a robot may not injure a human being or through inaction allow a human being to come to harm. That's the one, yeah. That's the one. That's the one. Anyway, apologies, chat. Once again, we do have an ad break coming up, so I apologize. I'm going to pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. We also have anonymous follows on the BRB screen, so if you want to follow without any alerts going off, once we're over there, the bot will say so. We have anonymous follows over there. We don't call them out. We still appreciate them, of course. You can follow secretly and lurk and remain hidden if you want to. That's also perfectly valid. So, yeah, we could deliver to the architect, yeah. And we could deliver to them, yeah. We could take on both of these. But yes, I'll pop you guys on the BRB screen and I'll be back shortly. Holy shit, chat. Clip it. Clip it. This is what courage looks like. Cool. We are ticking them off the list, chat. As you as I was saying, chat, we are fucking ticking them off the list. Just ignore that. It's fine. I was just testing something. Right, let's not fucking yeet ourselves off the edge this time. This guy's still there.
Oh my god.
What? Gun Harry's dudes.
He's still alive!
Gun Harry's dudes. Are you pointing?
Yeah.
Oh my god, gun parries when they jump at you. Oh my god.
Satisfying.
Oh, this game is too good. It's too good. It's illegal.
In the first age, in the first battle, when the shadows first lengthened, one stood.
Fuck off! Fucking hell. Deg, welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for the raid. Fuck, Bambi. That was for you. Sorry, that was for Bambi. Fucking hell. Chat, are we seeing this fucking hits going through him? Oh, and he can run and thrust that easily, can he? Oh dear. Right. Throw your fucking axe. Throw your axe. Come on. Close ground and throw your axe. Come on. Come on. Look, I'm giving you openings to throw your axe. I'm even going to pick up my runes. Throw your axe. Oh, you're so cringe. We don't even fat roll that bad. I think we're mid rolling. Look at this. Look at this. With a backstab. With a backstab. Fucking hell. That worked. But yeah, the lock-on and the animations just didn't know what to do there. Daddy Dennis, welcome in. Dodge window seems way too short. It's
Beetroot_chutney says it's feasible that this measle-riddled weasel runs on copious amounts of diesel.
Pop goes the weasel. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Might as well tank it. Try and escape it, may as well tank it. This one's for you, Kate. This one's for you. Get fucked. Get fucked. Get fucked. You unbalanced trash. Get fucked. Do you see me, chat? Get fucked. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. You come say hello? Yeah? Come say hello to everyone. Put this on here for a sec. Come say hello. Yeah? Hello. Oh, say hello to everyone. Your sister as well. Hey? Oh, you want to get up there? Okay, go on. You go. You sit down up there. Hey? Yeah, okay. Excuse me, the cat might be in the background for a little while. There's the Bev Boo. Beverly. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Did you get an item from her yet? We got a hat. We did get a hat. Sorry, whilst you guys were on the BRB, I just accepted the order because we're going to take it anyway. Yes, I got a hat, like a bunny hat with some carrots on it, which is very adorable. So I think we're going up here. Oh, excuse me. Anyway, so we're going up here. Where's the data scientist? Where are we? So we're going to there. Yeah, we're going up there first. Okay, so we're going up the hill to the architect. So along the road until we don't need the road anymore, and then we dive off the road, go up the hill, and then cut across. Okay, cool. Cool, got it. So we're going up to the road there. The signs like make your car boost, and sometimes they boost you straight into a fucking rock. You're like, yeah, thanks for putting a boost sign next to a rock, dude. Thanks for that. Anyway, recommend using the hat. I'm not going to say why. Does it always play the music? Okay, hang on. Don't tell me, don't tell me. Okay, we need to be at a terminal, okay. But yeah, I imagine something hilarious happens, or yeah, there's music playing all the time or something. But yeah, you never know with Kojima. And this is the thing. This is the thing, is that people criticize how many obscure, weird, things Kojima does in games. But it does create this expectation, or this kind of this anticipation that, you just don't know what's going to happen next. And that puts the player in a mindset of intrigue and anticipation, and that's a good thing. It's a good thing, I think that when you're playing a video game and you kind of knew what was going to happen happens, I think, yeah, they've dropped the ball. I think, you got to keep them guessing. You got to leave them wanting more. There's a set of rules and testaments to the show business that Kojima is obviously so heavily influenced by. The film industry. The show never, was it the show never ends? Always leave them wanting more. Never let them know your next move. I'm not sure if you can get the sticky gun on the truck. I know you can. I seem to remember the sticky gun. You can get a gun that I can fire at cases that are too far away to pick them up. But I don't think you can get a sticky gun arm in Death Stranding, but I don't remember. But the thing is, after I finished the game, because I played it on day one, they did add some stuff after release, and obviously I saw some of it whilst I was still playing, but I didn't see all of it, because I know that not long after I finished it, they added the they added the cyberpunk eye sort of augmented eye kind of like circuit board line thing on the face. They added that as an eyewear that I never got a chance to try. Have the gravity glove right now, which is kind of fun to use because it's Half-Life. Yeah, and the thing is, yeah, there's Half-Life stuff in it. So yeah, this is why I feel like maybe I should replay the first game at some point. But obviously we've got a pretty big backlog. But Lies of P DLC, so I'm going to need to fucking replay the fucking Lies of P base game to remember how to play the damn game. And everyone's saying how hard it is because it's a DLC for a Souls-like, so it has to be incredibly difficult. So we'll see how that goes. But yes. After this, depending on how this pans out, I'm really tempted to do a replay of the first game. Lilith Bland, sorry, Lilith Bland. Welcome, Jeremy. Jeremy who? Sorry. Oh yes, we need to cut to the right, don't we? Oh. There's some Marco Polo type stuff with the names Marco or Polo. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. This is the thing. You know, you stream on Twitch and you don't get any discoverability, and then you do, and it's just somebody coming in saying something random. No offense, but you know. If Twitch isn't careful, there'll only be trolls left, you know? It's just sort of like... That'll be it. Yeah, we're still not turning right breadcrumbs, are we? Come on. We're turning right and we're going right, and they're over there somewhere. That is our destination. But yes, welcome in, Lilipla. I apologise, I'm not sure what you mean by Jeremy. I'm not sure if there was supposed to be a question mark on the end of that. But yeah, somebody commented on one of the YouTube streams. They said, "You really love that truck." I was like, "Yes, it's like, have you tried it? It's really good. It is really fucking good." Just to see if Kick's finest. Love how Sam uses the indicator despite being there being no one else on the road, showing he is more considerate than a BMW driver. Yeah, well, I think the truck just indicates if I turn. But yeah, it would help, wouldn't it? And yeah, to be honest, I think, you know, I think if during a journey of a certain distance you turn the steering wheel a certain amount without the indicator on, I think the car should beep at you, you know? I think the car should buzz and be like, indicator, you know? And, you know, it shouldn't happen the first time, but, you know, if you don't use it at all, you keep turning, you know, and if the car's got sat-nav and, you know, you've gone past several junctions and not used your indicator, the car should fucking buzz at you, to be honest. Because, you know, I mean, obviously people would find a way to hack it and turn it off, but still, you know. Giant rubber fuck.
Looking very nice indeed. Thanks for the extra cargo job.
Oh.
Sorry for asking for help all the time. I'd like to give you this as thanks. I'm increasing your material. Any enemies that get too close will be zapped by a powerful shock, potentially knocking them out. And if you set up 2 or more in an area...
The other problem with indicators is that people don't know when to indicate. It's no good telling me you're taking the next turn as you've already started around the corner. Yeah.
It's a good idea to prepare
This is it. And a few times, you know, again, the thing is, I rode BMX for many, many years, and I've got lots of friends that ride BMX, and a few of them have transitioned over to road bikes and a few other things like that. So I'm very, very touchy about people not indicating, because people die when people don't indicate. And there have been a few times where I have, you know, I've lost my temper with a driver. I'm walking down the road and I cross over or something, and they suddenly swerve in front of me and they're like, "Look where you're fucking going." And I'm like, piss off, man. Learn how to use a fucking indicator. They're like, "What?" I'm like, learn how to use an indicator. Get your fucking smartphone out and Google how many cyclists die on the road every year. You got any friends that ride a bike on the road? That's what I thought. Use your fucking indicator. That's what it's for. They're like, "Ugh." Every now and again, their partner's like, "Oh, Marky's right," or "Tommy's right." You know, I'm like, fucking, don't fucking get shitty with me because you didn't indicate, you know? Like, if I stepped out in the middle of the road and you were indicating, my bad, you know? My bad. Fair enough. But yeah, when I'm walking across the road and you suddenly almost hit me and then start having a go, it's like, fuck off, dude. Fuck off. And the other day I was driving down the seafront and somebody was trying to pull out of a parking space. And certain people, they have this idea in their head that if they're just slowly crawling out of a parking space, somebody will have to stop for them. And traffic wasn't stopping for them. And we were all just driving past them. They were slowly pulling out further and further and further. And I went around them and they were like, I was like, mate, it's traffic. You have to give way to traffic when you're fucking driving. Like, if you're in a parking space, you have to wait for the opportunity to go. I'm sorry, that's just how to drive. You know, that's just how driving works. You can't just fucking start effing and blinding and expecting everyone to let you out. Doesn't work that way. So yeah. I need to go along this dirt path over the river and then stay to the right. Can I drive over this? You probably won't like it, but... Oh yes, chap. But yeah, I think that, you know, things like that, with cars being smarter and smarter and smarter, they should genuinely... Like, if you drive around and you don't use your indicator very much, like, your insurance should go up, you know? Something like that, where, like, you know, it says, you know, you've clocked this many miles, your indicator's only been on a certain amount of times. That's not, you know, acceptable. It's not, you know, it's not the right amount. It's pretty clear you're not using your indicator. Or the sat-nav says you've driven all over the place and you haven't used your indicator. So I'm sorry, because of that, you're a high-risk driver and your insurance goes up. Because these are the people that cause the accidents. The really, really annoying thing, the thing that really boils my piss, is when somebody who doesn't indicate causes somebody else to swerve out of the way. Screen get dark. Causes somebody else to swerve out of the way because they didn't see that person coming because they weren't indicating. And the person that swerves out of the way because the other person wasn't indicating crashes into somebody else and their insurance goes up. That fucking pisses me off. And I've seen a few dash cams where somebody has just pulled out of a junction, not indicating, not saying they're going to turn left or right or whatever at a roundabout. And someone's like, oh my God, and they've swerved to the left to avoid them and just gone into another car. And it's like, yeah, and whose insurance is going to cover that? The person that didn't indicate that caused the accident, they're fucking long gone. So this is why you need to have a dash cam, because we had 2 years of lockdowns where nobody was driving, and a bunch of people just fucking flat out forgot how to fucking drive. Honestly, the shit I see people doing on the roads, it's ridiculous. Like I say, this person was in a parking space trying to pull out into traffic, and they were trying to pull out and go onto the, which you're not supposed to do. You're not supposed to pull out and cut straight across into a junction. You're supposed to pull out, go onto the road, turn around and come back, which I know is inconvenient, but you know, it's there's a reason for it. But yeah, this guy was just slowly, like, just crawling out of a parking space whilst traffic was going by, and it gets to the point where somebody has to stop, and it's like, why are you such a selfish cunt? Like, just wait your fucking turn. There will be a break in traffic, and then you can pull out. You can't just slowly creep out of the space at the side of the road and expect everyone else to just, because like I say, the thing is, they'll pull out, somebody will put their brakes on and somebody will crash into the back of you because they're not paying attention behind you, and it's your insurance, it's your fault. But because they've crashed into the back of you because they're not looking and you've slowed down, suddenly the insurance companies are going to argue it for months. So now your car needs to be repaired, but because you can't get the payout from the insurance because nobody can agree on what actually happened, you're without a car for a prolonged... So yeah, it's... I hate the way the world is like this. I hate the way the world is like this. But yeah, the way people can cause other people to get into an accident and then just leave the scene of the crime, yeah, that pisses me off so much, dude. It's just, yeah. So yeah, I think that with cars becoming more and more smart, they've all got built-in sat-nav and everything. You drive your car and the indicator hasn't been used enough, and the sat-nav says you've gone on journeys on the road and you've been on roundabouts and motorways and stuff, and your indicator hasn't been used when you've changed direction, you should definitely have that reported to your insurance, and you should definitely end up paying more insurance because, you know, you're more dangerous. You're a high-risk driver. Look at this, a little black Luden's Kojima Productions helmet. Oh no, it's just a bull. I think it's just a bull. An accessory in the shape of a bell wards off evil making it easy to escape gazers. Ah.
This accessory has a knack for keeping malevolent forces away. Clip it to your backpack, and you'll have an
So learn
easier
and they make
time
mistakes and stuff.
keeping
Is
away
not so
from
bothered
gazers
if the
and
indicator just ain't working. Fair enough.
be warned
Well, if
that
your
it
indicator
won't
isn't
be better
working, you shouldn't be
fighting
driving.
against them or help you scare
That's an
them off.
offence, right?
End of the day, it's just
Pulled
a
out when I was
job.
safe, when it was safe to do so, and this wanker indicated last minute and nearly rear-ended and bit. Yeah, and also, like when you pull out of a parking space and there's somebody coming, but they're quite far away. But then when you're just about to get going, they're right up behind you. It's like, well, you were clearly not doing 30 miles an hour because I clearly had enough space. You were a good distance down the road. And you still managed to end up right fucking behind me. So I have a suspicion you were doing more than 30 miles an hour. But this is the thing. People refuse to do the speed limit and then wonder why things don't work properly. They're like, oh, the fucking junctions here are terrible. It's like, well, if everybody just did 30 miles an hour and if everybody indicated and didn't cause, these phantom junctions, because this is the other thing. They've done the tests. They've done them. They've taken a bunch of people and they've asked them to drive in a circle, right? Just a complete loop. There's no junctions, nothing. You just drive in a circle at the same speed. But every single time, somebody speeds up a bit too much, slows down a bit too much, and it creates this snake, this crocodile, that bunches up all the cars. And it creates a traffic jam out of thin air just because people can't maintain the same speed. So it is arguably just down to, it doesn't matter how many millions of pounds you spend designing roads. If people don't follow the rules, it doesn't make a difference. It's just going to end up with another traffic jam. It's just how it goes. And it works both ways. One of the most fun things, well, not most fun, one thing that I have a lot of enjoyment in, is silly, but if I'm driving and there's a traffic jam ahead of me, I deliberately coast to try and not have to brake. So I coast at like 2-3 miles an hour and I slowly come up to them as they're moving away. I stay just out of range of having to slow down and stop. And there's a traffic jam ahead of me, but when I look behind me, everyone's crawling on the road slowly. So we're all moving. We're not changing gear. We're not slamming the brakes on. We're not having to fucking figure out what's going on. We're all just crawling along behind me, and I'm slowly but surely I'm dismantling the traffic jam behind me, which as a British person I do take a significant amount of pride in, because traffic jams are obviously one of the biggest problems facing the country because of how many fucking cars there are. But yes, it's actually been scientifically tested that if you just keep pace, if you don't drive up and then stop behind the car in front of you, and you make the active decision to just slow down and crawl so that you never have to slow down to a stop, you can actually dismantle the traffic jam behind you. It's not your responsibility to do it, but it does work. And I find that really, really sort of interesting, that actually a traffic jam is like 50% people just fucking driving right up behind somebody, stopping, taking the car out of gear. Everything starts moving, they take a few seconds to put the car in gear, they pull away, they drive right up behind the car in front of them, they stop, take the car out of gear. If you just coast, but people will pull out in front of you and they'll get caught in the same fucking traffic jam. They ain't going anywhere. Nobody's going anywhere apart from you and everyone behind you, because you're all slowly crawling along at a median pace, so as to never have to stop completely. And as a result, you are effectively dissolving the traffic jam behind you. You're not going to get anywhere much quicker. There's still a traffic jam ahead of you, but you are breaking that traffic jam up. I show people the same video every time. It's just a big empty warehouse like parking lot, and they've painted a big circle, 2 white lines to stay inside, and they ask people to drive around a circle at exactly 30 miles an hour, and every single time somebody goes a little bit too fast or a little bit too slow, and it bunches up and a traffic jam forms. And that's a completely closed system. There are no new cars. There are no junctions, there are no accidents, everybody is all supposed to be doing the same speed, and even then, the simple sort of small amount of variance in someone trying to keep a speed over a prolonged period of time is what causes it. And it happens on on the road. The example that happens in real life is you've got a long straight road with 20, 30 cars going down it, and then somebody for some reason slams the brakes on and then realizes they didn't need to because they weren't paying attention, and then they carry on going. But them slamming the brakes on and then starting up again has created that phantom junction. There's like a junction where everyone has to slow down and stop before they can go. And before you know it, everybody's driving up each other's arse and then stopping and then starting. It just creates a traffic jam out of nothing. Because sometimes there isn't actually an incident. It's just people just being careless. And yeah, this is the thing. When we get to a stage where everybody gets into a car and it self-drives, not that I want Tesla to get any more money, you know, I don't even want to say the name. But yeah, once we get into a car that just drives at the right speed limit in a specific lane, it will just balance everything out. Once everything is all cruise controlled, so it all times up and everything, you know, and sat-nav says, you know, there's too many cars on this road, divert to this route, it's 4 minutes slower, but there's a 4-minute congestion about to happen if we don't divert anyway, so it doesn't make a difference. But yeah, people don't listen. And yeah, it's fucking bonkers, you know. Google Maps will say, Google Maps is diverting us, I'm going to keep going the same way. So, well, no, I'm sorry, mate, it's diverting us because there's a problem. Well, how does it know there's a problem? It's because there's a bunch of people using Google Maps in that part of the road, and it's obviously slowed down to a complete stop. So they know there's a problem, so they're redirecting you to avoid that, you know. They're like, yeah, whatever. And then we pull up to a massive traffic jam, and I'm like, you know, the technology's there, dude. And obviously, you know, Google offers it for free because they want to scrape the driver data about traffic and everything else to create self-driving cars and, you know, route planners and everything. But yeah, you can use the information to your advantage if you're smart, you know. Google Maps will guide enough people to the right places to distribute the traffic evenly. It's got like all kinds of, do you know what, that animal right there, we could grab him and deliver it to the animal shelter. Come on, you little fucker, where are you? No, I just tripped over him. No, I know, but I'm on about if the MOT passed and stopped working a bit later. They didn't realise. Yeah, if it broke while you're on a journey, you're kind of stuck, I suppose. But yeah, the thing is, your indicator. The funny thing about indicators, fucking boring facts with breadcrumbs. When you put your indicator on, it will start to click really, really quickly when it's about to go. And I don't know if that's actually an intentional fail state warning, where they're supposed to do that, or it just happens to do it. But yeah, like if you put your indicator on it, and rather than going tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, it goes tick 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 tick. It's because the bulb is either already gone or it's about to go. And to be honest, the light bulbs are fairly cheap. Do you know what the best thing to do? Just buy one now and chuck it in your glove box. You know, because yeah, if you were to get pulled over, you know, your indicator not working, you might end up catching a fine. Whereas if you pull over and change the bulb, you can avoid just, because we all know how much the fucking police love to fine people for stupid things like that. Although I did find out you can drive without one. I think you can drive without one wing mirror. If your wing mirror is damaged, you don't have to replace it. But I think if both of them are gone. But I don't know if it's specific from the side. I'm pretty sure you have to have a rear view mirror that works.
I'll review the order information now.
Victor Murphy was cussing me through the window, not watching where he was going on a roundabout, sat there looking like, fuck off, you tosser. Something that made me laugh. My abusive ex was driving, and apparently a copper was behind her, so she was going under the speed limit in fear, and they pulled her over and gave her a slap on the wrist for driving unsafely. She was so embarrassed I laughed. Yeah, this is it. If you drive at like 20 miles an hour in a 30 zone, that's actually a hazard, so it's actually not safe driving. Need to have your left mirror but not the right. Oh, I see. Thank you for clarifying, Grisash. I appreciate that. So you need to have that one on the left, but the one on the right doesn't matter. Like, I suppose you could just look over your shoulder with the right. It's much easier, isn't it? Or the rear view mirror will cover that as well, so to speak. Oh, the left one was broken. Okay, fair enough. So let me just check. See, the thing is, they only really offer deliveries to their own area. Don't really, now that we've added more people to the chiral network, you don't really end up with deliveries to new people from the old shelters. So it's kind of like, you know, there is really no reason to go back once you've 5-starred somebody. which feels like a bit of a shame, you know, because if once you add people to the chiral network, you know, if you get deliveries from those new people to much further away shelters, it gives you a reason to come back. And obviously if you get new deliveries from those old shelters to the new places you've just unlocked, it kind of makes it all a bit more cohesive. But then again, we're finding cargo for people back here, and I don't need to deliver to the government guy, but I'm going to anyway, because, you know, I need to get rid of it. So might be different country. Yes, it might be different from country to country, because depending on what side of the road you're on, depending on what side of the road you drive on, one could be a lot more significant than the other. So yeah, I suppose it must matter. I suspect it probably does matter depending on what side of the road you're on. Right, left UK, you can legally drive with a broken wing mirror. It's on the passenger side, near side, the driver's side, offside, mirror, interior mirrors. So I've heard this offside and near side before, but again, that's dependent on what side of the road you drive on. Well, I've always said driver's side and passenger side. Because I didn't realise the near side was actually about the sidewalk or the pavement, you know, near side and far side. So I tend to say driver's side and passenger side. Because yeah, left and right, front and back, depending on which way you're looking at the car, you can't always exactly explain what you mean. Yeah, I always say like front, you know, front driver's side, front, you know, rear driver's side or whatever. Because that doesn't matter what car or where you are, there's always a driver's side and a passenger side, unless you're driving a McLaren F1, in which case, you know, bit different, but you know, I think you've got a different set of problems to worry about if you're driving a McLaren F1. Not so much problems, but yeah, challenges. Yeah, I can't imagine driving one of those. I mean, it must be a lot of fun and everything. It must be really nice to drive, but yeah, can't park it anywhere. Fucking the insurance must be absolutely insane. I mean, I think they cost £1 million even back in the day. So God knows what they're worth now. Driver side can't, yeah, so it's not so much about left or right or near side. If I say yes, driver side, passenger side can be broken, but the driver side can't. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Tax and provide adequate visibility. Yeah, there's all sorts of rules and stuff, and they make sense. Like I was saying earlier, some of them can seem a bit invasive and a bit kind of over the top, and then you hear about a scenario where actually that's very important, you know. And this is the thing, is that sometimes you have to consider that, you know, the rules are drawn up to cover as many outcomes as possible, and even if an outcome is unlikely, it's significantly worse if you're not prepared for it. So it's, as you know, as something I've always said to myself, it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it, which is a bit of a consumerist capitalist mindset, but you know, it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it, you know. Like I was saying with the indicator bulb, if it's cheap and it's small and it's easy to store it inside the vehicle, why wouldn't you, you know? But saying that, most of my indicator bulbs are probably in a bag in the garage, so I'm not, you know, I can't preach too much, you know. Boondog, welcome back. Thank you for the croissant. I appreciate that, my dude. Got a difference in where people drive. Yes, different. Right, where's this little bowl thing? Normally jumps out on me. Right here by this junction. Right, it's over there. I'll see if picking it up and we can deliver it to someone. Oh shit, we need to go to the inventor though, didn't we? We actually had something for the inventor. Excuse me, watch out, I've gone too far. Law stating you cannot drive while blindfolded, because apparently that had to be explicitly stated, and again, it ain't the state, you know. Yeah, and this is the thing, is this, in America, state bylaws, sometimes they're super fucking unfair. Like, friends of mine that have driven and or ridden across America, have said you've got to read up about every single state's bylaws, because you could be riding your motorcycle through 3 or 4 different states, and then you get to one state where your motorcycle has to have something that you haven't got. So you're fine, and then suddenly a policeman's pulling you over to give you some, you know, $120 fine or something. And it's yeah, it's pretty, you know, and then the next 3 states, it doesn't matter. You know, it's just sort of like, it's only that one state out of the few that you might drive through. I forget that it's mostly yellow, so we can just drive over it. Oh shit. But yes, there's some pretty strange bylaws out there, I must say. Because yes, I don't know how many there still are, but there still exist. I don't know if it's actually, this was a while ago that I read, but they might still exist. But there are dry states where it is actually illegal to consume alcohol, but they can be right next to, with very little barrier, to a state that allows drinking. Which, I don't know, it just seems like such an administrative headache to have a state, you know, it's like going to the next town and you can drink, and then when you come back to the town, you know, where you live, hopefully not by driving if you've been drinking, of course. But yeah, it would be illegal for you to be drunk, but if you've drunk somewhere else, how do you police that? So it's kind of like, if you guys, you've created this situation for yourselves, you know? You created this scenario. Where you've created something that's very difficult to police. But their choice, I suppose. But yeah, some friends of mine. This was quite a while ago, so Dubai wasn't anywhere near as like open to. Oh, it's one of them. Oh. Okay, so it's R1. Fire. But yeah, they had a flight and it landed and they had like a 4-hour layover in Abu Dhabi. They're like, yeah, let's fucking hit the bar. And there was just no one would serve them a drink. Yes, they don't drink. But I think they've loosened it up a little bit now. I think there are places now, there are hotels that will serve because they're not part of, you know, they're not explicitly part of the culture. But they're allowed to operate there. They've got a license to operate a bar and stuff. But yeah, at first, people going there said, yeah, you can't get a drink anywhere. And I was like, oh, damn, okay. But what did you do instead? They were like, we didn't do anything. Everything was far too expensive. So we just fucking stayed in the airport. Even in the airport, stuff was expensive. Yeah, there are tourist areas now. I think it's changed now. Yeah. Lurk Stranding. Thank you for the lurk, dudes. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the lurkers. I'm not going to call you out or ask you to say anything, but I know you guys are there and I appreciate you. Oh, no, before we go, gotta make sure we've actually gone into our cargo bed and got the actual fucking delivery. Be a good idea, wouldn't it? That'd be a good idea, breadcrumbs, is to actually have the delivery for the inventor. Oh, there is something for that guy. And those. Ah, oh, damn, okay, we missed those. We missed those. So yeah, what have I got on my back at the moment? What the fuck's taking up so much space? Cool. Move out of those areas at your own risk. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing. But no, the thing is, you know, there have been a few times when I've been abroad and, you know, I've gone to a bar somewhere and I'm like, hola, or, you know, bonjour, or whatever. And the person knows I'm English. And, like, they just look at me and say, pantolaga, pantolaga. I'm like, okay, dude, come on, man. Like, I know British but they're so used to him. I say, yeah, pint of lager, please, mate. Yeah, pint of lager. They just say it without you even asking. It's like, no, actually, I wanted to ask you about your whiskies and your wine, you know. But they expect me as a British person to just want a fucking pint of lager. But I suppose, you know, it's just unfortunate, but yeah, it's just the truth, you know. They get a lot of tourists, and a lot of tourists drink a lot of pints. Even though they probably shouldn't, and they can't behave themselves when they do sometimes.
And here you come knocking at this late hour. Welcome, fellow night owl. I appreciate the visit. Please hold while I check the order details. And what is this unexpected delivery I see? That's awfully kind of you, Sam.
Now displaying your current order grade.
Thanks.
So, we're going there anyway, aren't we? So, yeah, it's down. Right.
Thank you. Welcome back, man.
Woo! Feel that speed!
But yes, the hotels, I think they've got a license now. But yeah, a few of the places back in the day, back when Abu Dhabi was kind of still building that palm tree thing in the ocean and everything. A few friends said they landed there on a connecting flight to go to Japan or whatever. And they were like, yeah, just couldn't find a drink anywhere. It was kind of wild, like as British people, to not be able to find a drink. So we've got an order there, and I think it's going to the mechanic, who is something we haven't seen just yet. But I think we're going to get an item for doing that. So, cargo-wise, we've got some space. Not as much as I'd like, but some space. In terms of monorail towers, I don't think there's any along here, but there was another monorail over here. And zoom, there's a monorail tower somewhere. There's one here that's obviously built. There's one here. So we could go and drop off the resins and the special alloys that we've got into that to create some space in the truck. The paver is over there. But I presume that's going to take us over here to this heart-shaped or diamond-shaped or whatever you call this shaped building. But there is sort of a distributor. There is a monorail looking. There's a monorail sort of thing there. So I presume somewhere out the front there'll be a monorail, and I presume this monorail is going to carry on. Probably pick one up here, and then probably pick one up there. Then we can connect this to this, and then from this we can use the road. Oh, actually, maybe the road will connect it up. Anyway, so we're going over this way. We're going to make it all the way over there. So we're going to get on the road. We're here. We want to go down here onto the road and that way. Actually, no, we need to make a delivery to these people, don't we? So what we could do is, in actual fact, turn around, pick up the road here, and then, cool. We're going to go this way. Go past the rainbow person and the animal shelter, and then use the road to get back to the other side. And then, at 10 o'clock, 5 hours after I started streaming, we'll pick up that mission that's probably going to have a bit of story in it. But I have a feeling I've seen an item, I've spoiled myself, and I need to be careful because I keep looking at Death Stranding stuff, and I think it's Death Stranding 1, but it's not, it's Death Stranding 2, and then I see something that I haven't seen yet, and nothing major, no story spoilers, please. Please be mindful. But yeah, I've seen someone surfing around on a coffin, so I think we're about to get that.
That's the way.
Okay, there is one of those things floating around here we can get at some point. This is the thing. You make all these deliveries. You make all these deliveries to clear space in your cargo bed. And then on the way to the next fucking destination, you end up picking up like 9 different things. And I know it's not people genuinely dropping things. I know the game just spawns stuff for you to find. Because you get bonus points for delivering it, if you find it out in the wild, as you guys may have noticed. But yes, we will do some story, I promise. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can just drive this way. Yeah, we can pick up the road. Head up, deliver to Rainbow Valley. Might have a delivery for this person, and then head on up to the animal shelter. And then from the animal shelter, we can head down the road. And then we could, we could from the animal shelter, if we were to continue down this way, you go straight to here, pick up the road here, go over the hill, and then kind of just cut across down here, and then we're over here. I think that might save us a bit of time. That's what we'll aim for. But yes, I'm struggling to remember that I'm supposed to be picking up story missions. I feel like we're getting towards 100. We are 80 hours in. We're only 54%. So it could be a 160-hour game, chat. Time to play something else? Nah, I'm not going to play something else. But if you want to jump into something else, please feel free. Of course, I'm not going to stop you. I hope you can find... I mean, the thing is, there's so many good games out there. I don't know if you've played Expedition 33. That was brilliant. I don't know if you've played... What else have we played this year that's been, stand out brilliant? And video games enjoyers have eaten this year. We've absolutely eaten. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not gonna say nah. We're gonna play this for 160 hours. No, of course you could play something else. But yeah, video games this year have been strong as fuck. We have fucking eaten this year. But now I was chatting to a friend, a best friend, in fact, about what I was playing and what they should play next. And they're like, I don't have the capacity for this. I showed them my Steam wish list. It's over 100 games long. It's never going to happen, dudes. I could retire yesterday and still never get around to playing all these games. There's just so many fucking video games to play these days, dudes. This is why whenever I see one of these snot-nosed little COD or FIFA players like, there's nothing to play anymore, then the gaming is dead. Shut the fuck up. Shut up, you fucking melt. Never been more video games to play. Been playing a lot of taboo games, the spicy ones, because I forgot. I didn't know you had to filter. You have to turn the filter. You have to filter them out on Steam. I was going through like a suggested games list, and a bunch of like naughty games came up, and I was like, ugh, I don't want to play this.
I appreciate you.
But yeah, if you enjoy them. Filter them out. No, they were just there. I promise you. It was like a list of games, and suddenly, like, it was like for you, and I was scrolling, and then and I promise you, I've never purchased one. I've never purchased one of those games. Not even before Steam. I've never had one of those like adult games. They're not for me. I'm not going to judge anyone. They're just not for me. But yeah, we were on stream, and fucking it fucking suddenly there was obviously it's a wish list picture, so it doesn't show too much, but you could see what was going on. And I was like, not on stream. Come on now, not on stream. A lot of them have amazing stories. I imagine the writing is usually pretty good, yeah. I imagine the writing's usually pretty good. That is kind of like, the other main thing, right? Is the writing. So... we've got some stuff for them. We've still got that for them. Got that for them as well, but I don't want to go back over there. I can't be asked. I might just entrust that to somebody else, and I might just entrust that as well, because do you know what, I've 5-starred them, so I'm going to entrust those to somebody else. Somebody else can deliver them and get the kudos for it. I don't really care. So yeah, that's what we're going to do. So we're going to head up to the animal shelter. Why don't we take the scenic route, just for fun? Yeah, exactly, and this is the thing, you know, like, you know, there's obviously adult content in that sort of stuff, and there's all kinds of adult content these days, and, you know, people can choose to, you know, make it if they want to, they can choose to watch it if they want to, and it's, you know, there's a lot less shame involved, and, you know, I think that's a good thing, you know. I don't think people should be shamed for making or consuming content of a certain kind. I think, you know, people that shame others are kind of projecting themselves. You know, they feel shame, so they want to shame other people, and it's like, you know, you're just perpetuating stereotype. You know, as long as the people that are making it are not being exploited, if they're the sort of people that feel empowered by it and it's good for them, then good for them. You know, get that bag. And if people enjoy watching it and enjoying it, you know, if it fulfills a need of theirs, then fair enough. You know. There's obviously studies being done on, you know, the impact of having access to it from a young age. It's obviously a bit detrimental for young people to have access to it too easily or too early, or too much, too often. That means, because obviously it does alter their perception of certain things, and that's not always good. So there's definitely, you know, there's definitely some question marks surrounding it. But, you know, this whole sort of like, oh, you know, it's vulgar and it's, you know, shameful. It's like, well, if people enjoy making it and people enjoy watching it, you know, there's a supply and demand, you know. Is it that bad? You know, really? You know, because like I say, as long as the person making it is consenting and, you know, of legal age and, you know, of sound body and mind and everything, because there's obviously some scary stuff going on in Eastern Europe, and I don't mean that in a stereotypical way, but yeah, the trafficking stuff that goes on, and the way you hear about the people being trafficked and how they're, you know, force-fed drugs to make them dependent so that they're easier to exploit. And it's like, yeah, you know, obviously we've got to stop that. Come here, you little fucker. We've got to stop that. Like I say, it needs to be consensual. It needs to be, you know, regulated and above board. Everybody needs to be sort of, you know, looked after, and it needs to be moderated or regulated, whatever you want to call it. You know, it needs to be safe, you know, can't be exploitive. And unfortunately, that industry has not regulated that strongly enough, and as a result, the industry has a problem with it. So it's down to the industry as a whole to make sure that stuff doesn't happen, because that's not, you know, consensual, that's not okay, that's barbaric, and, you know, obviously shouldn't exist. My truck's stuck in a fucking canyon. Oh, fucking hell. Keep jumping and moving. Keep reversing and turning and jumping. See if you can shake it loose. You'd be surprised. Been totally stunned by some of the games. Yeah, and if you enjoy the stories and stuff, then it's, you know, if you're an adult and you're old enough to consume that kind of media and you enjoy the stories and stuff, have at it, dude. It's not for me. Not for me personally, but I'm not going to judge. You know?
Now give us a moment to check the up. It's always a good day when in...
Now displaying your current quarter grade.
Cool. What have you got? Nope. So, I've got some cargo I want to entrust. Doesn't tell me who it's for. Oh, she does. The Inventor, Rainbow Valley. Yeah, that one we can entrust. So what I'm going to have to do is facility storage, so I can see who the order's for. Yeah, okay, so this person, this person, this person. All of those. I pop them in my private locker and then go to entrust cargo and then select everything in my private locker. I can entrust those. So yeah, because I'm not going to go all the way over there to make a delivery for a fucking for a shelter that I've already 5-starred. It's not worth it. So that now means in our cargo bed we've got much more space. So after doing this story, yeah, we're going to go swing by that monorail post, dump those materials in there. You know what, seeing as we're at a shelter anyway, because it's resins and special alloys, isn't it? We may as well clean these guys out. Fuck, well, anyway, I think we've already cleaned them out, to be honest. But yeah, we may as well just grab this, chuck it in the truck, because we're heading towards a monorail post anyway. So yeah, I mean, we could stop by the data scientist on the way, but realistically, I'm not sure it's necessary. Not sure it's 100% necessary. So we now want to head, yes, down this way. Over this way, down the hill. That's how I got stuck. Update, I just ran out of charge. I can't fit a generator, so I just reload. Yeah, just reload. Play this one game where at the start of the game you save a girl from killing herself, and then in the mid-game she tries to kill herself again but fail, and then there's a realistic picture, and at the end of the game credits of his daughter who killed herself on the bridge. Oh, yeah, that's pretty close to home, right? So yeah, pretty deep.
Stretch my legs.
Grab that. Thank you very much. Oh, I missed one. Excuse me.
Be careful, Sam. Those shells contain tranquilizing gas.
Oh, why am I being shot at? Oh. Okay. Range. The fuck was shooting at me, but we fuck it, we ball, we roll. Oh yeah, I need the game to stop finding random bits of cargo for places I've just left behind. I need it to stop this. Keep finding stuff for the Rainbow Valley, for the animal shelter, for the fucking distribution center back at the beginning of this area. It's like, we're moving on, dudes. We're moving on. Give me some deliveries and give me some found cargo for the people that I need to 5-star, you know? I suppose the game doesn't want to make it too easy, right? Can't make it too easy. Right, so we're on this section of road now, which is facing the wrong way. So we want to head... Actually, we could just fucking cut across here, couldn't we? There's someone there that we could speak to and see if we can get them to join the network. Yeah, I think we actually are. Rather than just getting on the road, we are just going this way. But anyway, apologies, chat. We've got the last break of the stream coming up. I need to pop you guys on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out, but please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack, you won't miss anything. And I'm going to take a break as well. And we also have anonymous follows on the BRB screen, so if you're lurking and you want to follow in secret, once we're over on the BRB screen, the bot will say so. I mean, there's no alerts over there, we don't call them out. We still appreciate them, of course, we don't call them out, so if you want to follow in secret, that's perfectly valid as well. But yes, I'll be back in about 3 minutes. We do a 3-minute ad break on the hour. That gets rid of pre-rolls, which means that when people first get here, they don't immediately have to watch an ad before they even get a chance to hang out. I think that's a bit unfair. Oh, there's a lot. Oh, we need the crystals. I think we need them. So I'll pause the game there, because I think we're about to fuck up in a big way. I think we're about to... there's a threat nearby, so we can't say yes, so fuck it, we'll ignore it. But yes, I'll pop you guys over on the BRB screen, and I'll be back shortly. And then we'll finish off with a bit of story. Also very impressive being able to make a game. Yes, exactly. Kind of a heartfelt game. It's one of the games that really got me hooked into the genre because of that story. Yeah, I think it only takes one game to have a real impact. It's the same with books, yeah, with stories. With games that have stories and stuff, they get you hooked on games. But yeah, with books, sometimes you pick up a book and you just can't put the damn thing down. You read. You're squeezing in a few pages here and there, and you finish it, and all you want is more. But then I guess sometimes you find a book and it's just like swimming through treacle. You just can't get through this book. And it kind of makes you a bit wary about the next one. So yeah, which is why people are always asking for good books, which I can't recommend, unfortunately. I haven't read a book in years, unfortunately. Everything's so short form. But yes, I'll be back shortly, and then we'll carry on.
I remember now.
When it works, chat. When it works, it works. It's so fucking cool. I mean, why are we not picking up the giant kitchen knife? Look at this giant ass fucking kitchen knife that we could be using. Why the fuck? There's all this irrigation and stuff, all these fucking farmlands everywhere. Why have we not got a fucking scythe or a fucking a sickle or even a hoe? But I suppose that's realism because I ain't got any hoes in real life either. Oh, that was a fucking stretch, breadcrumbs. Jesus Christ, excuse me. You couldn't lend us a hand, could you? I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. Right, okay. Once again, hold on to your butts. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. No. 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 Oh my god. No. Oh my god. No. Okay. Shit. Okay. Claymores are yeah, I mean claymores count as traps, right? Fuck. So you see what I mean, chat? You see yeah, it just the gust as well. It doesn't really blow you that far. It, you know, no pun intended, but you know, it doesn't really blow me away. Damn it. Rocks in the valley, they said. Rocks in the valley. Fucking... Fucking hell.
To stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord, was a sad state of affairs. I commend your spirit, but alas, none shall take the throne. Queen Marika has high hopes for us, that we continue to eternity. In my bones, a tarnished cannot become.
Let's go. Let's fucking go. Look at that bridge there. Look at this fucking rock formation. And then, oh, fucking clouds. Really? Really, clouds? I was just talking about how good the game... Fucking weather, eh? Imagine a British person complaining about the weather. Oh my god. Fuck you, game. Fuck you. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. By taboo games, you mean yes, adult themed games. You know, which if you want to play them, it's up to you. So yeah, I think this is a bad idea. Okay, that wasn't too bad. We got away with that. He says, oh my god, they're climbing the fucking trees. They're climbing the fucking trees, chat. I don't like that. I don't like that. There's another fucking army of them over here. Back off. Back off. But yes, enjoy the raffle game. Full body shudder. Yeah, they're sort of big spidery type things, but they're not full on spiders. They're just spider-esque. I think as a result, you don't end up getting, because people with, there have been like a few games that have made a genuine effort with arachnophobia to create like accessibility, where like the spiders have like a variety of options in how they're presented, so as to not trigger people's like visceral response to like, because of arachnophobia, which I think is really, really nice. It's really polite, because yeah, spiders do just, you know, I mean, for me, I don't necessarily mind seeing them on the screen or whatever, but if one of them takes me by surprise in real life, my skin fucking, it's a visceral reaction. I know that it's probably more scared of me than I am of it. I know that it probably can't hurt me. In the UK, I know it's probably not dangerous. There's just something about things that have more than 4 legs that my body just has a visceral reaction to them. It's an unconscious visceral reaction. My whole body starts to fucking feel weird. And I get it with crabs as well. So it's anything with more than 4 legs. It just feels kind of weird to me. Which is kind of strange, but also it's not completely invalid. There's handfuls of people that also feel the same way. Doesn't trigger mine, but I still find those little bastards creepy, yeah. And sometimes it's not just the sight of them, it's the way they move. When they move in sort of when they sort of move by like vibrating a little bit, yeah, it's just kind of weird. Look at this shelter though. But you can kind of see, into the private room that's available. Obviously not to us now, but yeah, at some point in the future, when we actually unlock this. It's bad, Brad. I was lying in bed. Felt like a fly or something flew at my chest. Then realised it was an actual spider crawling on me. My arm jolted up into bed away from me. Used a flash on my phone to delete it. Take another photo. The spider was gone. Turn it around towards me. I didn't even notice it re-entered the room a minute or so. Like, oh god. Because yeah, the only thing worse than seeing a spider in your bedroom is then suddenly afterwards not seeing the spider. Like, where the fuck have you gone? But the irony is, every time you kill a spider, you unwittingly make the remaining spiders who are more sneaky and more stealthy the ones that survive. So by killing a spider that allows you to see it, you're unwittingly making spiders more stealthy, which is kind of concerning, to be honest. Because you are altering, human beings are altering the genetic pool of spiders, so only the ones that don't get killed reproduce, and the ones that don't get killed are the ones that you don't see. I don't know if that falls under the same structure as confirmation bias, where, for instance, fighter pilots that flew back and actually got their plane back to base. People were studying where the bullet holes were, and they said, oh, we need to reinforce these parts of the plane. And then someone said, no, we don't want to reinforce those parts of the plane. Those are the parts of the plane that got shot and the person still made it back to base. It's the other areas that aren't being shot on, or that haven't been shot on this plane, that were shot on planes that did go down. That's the other areas we need to reinforce. It's very clever thinking in the pressure of the moment. Similar to when they cracked Enigma. They realized that if they used it too much, the Germans would catch on to the fact that they'd broken the code. So they had to strategically decide which ones to let go and which ones to pretend they guessed. Which is, yeah, heartbreaking to think they had to go through that choice of, like, sadly, that's going to have to go through, that enemy command is going to have to land. Okay. But obviously the really major ones they intercepted, they actually acted upon. I didn't need that fact in my life here, sorry. Sorry about that, my dudes. So I'm gassing my entire house with road. That's kind of the thing, dudes, you know. And to be honest, my letting agent has not been good for, you know, since I moved in, since I bought the place, for 2012. They've never been that good. They're not terrible, but they're also not very good, so it's kind of annoying. And there's talk of replacing them with someone else, and I'm a little bit concerned about how many ins and outs there are. But anyway, they have managed to, because I used to get ants in my flat, and I'm on the second floor. But the problem is, that the people below me used to get takeaways very, very often, and they were also clearly quite messy eaters, and therefore they dropped a lot of food on the floor, and the ants from the ground floor, they're only one floor above it, the ants eventually made their way into the first floor flat below me. Not the ground floor flat, because that's just garages and stuff, but they made their way up into that flat because there was food there. Now these people eventually moved out, and then the people that owned the flat decided to redecorate, but they had to tear the entire place out. So in the process of tearing out all the old flooring and everything else and everything, you know, they made a bunch of noise and vibrations, and the ants obviously scattered to avoid the noise and vibrations. And one of the directions they scattered in was up into my flat, even though they had no reason to. But obviously I'm not, you know, a machine. There are crumbs of food on the floor sometimes, unfortunately. So they made their way into my flat, and then they spread out over the second floor as well. And I complained to my letting agent dozens of times, like, there's ants fucking everywhere. So it's not just like a couple, it's like an infestation, like walls are covered in them. And they're in my fucking bedroom, you know? And I've got no food in my, I don't eat in my bedroom, there's no fucking food in there whatsoever. Obviously I feed my cat near the bedroom door, which means there is some cat food on the floor, but still. I shouldn't have ants in my bathroom, I shouldn't have ants in my bedroom, you know. In the kitchen, it would be annoying, but I could deal with them. And the lounge is next to the kitchen, so whatever. But yeah, but they did actually speak to somebody. They came out, they found out it's a specific species of ant that needs specific, you know, approach. So they gave us these little dishes full of this chemical that apparently the ants will take back to their, they take that chemical back to their, you know, main nest, ants, yeah, nest. And then they can use a camera or an odor sensor thing to track down where the nest is. Because apparently this particular species of ant, they grow nests that then reach out to multiple buildings, like, you know, 5 or 6 buildings at some point. But they're obviously a bit more difficult to deal with. And they need to figure out where the original nest is so they can kill it and then kill off all the satellite nests that they have. But we put down all of the dishes, and the ants were, you know, I didn't realise, but when I checked, the dishes were all empty. I said, oh yeah, they're all empty. So I said, yeah, put them in the little Tupperware box they got delivered in, leave them outside your door, we'll collect them. But the nest must be somewhere else, because I've not heard a single thing since. And we haven't had any ants this year. Touch wood. Touch wood, we haven't had any ants this year. So I think that problem has been solved. Not that you guys care, because the ants don't bother the stream. But there were ants inside my PC. And I was like, damn, I feel bad. And I turned it on and the fans kicked in. It's like, oh my God, could you imagine being an ant inside a PC with like 7 fans? No, they were just scout spread, just you wait. Well, yeah, this is it. I've seen 1 or 2 ants, like 1 or 2, and I've made sure to kill them. I know that doesn't sound nice, but if I don't kill those scouting ants, I'll have ants everywhere. And I seem to have been, touch wood, I've been lucky this year. We've still got some summer left, but I think most of the ants' nests have started to fall apart. So I think they're probably at the end of their season, so to speak. So I think we got away with it, chat. I think we're okay. But yes, not that it really affects you guys at all. But yeah, you might have seen me in certain years in summer. I'm like this. Like, ugh, there's a fucking ant underneath my shirt or something. Antonio, Antoinette. Oh my god, come on now. No, I don't want to rest. Come on. The terminal, please. No. Oh, I don't know what they've done, chat. They've changed the way the terminal prompt comes up, and it's just you end up resting instead. The whole, like, resting inside, I don't know, there needs to be like a threshold where it doesn't do it. Right, so give me all of your resins. Now we got special alloys. Yes, I think we may have got away with it this year, chat. We may have solved the ant problem. And, as well, as an update, there's no point grabbing that because it's for this fucking person here. So, it's cost a lot of money, but we've had the lift, you know, redone. So we haven't had a whole new lift. This is quite strange. So, the people that have done the lift, they've replaced the doors on every floor. They've replaced the threshold on the floor and also on the edge of the lift. They've replaced the motor and the ropes, but they're using the same carriage car, same lift car, and the same counterweights. So they haven't replaced the whole thing. They've replaced almost the whole thing. However, the important thing to note is, ironically, the doors were always the noisiest part of the old lift. These doors would clatter open and clatter close, and people would use the lift at fucking 1 in the morning and shit and make a bunch of fucking noise. So, we've got a new lift. The doors are almost completely silent. You can barely hear them. But it's a new lift. So it does this thing that new lifts do, where it announces everything. So, you get in the lift and you push the button and it says, "Doors closing. This lift is going up." And it's really quiet, and the doors open, and you get to the floor where you want, and it's "Doors opening. This is the 5th floor." And then obviously they walk out of the lift. The door stays open for a certain amount of time. And then obviously it says, "Doors closing. This lift is going down," and it returns. So the doors are now quiet, but it fucking shouts about every single thing. Oh, fuck's sake, dudes. And I don't know how many £1,000 it cost each. But we all have a rateable value and we have to chip in. Obviously a lift is important. Yeah, it's good for everybody to have a lift. I don't use it, but there's lots of elderly people that use it, and I might need to use it to move something upstairs, so having a lift is handy, so I pay for it as well, you know, unfortunately. But yeah, it's so annoying that they've put in a lift that's, you know, it's quiet. The lift itself is quieter, but it has a fucking announcer that's just as loud. So I might ask if we can, you know, adjust the volume, but if they say it's going to cost money to come out and fucking adjust it, because that'll be the fucking scam, chat. That'll be the fucking grift. Is they'll fit a lift and they'll put the announcer on the maximum volume because they know people are going to get fed up and ask them to come back and adjust it, and then they'll charge a call out for coming back to adjust it. I know what these people are like. I know how these motherfuckers work. You know, they'll find a way to come back out to fix something, even though it didn't need to be fixed. Just stabbed one of the speakers. It went, yeah. Well, the thing is, like, I could probably put some sellotape. I've got some thick sellotape. It's like 2 or 3 inches wide. It's boxing tape. It's like it's box tape for like packaging stuff. So it's like sellotape, but like triple wide. If maybe even 4 wide. It's quite thick. So I'm thinking I might just put some over the speaker hole and see if anyone notices. Because, yeah, you'll still be able to hear it when you're standing next to the lift. But, you know, if I put it over the speaker hole and just poke a couple of the holes out. But, But somebody might be like, oh, you can't tamper with the lift. Oh no. But yeah, I'll see what I can adjust. Because yeah, that's what I've done in the past when there's been like a speaker or something that does need to be heard, but it's way too loud. I just put tape all over the speaker, then I poke a few holes to make it so you can just about hear it if you're in the room where you need to hear it. But you can't hear it 2 rooms down the hallway, fucking blaring out, scaring the bejesus out of people. Oh. Right, so we're going over there to one of those monorail posts. This one. I think I can see more than one though. Yeah, that's what I've done in the past. I've just put tape all over the speaker and then just poked a few holes in it, you know, just to let some of the sound out. It does work. Somebody was saying, oh, just put a resistor on the fucking feed cable. I was like, I'm not fucking isolating it and putting a fucking resistor on it. If I was going to put anything on it, I'd solder in a volume dial so I could adjust it without anyone knowing. That's the fucking, yeah. That's the gas. That's the trick. Is to sneak a volume control onto it somehow. But speaking of unauthorized modifications to equipment, there's a couple of Instagram pages which I may or may not mention based on legality, but they make videos saying, oh, don't do this, no, don't do this, don't drill a hole exactly 3 inches from here and then pour in a corrosive substance, because that completely corrupts the hard drive caddy that the ULEZ cameras use to film people. But definitely don't do that. And then, like, definitely don't use a particular bit you can order from somewhere to crack open this case and then fill it with something flammable. Definitely don't do that. And definitely don't use a mild steel cutting wheel to cut these lampposts, because that's the best material to use. But yeah, they're very sort of overt. They're very covert about what they suggest people. They're like, no, don't do this, and don't do this, don't do this. But they're actually just, you know, covertly explaining what materials you need to do the same thing to something else, which does make me chuckle. There's another one over there, and I think I've still got yeah, I've still got some stuff, so I might see if I can go over there and get that one done. However, there's a lot of water there, unfortunately.
Okay.
But yeah, it's hilarious. Like, Sadiq Khan has like tried to put this ultra low emission zone in. Don't get me wrong, I understand where they're coming from. Like, London is, you know, the air quality in London is absolutely fucking atrocious, and you know, there's only one way you're going to fix that. There's only one way you're going to fix that, and that's stopping people from driving in and out of the city unnecessarily. And yeah, oh, are we sinking? I think we're okay. So yeah, I see what they're getting at, but yeah, the thing is, it's pretty clear that it's not really going to make a difference. All it's doing is just taxing people, that, because the thing is, like, they're not going to tax the tourists because they need the tourists. They're going to tax all the people that have to do it because they know they have no choice. But then it isn't fair, because it's the tourists that are causing the problem the most. Popeyes man, welcome in. Why do they call it oven when you lot put the cold food in and out hot heat? Sorry, I'm not sure that sentence makes sense to me. Why do they call it oven when you put in the cold food, out hot eat the food? I'm not sure if that makes sense. Sorry, I think I'm missing something. But welcome in. In Star Wars, why do they call it Hoth when it doesn't look very hot there, does it? You know, freezing cold. But it's like Iceland and Greenland. Iceland and Greenland are they're the wrong way around. They are literally the wrong way around. Oh, we can almost do this one, chat. We can almost do this one. A 25-year-old joke, really. But speaking of jokes that are about, you know, why do they call it this? One of George Carlin's best. Why do they call it taking a shit? You don't take a shit, you leave one, right? You know, your friend says, hey, can I take a shit? Like, oh, come on, man. I've only got one left and it's the weekend. It's such a fucking weird thing to joke about, but yeah, it's true. You don't take a shit, you leave one. King Bjorn, welcome in. How's it going? When you OF in the cold food, then OUT the hot food. Sorry, I'm still completely lost. Apologies, dudes. I'm sorry I'm being a fucking bozo. I need to have a quick sip. When you OF in the cold food, and then you OUT the hot food. Taking a shit, only joking. I mean, yeah, help yourself, dude. I'm not going to stop you. If you need, then you need. Those two ladders directly where my truck wheels will be. And yet the ladder's moved and deleted. Ah, yeah. I think the first game, definitely the system of placing items and stuff. It was pretty good. It was pretty good. But I think on PC, they might have had to make a few adjustments to get it to work. And I think maybe it's not quite as good on PC. Which is a shame because it probably looks a lot better on PC. The footage I've seen, it looks absolutely astounding. So yeah, I might also have a look if there's any high-res texture packs, because you never know. Oh, Dennis, she wanted to drive the truck up to the ledge, and no, wouldn't let me. Yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised. The trucks are surprisingly agile. They are surprisingly lenient in the longer term.
Why are you running?
I'm running because I've only got 30 minutes left until the end of stream and I want to get some story done today. Well, I want to get this coffin glider thing that they've mentioned. But yeah, the game is beautiful, dudes. It is beautiful at night. And I'm starting to think maybe...
This is big brain time.
Thank you. I'm starting to think maybe Kojima saw pictures of Australia at night and that's why the game is trying to be nighttime all the damn time. Maybe that's what they were going for. Right, over here. So yeah, annoyingly, we only need 120 special alloys, and then we can get that section of monorail going, and that'll probably go over here. Helped a friend with his app and tested it for a hot moment. Oh, I hope the app's going well, dudes. I'm still living in the age of apps for absolutely everything. I think it's a good thing. I think there's a bunch of automation you can build into your life. But the trouble is, you know, I'm sure your friend is making an app for the right reasons, but yeah, there's lots and lots of apps out there offering all sorts of automation to make your life easier, but then they just fucking scrape so much data. You end up... I remember there was a fucking meditation app. And, what is the dog? The dog is fast... Well, the cat is fast asleep. There was a meditation app that my friend mentioned, and I looked it up and I said, do you know what's really ironic, right? Is that all of these reviews are saying that this app is scraping and selling your data, and they're getting a bunch of telemarketer calls, which are stressing them out. When the meditation app is designed to fucking stop you getting stressed out. The fact that they scrape your data and sell it to other people stresses you out. It's like, well, you've chosen the wrong kind of app to make, dudes, you know. The app is supposed to help people calm down, and you're fucking stressing them out, you know, by selling their data to people that piss them off. You fundamentally missed the fucking point here. And I was like, that's as egregious as it gets, you know? Of all the apps you'd want to fucking not get your data scraped and sold to fucking telemarketers to stress you out, the meditation app did it first for his girlfriend, and now it's going to a business model. Well, I hope it's successful, dude. I hope they have a lot of success. Yes. This looks like...
Hello, Sam. Charlie here. This next order requires you to retrieve a piece of cargo.
Said cargo is located somewhere within this armed survivalist base. And is a distressingly familiar culture-shaped object. The devices of unknown purpose appear to have been delivered to the base as well. While much remains unclear, securing the coffin for study may provide us with intel on Higgs and his movements. The mechanic is eager to conduct an analysis, and we have every intention of cooperating with him. That's all the additional information I have for now.
Found 3 areas here where he went sleeping and said he'll fix tomorrow.
Take all due care in plotting your route and finalizing your equipment loadout. We're counting on you, Sam.
Cool. So, boulder gun, because I want to tie some people up. So we haven't got a boulder gun, so I'll have to fabricate. Sticky gun, boulder stun gun. This is the one. We'll take a couple of those bad boys. We've also got the ability to create a boost skeleton level 3 now. So we'll have one of them to attach to our person. And then these two will attach to our backpack. And then we're good to go. Cool.
Thank you.
Right, excuse me, boys. Don't want to run anyone over. Run anyone over. Honestly, dudes, it's so strange. This long COVID stuff. When a sentence has too many vowel sounds that are too similar, too close together, brain just doesn't brain. It just doesn't process it. Like I tried to say yesterday, like how long before the match did they decide to delay it? Because they delayed the Wimbledon final to 4 o'clock rather than 2 o'clock, which is, you know, kind of silly because Wimbledon is one of the only tournaments, or I think it is the only tournament that has an 11 o'clock curfew because of the locals getting fed up with people, you know, leaving at like late at night and people trying to travel to get home and everything. So if a finals match goes on up till 11, they stop the match and they resume it the next day. Yeah, they delayed it by 2 hours. And I tried to ask how long before the match was due to start did they decide to delay it. But at that moment, I could say that now, but at that moment I couldn't say did they decide to delay it. I just couldn't get that sentence out of my mouth, out of my head. It just would not leave my head in a fucking comparable, in a legible, or what was it? Not legible, sorry, in a audible and understandable, you know, comprehensible form. And I was like, it's so fucking. I have to stop and say, how long did they decide to delay the start for? How long before they were due to start did they decide to delay the start? I just couldn't say it. It's really, really concerning because at 40 years old, as somebody that worked in sales on the phone and customer services on the phone and has had customer-facing jobs their entire life and now streams 3 times a week for hours and hours and hours, one thing I do a lot of is talking. So I shouldn't be developing a cognitive impairment in the, you know, surrounding my ability to speak. That's very concerning. And it's one of the most concerning long COVID symptoms is the ability to speak being impaired. Is one of the things that lingers, and here I am, like 2 years later. I don't think I've had COVID. Touch wood. Touch wood. I don't think I've had COVID again for like 2 years. I'm still struggling with the fucking long COVID symptoms of the last batch of COVID that I had. So yeah, I'm pretty fucking
Look there, Sam.
fed up.
Coffin. Be careful. Higgs may still be inside that.
You sneaky bastard. You sneaky bastard. Shut the fuck up. Do you see this guy? Do you fucking see this guy? Fucking old Captain Ankle Breaker over here. Fucking dodging left, dodging right. Had COVID 5 times now, long COVID, fucking so. Yeah, it's just it's crazy how it just doesn't go away. And obviously, I'm getting a bit older, so my immune system isn't quite as sharp as it used to be. But yeah, it's fucked. It's totally fucked. How I'm still having issues. Like 2 years later, I'm still having cognitive impairment where I can't focus, I can't speak, and like my stomach and my torso, there's so much like pressure. And obviously it's making my stomach bulge out, which is unpleasant and, you know, unsightly. But yeah, it's also kind of in the morning when I wake up, I can feel like around my belly button, like there's obviously a layer of fat because I'm not the healthiest person, but right underneath it, it's like rock fucking solid, like abs, but it can't be because I don't do ab exercises and I don't really have that. I don't really have abdominals. When I have them, but I haven't trained them. They're not, you know, that strong. But yeah, it feels like, you know, I'm tensing my abs as hard as I can, but I'm not. There's definitely something swollen and inflamed in there, but getting the doctor to understand that and actually do something about it has been such a fucking mission. For the last 6 months, and going to appointments, telling them about this bloated pressure and inflamed feeling I've got in my torso, and they never sort of respond or say anything. I'm just like, I'm describing my fucking symptoms and you're literally fucking ignoring me, and then just fucking giving me a different inhaler to try. And I'm like, for fuck's sake, dude, come on, man. But yes, the bowler stun gun is doing the trick, chat. Definitely doing the trick. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, yeah, there's some on the bridge, isn't there?
Enemy reinforcements? But how?
Oh, what? Oh, there's only one of them. Was that like a mirage technology where it showed multiple enemies, but it was only one? Okay. Okay, I think the music stopped because that's it. So we can now clear this camp out. We can take all these goodies to recycle. And then either we get the schematics for the coffin glider and we have to wait before we can use it, or we just unlock it. So go grab the truck. We'll hoover up any bits and pieces on the corpses as we go. We stop by all of the post boxes and that garage. We grab all the bits and pieces.
Daddy Dennis says I've ordered some German food through a mobile app. The sauerkraut has arrived, but the worst is yet to come.
The worst. The bratwurst, or the broadwurst. Valnek, welcome in, dude. Thank you so much for the raid. How was stream? What were you up to today? Sam, please calm down. Right, Cargo management to get all this shit off my back. Cute. Hey, Grubs and chat, how are things in Death Stranding? Really good, dude. Really good. Yeah, we've had a really productive stream. We built a bunch of roads, built a bit of the monorail. We've done some deliveries. We've done this mission here, which is going to get us a new toy to play with. It's really good. And what were you playing today? How was your stream? What were you getting up to? Jumped into a good 3D indie Metroidvania, Pseudo Regalia. Interesting, retro graphic stuff. Okay. Have you got a link to the Steam page you can drop in the Discord? Is that possible? Because yeah, we all know how much I love a fucking quirky indie game. But yeah, if it's a good one, I'll try and add it to the list, along with the other 150 games I need to play.
Just a bit further now.
What's back here? Where the fuck the post box was then? Excuse me, what? Very expressive movement abilities. Okay, that sounds kind of interesting. Because yeah, Turbo Overkill is on my list. Along with, there's another one where you're running and jumping and like landing as smoothly as possible and stuff. It's kind of interesting. And then there's Sorry We're Closed as well. That's also quite interesting looking. So yeah, I'm looking forward to giving that one a try. Oh, okay. I think we've got to fucking take the whole damn truck. I think. What? I can't fucking get that item there. You've put it there. How am I supposed to get that? Okay, fair enough. Right. So, change of plan, chat. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to double stack our vehicle to get it fucking back to... It would have been nice for the game to tell me that, yeah, we're going to have to drive a vehicle back because there's no way to fit the coffin in both. But yeah, link delivered. Thank you very much, Vanek. I appreciate it. Is it okay if we do a shout out for you with a clip, or would you prefer a non-clip shout out? I don't mind either way. Whichever one you prefer. It's totally up to you, dude. Thank you again for the raid. I really appreciate that, dude. The raids are absolutely paramount at the moment. Without a raid, we just don't exist, basically. Basically how it is with Twitch at the moment. This game, this platform, at the moment, without a raid, we literally don't exist. And I don't know what to say or do about that. But yes, one of the main reasons why I'm so appreciative of the raids. They are such a game changer for a small creator like me. They're so important for discoverability and the like. Clip is good, wonderful. I can do this, do this. Non-raiders, please feel free to swing by, say to our lovely friend Vanek, who just raided, playing all sorts of quirky, interesting indie games, fighting Melania at one point. I've never known defeat. I know what's going to happen. I know what's going to happen. Wait for it. Oh. And a kick. Is she going to spin around and do a kick now because she's done 2 blade attacks? Oh, there's the kick. Combo and finish and then a thrust. Oh, you stayed nice and close. Oh. Oof. And that's all she wrote. That's all she wrote. Yeah. Fucking monster. A monstrous fight. My heart goes out to you, dude. I mean, I imagine you've beat them by now, but yeah. Fucking hell, dudes. But yeah. It's crazy that Melania was such a difficult fight that FromSoft acknowledged the character, the person in PvP that just spent ages learning how to defeat her, like, you know, in every instance. And they fucking sent the kid a sword. And in Kingdom Come Deliverance, there's like a little nod, like a homage to them as well. There's a skeleton with a pot where its head is and 2 swords. And it's like the resting place of a great warrior, blah, blah, blah. I was like, damn, that's fucking... It's so meta. That's so meta of them. So, unfortunately, I can't really leave behind my fucking truck full of cargo. One thing I could... I mean, I don't know if we can load the cargo from the truck, from my truck into this one as well as the coffin, or if the coffin takes up the whole thing, but yeah. It would have been nice to know, so I didn't bring the truck with me. Would have been a lot cleaner, but you know what? I've done it anyway. Southpaw, welcome in, bro. Built a career off learning that one boss. It's crazy. A legacy, yeah, this is it. You know, so I have no doubt that, you know, there'll be a let me solo them in all sorts of games. And the thing is, right, it's the fact that not only did they get really good at fighting that boss, they created an account with a name specifically communicating that's just for PvP. So it's such a flex. It's such a flex, like in the best way possible. They created a separate account just to have a name so that people knew that they were going to solo them. It's such a flex. Such an absolute flex. That's the truck I stole last time.
Okay.
Let me tank him for the final DLC boss, yeah. After I leave you here, it's midnight and I need sleep. I get to catch you. Yes, welcome in. Thank you, Did. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in to everybody that came in with the raid. Sorry, is what I was trying to say. And yes, if you need to raid and run and sleep, I completely understand that. I should be going to sleep somewhat soon, but I need to deliver both of these fucking trucks first. So, we're going to have to do a little bit of a drive. As long as we get this truck to a reasonably safe location, we should be all right. Sleep is overrated. Nah, dude. I'm a 40-year-old man. Sleep is fucking vital, and I don't get enough of it. I need to get my shit together. I've become quite depressed with a few things, and as a result, I've just not been sleeping properly. I've been consuming too much sugar, and I need to get my shit together. I'm unwell, so I can't really be healthy right now, but that's not an excuse. I need to stop allowing myself to use it as an excuse. I need to lower my sugar intake, try and increase my protein intake without increasing my my saturated fat intake, which is the difficult bit. Let's be fucking real in the UK. Increasing your protein without increasing your fucking saturated fat, that's the trick. So yes, Greek yogurts and a few other bits and pieces that are high in protein but not deep fried or anything like that. But yeah, more chicken. More seasoned chicken with salads, because that's super easy and super good for you. It's protein, it's not too heavy. Protein sets your energy levels and everything, so I need to get back on making, because it is the summer now, so chicken salads are back on the table for sure. You know, I can buy 5 or 6 chicken breasts, cut them into strips, roll them around in that Schwartz Cajun seasoning you can get from the supermarket, pan fry them in a bit of high quality olive oil, so that I get some of the benefits of the high quality olive oil without using, you know, fat. Proper fat, you know, natural fats, rather than using the fucking chemical stuff. And then, yeah. Ah. You're giving me music now. Okay. Ian. You came in at the right time. A song just started playing. Thank you so much for the raid, dude. How's it going? How was stream? You've connected to the internet, the e-internet. Trex Express, welcome in. Leoric, welcome in. Why did my ad manager just go off? My ad manager just broke. Yo, how are you? I'm doing very well, thanks. How was the stream? What were you up to today? I've seen you on. I haven't had a chance to stop by. I have seen you back on. So it's good to see you. Playing Doom: The Dark Ages. Are you enjoying it? It looks like it's gone off because I saw Doom Eternal. It's sort of gone off in a different direction. I love 2016. Really, really love 2016. But Eternal seems like it's gone in a bit of a different direction, art direction-wise and kind of overall aesthetic and vibe-wise. That doesn't quite appeal to me as much. I haven't had a chance to get around to playing it. It looks pretty cool. I think they've made some interesting changes to how the combat works to make it even more fast-paced, which is really cool. The weapon switching apparently is much better in that one. Likewise, seeing you on, but having putting off DS for spoiler reasons, caused some of the TikToks in Expedition 33 that you had a good time playing. Fuck yeah, dude. Expedition 33 was fucking brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Game of the year. I'm pretty sure it's game of the year, to be honest. I can't see anything. I mean, this is brilliant, but still, I don't think it hits quite as hard as the first one. I don't think it's not quite as surprising. It's not quite as poignant and beautiful. The story behind it is a lot less kind of, rags to riches, So this is brilliant. I'm loving it. I'm 80 hours in, and I'm only halfway through the game. So 160 hours, and that doesn't faze me at all. So yeah. Unfortunately, I'm talking over the music, so sorry, viewers. But I've done myself over. I've gone and done a fucking mission with a truck, and I've actually got to take a truck with me, so now I've got to take 2 trucks. It's not easy, of course. Tarky, good to see you, Fensington. Thought you started playing a weirdly soulful Raid song when you came. No, it's just Hideo Kojima. Good old Kojimbles. Good old Kojimbo doing that art direction thing, Trucked up, yeah, I'm totally bricked up with trucks right now. But it's good to see you, dudes. I often mention how much I miss Barmy, so it's good to see people from the community are still out there. But I often talk about how much I miss Barmies.
Gotcha.
Their sense of humour was such a welcome addition to my home. Shit, we drove a bit too far. Hard same, I actually did his Deathless Bloodborne route a while back. Really? Congratulations on the Deathless, dude. But yeah, the daily Deathless. We've all got the runs. There was so many in-jokes in that community, and yeah, such a creative and hilarious, charming person. But yeah, I hope they're doing well. I hope them and Mash and the Mrs. Barnes, I hope they're all doing well. The hairy miscreant lives on in our heart. Yes, in our hearts and memories. We remember the daily Deathless, and then the no-hit. But yeah, there was a genuine kind of old British TV aesthetic to the way they did things that I appreciated so much. And yeah, it was testament to them because they were obviously a very, hilarious and charming character. And as a community often tends to reflect the streamer in some ways, there were lots and lots of incredibly charming, funny people in that community. And it's one of those streams where the jokes were just so fucking good. Like, so many fucking incredibly funny people in that stream. And I was in tears so often, dudes. I was in tears. But yeah, just so much perfectly crafted, dry British humour. It was just so good. But yes, I wish them well. Highlight of the day. It could definitely be the highlight of the day most days for sure. Working from home and just in general being locked down. Watching someone slowly working towards Bloodborne no hit. But yeah, the Deathless is still the highlight of the Deathless must still be live. So I might drop in and watch it again at some point. Matt Berry did Euroline as my fault. Exactly, yeah. But I did say subscribe to them for quite a while, but RSY pops in sometimes, and yeah, they're still subscribed. So every now and again they'll use one of the Barmies emotes. I'm like, oh man, it just brings back fond memories. I put the stream coincided with a period in work when I was able to watch Twitch at work. Yeah, exactly. It was a perfect, I don't want to say perfect storm like it was a bad thing, but it was a culmination of many things that perfectly aligned and allowed us all to be in the same place at the same time. And that's all it takes. All you got to do is get a bunch of British people together in a comfortable environment for a prolonged period of time, and it just becomes a complete fucking, it becomes a complete delight, you know. And it happens with pubs, it happens with jobs, it happens with, sharing a building. If you guys are all renting a flat together in a building, you're all renting different flats in the same building, you end up with that camaraderie and stuff. And and that was there was a genuine kind of camaraderie in that community. And Barnes was ever the gentleman, never took themselves too seriously. He was always, always definitely ready for a joke. And I remember it fondly. Is there an argue Andy? I mean, I think my chat client's a bit fucking broken because it's not showing me, unfortunately. It's perfect storm with minimum collateral damage or human casualties. Indeed, he's about to kick off. If you group him up with the British one more time. He's notoriously angry man. Yeah, and it was one of my favourite British streams. I mean, obviously because of time zones. During my working day, I'm watching a lot of Australian people in the morning, and then a lot of people from other parts of the world in the afternoon. And then obviously lots of other people from England will be sort of on, in the evening after I finish work, after they finish work and stuff. But yeah, Barnes was one of the British streams that was on during the day, so it was magical. Right, let's go back and get this fucking truck. But yes, apologies, Ian. Is it okay if we do a shout out for you with a clip, or would you prefer a non-clip shout out? I don't mind either way, whichever one you prefer. Sorry, I completely forgot to ask. Yes, whichever one you prefer. It's totally up to you, of course. Or no shout out. If you don't want any shout out, that's also valid. That's also an option, of course. You don't have to have one if you don't want one.
Just a bit further now.
Don't mind a clip, whatever you like for you. Yeah, well, you rate it over, so if you want a clip, we'll do a clip. That is okay. And before we do this cutscene, I'll do that. So non-raiders, please feel free to swing by. Say hello to our lovely friend Ian who just raided. Did I check what you were playing today? I can't remember. But yes, we were talking about Expedition 33. Raid clip. Are you going to work? Did that work? I've got the bot ignored. So bear with me for one moment. Okay, it's not. Okay, if you're going to be like that, that's fine. I'll just do that. It should play. I think the shout out thing might be down. Apologies. I'll have to do. What do you mean my message failed to send? What is going on with? Once again, chat. Once again, fucking Twitch, not fucking working. Yeah, it's not even loading up my users in chat section now. My ad managers. I'm just going to refresh my dashboard. Hang on. Let me refresh my dashboard. Are we still? We're still live, right? I think we're still live. Fuck it. We'll do it live. We'll do it fucking live. Oh, has my internet? I'm chatting with people. Is my internet not working? Has Twitch finally got fucking fed up with me and decided to fucking actually kill my stream? Oh, my internet might be down. OBS is still connected. That's very strange. Let me see if I can access the internet on my phone. Strange. I can't download anything. OBS still says we're connected. So I can't see or hear. Oh, hang on. Yeah, so my chat client is still up. The chat client is still updating. Feds are moving in. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the fuck's going on. My YouTube dashboard seems to be okay. But yeah, my Twitch dashboard won't load. It's very strange. Very strange. But you know what? Not surprising. We were talking about how it does not appear to be connected to the internet. So I can't connect to the internet. I mean, it's one raid on Twitch no one wants. They've kept the stream going to keep you distracted. Yeah, but you guys can still see and hear, which is, yeah, very strange because it feels as if my internet is down, but the stream is still going. OBS is still connected. But yeah, I'm not getting anything on my phone. My computer, for all intents and purposes, seems to not have access to the internet. So I think I'm still uploading. So, I mean, fuck it, we ball. The stream might die, for which I apologise. But yeah. There's a man called the Death Stranding. See? This is what I mean. Mo, welcome. This is what I mean, Taki. You and a handful of other people. Just always there with a great joke to add a bit of brevity or levity, whichever one it may be. Right, let's see what happens when we deliver this. But yeah, we seem to be still live. But yes, the internet seems to be fucking not working. So I apologise, everyone. You could see the coffin all stuffed in there. Yeah, that's super weird. It's super weird that I can't access any websites. I can't download anything, but my upload is still okay. That is fucking strange.
Excellent. I think this is about as good as it gets.
Strange. I'm going to raid and dash though, Brett. Work in the morning. Enjoy the rest of DS2. Thanks for stopping by, dude. I'm going to make sure I'm pretty... Like I say, I've seen you on. I'm pretty sure I've got you followed. Let me just make sure. Oh, I can't access the fucking website because the internet isn't working. Fuck's sake. Okay, I'm sure I remember. Feds have seen your search history. They're moving in because it's too clear. Nah, Twitch just heard me talking shit and they fucking trying to kill me. But the thing is, Twitch is the only thing that's working right now. The internet in general is not working, which is fucking crazy to me. So I may have to fucking reset my router at some point. But you know, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. The thing is, am I going to be able to raid out? I'm not sure if I'll be able to raid out. But I'll tell you what, dudes, this is impressive. I've got new internet. So I've got fibre optic internet now because I finally managed to get it fitted. And this is actually impressing me. The fact that no website or internet works, you know, on any device. I mean, my PlayStation hasn't said it's disconnected from the internet, so maybe it's too fast. Yeah, I mean, it's fibre optic, so it is pretty quick. But I've only got 70 megabits up. I've got 500 down, but only 70 up. They couldn't give me 250. Coffin board. There we go. And we get the music as well. Cool. Yes. It's Wood Kid. There he is. Three roads built solo. Now for the fourth and final. GG's, dude. That sounds pretty good. Sounds good to me.
I hesitate to call it a reward, but I would like to
negotiated some kind of sicko streamer internet deal. Only upload. No, it's only 70 up, but 500 down. But I wanted. Oh shit! We got a Polaroid camera. I wanted 250 down, 250 up. Excuse me. But I don't really need 250 up, to be honest. Oh, my controller's about to run out of battery.
Examination of that coffin. And now I can share with you the coffin board schematic. It's essentially a coffin that's been equipped with an electric propulsion unit. Who made it and for what purpose is anyone's guess. I just happened to stumble across the associated data while I was studying the one you recovered. I'm also curious how such a bizarre device came into the possession of the armed survivalists. Even though the weapons factory has been destroyed, this and other dangerous tech has been popping up everywhere. We need to use all methods at our disposal to protect ourselves. Again, it's a coffin that's been outfitted with an unusual propulsion unit. It draws up tar from beneath the ground to create a layer upon which it can glide. It's not without its limitations, though. I seriously doubt it will function outside of network coverage. And it's clearly the product of a deranged mind. Regardless, it's not impossible. It might come in handy. Test it in the field.
Never realised he was French. The French have done now 2 things that make me forgive them for their sin of being French. Woodkid and Expedition 33 don't actually hit the... I tell you what, dude, like when it comes to electro, French electro, the music electro, if there is a different kind, I don't know, but yeah, French electro and French electronic music in general, it's usually the best, you know, and I'm not just saying Daft Punk. A number of electro songs that I've come across that I've really liked turned out to be French artists.
Which is why I could really use your assistance, if you're willing.
I've got Daft Punk stuck in my head now. Get busy on. Eiffel 65, very true, very true. Very true. Should have known it'd take an extra 1,000. Yeah. Dem roads, man, dem roads take up all the metal. But the thing is, there's no point having materials just lying around in shelters and stuff. You may as well get them all, just put them in the roads. And obviously you need metal and stuff to fabricate things at the terminals and stuff. Once you've got, you know, your equipment, just dump everything else into the roads. But what I was doing was just kamikazing it into the fucking into a mule base, tying them all up or bowler gunning them all, loading up the truck, their truck, and driving the truck, and then just leaving the truck for someone else. And I just kept doing that. And I eventually recycled and stole enough materials to build a bunch of roads. And then obviously from there you just get more materials for doing repairs and stuff, doing deliveries and stuff.
Now, as for the coffin board that the mechanic was kind enough to share with you, it's much more than just a mode of transport. If you're within network coverage,
robbed it from a shared locker.
And retreat into the tar currents. This provides an opportunity to catch your breath, or to attack the enemy with a stun bomb. The board you brought back had the very same functionality, so we're very lucky you stole it from the survivalists before they could learn how to use it. It would be terrible indeed if we had to contend with enemies attacking from the tar beneath our feet. I must commend you on a job well done. Thank you, Sam.
Get busy on. Gonna have to listen to that tomorrow night. It's almost bedtime. I can't listen to it now.
That said, it will take a while longer for the necessary cargo to be ready for transport. So let's use this time for everyone to get some rest. Between decontaminating the ship and searching for the weapons factory, it's fair to say everyone's been feeling the strain. You and Dolman have had to complete several difficult orders recently too. Wrap up any pressing and finished business, then return to the Magellan so you can take a break. We have a long road ahead of us, and we need to manage our health to make it to the end. On another subject, would you mind if I borrowed that instant camera the mechanic gave you? I bet Rainey and Tomorrow would love to try it out. Apparently, they're pretty rare these days.
Because I remember the promotional material, it showed Elle Fanning and everyone else, all the female characters in the game, and somebody was like, say what you like about Kojima, but the man is assembling a group of the most attractive women on the planet to work on a game. I'm sorry, there's no better flex than that. I was like, it's true. They did collect together some of the most attractive women you're ever going to see. Right, let's pop that on there. I just board the Magellan like this. Cool. Right, and then we get out of the car, we move everything to our private locker to store everything. Take all this shit off my back. I love this. Yeah, the sticky gun is pretty fucking good. Pretty fucking good. Garage. Put away. Store and garage. Put all the cargo in the private locker for me. That's all cool. Right. Let's head down. See what they do with the camera, and then then we can wrap up. But yeah, that's fucking crazy to me that I can't access any websites. Well, I can't access Twitch. The YouTube seems to still be semi-responsive, but I can't open up another tab to YouTube. So yeah, I think any website that I've not already got loaded, I can't send any new requests. But the stream is still live. Anyway. Got things done, sleeping on the job. Gosh, Baba. Almost time to wrap up, I promise. Then you get to be the baby. Nothing's worrying me. Excuse me. Forgot about all the funny ups and downs, eh, Bubba? Right, I think a shower.
It's Hartman. Do you have a moment? I've been wondering, is there a child on board with us? I asked because there were building blocks in my room, and I certainly don't recall putting them there. Unless you know something about them?
Maybe they belong to Tomorrow? She's taken an interest in all kinds of things.
Yes.
May have sight of the creature? The creature? Come here then, come on. I want to be the baby, come on.
I hope so.
This is Assistant Director Artorias, for those of you that haven't met him. It's definitely time for him to be the centre of attention. It's time for the baby to be the centre of attention. So you look at these lovely people that come to watch me play video games, eh? You little rascal. Oh shit, okay, everything just fucking came back to life. So now I can see my dashboard again. There we go, now I can see my fucking dashboard. Okay.
Downtime to modify the DHV Magellan so you can change its exterior color at will. If you access your ring terminal while in your private room, you'll see a new customization function is now available. So if you'd like to change things up before tackling your next order, you're more than welcome to do so.
Right, cool. Right, let's have a shower because we're fucking covered in dirt. Magical connective effect of felines. Yeah, you brought the Wi-Fi connection back, Bubba. You brought the internet back from the brink. Raindrops keep falling on my head, but that doesn't mean that I will soon be. I still don't know the words to that song properly. Right, 5,000 Chiral crystals. That's pretty good. Cool. So let me grab start menu. Yes. Okay, let's change the color. Ooh. Blue's pretty nice. Right, let's head to system, save. Burps. All I can smell is cat. Excuse me. Absolute goblin. Right, let's jump over here. I can quit the game. And we can see who is on for a raid because I was worried I wouldn't be able to raid out because I couldn't open up any websites to see who's on. So that wasn't going to work, was it? So put that down over there to charge up. It lasted just long enough. But yes, we've got the raid messages there. First one is for subs. Second is for non-subs. Please feel free to copy and paste the one that pertains to you. And after that, we've got all the socials. We've got the Discord there. So if you'd like to hang out in the Discord, I try and do movie nights in there every so often. Friday the 13th, we did watch the Friday the 13th films, and I'm going to try and start doing them on Fridays. Hopefully Fridays are a good day for everyone. We can watch maybe 1 or 2 films a month. Because I think films are another wonderful thing to share, as well as video games. But yes, Discord's there if you guys want to get Go Live notifications. We've got a technology section, photography section, and if you've got game screenshots from photo modes, that counts. You can post that there if you want. Food, memes, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, there's Discord there if you'd like. We've also got the YouTube, the TikTok, and the Instagram where I post clips throughout the stream, and also I stream on YouTube as well as posting a few bits and pieces there as well. So yes, please feel free to jump on those. Subscribing on YouTube is obviously free, and obviously once I get to 500 subscribers, you guys can then do stuff. You can become members and everything. I don't know how much. I think I can set it to be like $1 or something, but there might be something on there that allows me to get rid of ads for the people that want to watch on YouTube. But yes, anyway, speaking of the YouTube stream, I'll cut that one there. So yes, thank you for everyone on YouTube for hanging out. I really appreciate you guys. Have a lovely rest of your afternoon. So I'll